Chapter 11, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 11, The Decline and Downfall of the Athenian Empire. Part 1, New Political Combinations with Argos. Sparta had good reasons for desiring peace. The prospect in the Peloponnesus gave her no little concern. Mantinea had been gradually enlarging her boundaries southwards, and that could not be permitted. Elis was sulky and hostile, because in a quarrel with Lepreon Sparta had supported her rival. Far more serious than these minor vexations was the circumstance that the treaty of peace with Argos was about to expire. It had been a consideration of supreme importance for Sparta, when she entered upon the war with Athens, that for the next 10 years she was secure on the side of her old Peloponnesian rival. But there was now the chance that Athens and Argos might combine, and, as Argos had not agreed to renew the treaty, there was urgent need to come to terms with Athens. These reasons, which recommended the peace to Sparta, ought to have prevented Athens from consenting to it. The settlement was a complete failure. Not only did the Corinthians and the other chief allies refuse to accede to it, but the signatories found themselves unable to carry out the terms they had agreed upon. The Chalcidians refused to surrender Amphipolis, and the Spartans could not compel them. Athens therefore justly declined to carry out her part of the bargain. As a way out of this deadlock, the Spartans, impatient at all costs to recover the Sphacterian prisoners, conceived the device of entering into a defensive alliance with their old enemy. This proposal, warmly supported by Nicias, was accepted, and the captives were at length restored, Athens still retaining Pylos and Cythera. This approximation between Sparta and Athens led directly to the dissolution of the Peloponnesian League. Corinth, Mantinea, and Elis, considering themselves deserted by their leader, broke with her, and formed an alliance with Argos, who now enters upon the scene. The Chalcidians of Thrace joined. There was, however, little reason to fear or hope that the intimacy between Sparta and Athens could be long or strong, seeing that Athens insisted on keeping Cythera and Pylos until Amphipolis should be restored to her, and the other states should accede to the peace. In the following year these unstable political combinations were upset by a change in the balance of parties at Athens, and by the triumph of the anti-Athenian war party at Sparta. The opposition to Nicias was led by Hyperbolus, a man of the same class and same kind of ability as Cleon. A comic poet, and no statesman was such a favourite butt of comedy as Hyperbolus, described him as a Cleon in hyperbole. But the party was now strengthened by the accession of a young man of high birth, brilliant intellect, and no morality, Alcibiades, son of Cleinias. Educated by his kinsman Pericles in democratic traditions, he was endowed by nature with extraordinary beauty and talents, by fortune with the inheritance of wealth which enabled him to indulge an inordinate taste for ostentation. He had shocked his kinsfolk and outraged the city, not by his dissoluteness, but by the incredible insolence which accompanied it. The numerous anecdotes of his petulance, which no one dared to punish, need not all be true, but they illustrate the fact that undue respect for persons of birth and wealth had not disappeared in the Athenian democracy. Alcibiades was feared and courted, and pursued by lovers of both sexes. He fought with bravery at Delium, where his life was saved by his friend Socrates the philosopher. It was a celebrated friendship. Intellectual power and physical courage were the only points of likeness between them. Socially and morally, as well as in favour and fortune, they were as contrasted as two men well could be. Though Socrates took no interest in politics, he was an unequalled dialectician, and an aspiring statesman found his society a good training for the business of political debate. Alcibiades indeed had not in him the stuff of which true statesmen are made. He had not the purpose, the perseverance, or the self-control. An extremely able and dexterous politician he certainly was, but he wanted that balance which a politician, whether scrupulous or unscrupulous, must have in order to be a great statesman. Nor had Alcibiades any sincere belief in the democratic institutions of his country, still less any genuine sympathy with the advanced democratic party whose cause he espoused. When he said, as Thucydides makes him say at Sparta at a later stage of his career, that democracy is acknowledged folly, he assuredly expressed what he felt in his heart. Yet at this time his ultimate aim may have been to win such a place as that which Pericles had held, and rule his country without being formally her ruler. At all events, he saw his way to power through war and conquest. The accession of Alcibiades was particularly welcome to the radical party, not so much on account of his family connections, his diplomatic and rhetorical talents, but because he had a military training and could perform the functions of strategos. Unfitness for the post of strategos was, as we have seen, the weak point in the position of men like Hyperbolus and Cleone. When Alcibiades was elected as strategos, and Nicias was not re-elected, the prospects of the radical party looked brighter. The change was immediately felt. Athens entered into an alliance with Argos and her allies Elis and Mantinea for 100 years, and the treaty was sealed by a joint expedition against Epidaurus. Footnote: a fragment of the stone on which this treaty, given in full by Thucydides, was written, was found near the Dionysiac theatre. End of footnote. Sparta assisted Epidaurus, and then the Athenians declared that the Lacedaemonians had broken the peace. The new policy of Athens received a check by the return of Nicias to power, and the refusal of the people to re-elect the adventurous Alcibiades. But the alliance with Argos was not broken off. Sparta, alarmed by the activity of Argos against Epidaurus, resolved to strike a blow, and sent forth in summer an army under King Ageas to invade the Argive land. The allies gathered at Phlius, and Corinth, which had no longer any reason to hold aloof, sent a contingent. The Argive troops under Thrasyllus, with their Mantinean and Elean allies, were in every way inferior to the enemy, yet, concentrating close to Nemea, they could easily defend the chief pass from the north into the plain of Argos. But Ageas outmanoeuvred them. Sending the Boeotians along the main road by Nemea, he led his own troops by a difficult mountain path from the west, and descended into the plain by the valley of the Inachus. The Corinthians and Phliasians he sent over by another pass. Thus the Argives were hemmed in between two armies, and cut off from their city. they left their position near Nemea and came down into the plain. The Boeotians appear not to have followed. The soldiers of both Thrasyllus and Agis were confident of victory, but the generals were of another mind. Agis, as well as his antagonist, considered his position precarious, and consequently they came to terms, concluding a truce for 4 months. On both sides there was a loud outcry against the generals, and Thrasyllus was nearly stoned to death by his disappointed soldiers. Athenian forces now arrived at Argos under Laches and Nicostratus, accompanied by Alcibiades as an ambassador. Stepping beyond his instructions, Alcibiades induced the allies to disregard the truce, on the technical ground that, not having been accepted by the Athenians, it was not valid. The allied troops accordingly crossed the mountains into Arcadia and won Orchomenus. The men of Elis then proposed to move against their own particular foes, the people of Lepreone, and being outvoted, they deserted their allies and marched home. The army, thus weakened by the loss of 3,000 hoplites, was obliged to hasten southward to protect Mantinea, against which the Lacedaemonians under Agis, along with the men of Tegea, had meanwhile come forth. And now, at length, a great battle was fought. The exact numbers are not known, but must have approached 10,000 on each side. Coming round the hill of Scope, the spur of Mount Menalus, which projects into the plain between Tegea and Mantinea, at the point where the territories of the two cities met, the Lacedaemonians found the enemy drawn up for fight, and proved their excellent discipline by a rapid formation in the face of the hostile line. They won the battle, but their success was endangered and its completeness diminished by a hitch which occurred at the outset. There was a tendency in all Greek armies, when engaging, to push towards the right, each man fearing for his own exposed right side, and trying to edge under the screen of his neighbour's shield. Consequently, an army was always inclined to outflank the left wing of the enemy by its own right. On this occasion Agis observed that the Mantineans, who were on the right wing of the foe, stretched far beyond his own left wing, and fearing it would be disastrously outflanked and surrounded, gave a signal to the troops of his extreme left to make a lateral movement further towards the left, and at the same time he commanded 2 captains on his right to move their divisions round to fill up the gap thus created. The first order was executed, but the 2 captains refused to move. The result was that the extreme left was isolated and utterly routed, while a band of 1,000 chosen Argives dashed through the gap. On the right, however, the Lacedaemonians were completely victorious over the Athenians and other allies. The Athenians would have been surrounded and utterly at the mercy of their foes, if Agis had not recalled his troops to assist his discomfited left wing. Both Laches and Nicostratus fell. The Lacedaemonians returned home and celebrated the feast of the Carnean Apollo in joy. The victory did much to restore the prestige of Sparta, which had dwindled since the disaster of Sphacteria. The public opinion of Greece had pronounced Sparta to be stupid and inert. It now began to reconsider its judgment. But the victory had direct political results. It transformed the situation in the Peloponnesus. One of those double changes which usually went together, a change in the constitution and a change in foreign policy, was brought about at Argos. The democracy was replaced by an oligarchy, and the alliance with Athens was abandoned for an alliance with Sparta. Mantinea, Elis, and the Achaean towns also went over to the victor. Athens was again isolated. It was probably at this juncture that the advanced democrats in Athens made an attempt to remove from their way the influential man who was their chief opponent, Nicias. It had been due to his counsels that Argos had not been more effectively supported. There was probably a good deal of dissatisfaction at Athens, and when Hyperbolus proposed that a vote of ostracism should be held, he had good grounds to hope that there would be a decision against Nicias, and no apparent reason to fear for himself. He might calculate that most of the supporters of Nicias would vote against the more dangerous Alcibiades. The calculation was so well grounded that it missed its mark, for Alcibiades, seeing the risk which threatened him, deserted Hyperbolus and the democratic party, and allied himself with Nicias. So it came about that Hyperbolus was ruined by his own machination. All the followers of Nicias and Alcibiades wrote his name on their sherds, and he was banished for 10 years. His political career had ended. This was the last case of ostracism at Athens. The institution was not abolished, but it became a dead letter. Henceforward it was deemed a sufficient safeguard for the constitution that any man who proposed a measure involving a change in any of the established laws was liable to be prosecuted under the law known as the graphi paranomon, which it was death to transgress. The new alliance of the pious and punctilious Nicias, champion of peace, with the profane and unstable Alcibiades, bent on enterprises of war, was more unnatural than that between the high-born noble and the lamp-maker. But Nicias seems to have been to some small extent aroused from his policy of inactivity. We find him undertaking an expedition against Chalcidice, where nothing had been done since the peace except the capture of Cyone and the execution of all the male inhabitants. Nicias failed in an attempt on Amphipolis, but in the following year an enterprise in the southern Aegean was attended with success. The island of Melos had hitherto remained outside the sea lordship of the Athenians, and Athens, under the influence of Alcibiades, now attacked her. The town of Melos was invested in the summer by land and sea, and surrendered at discretion in the following winter. All the men of military age were put to death, the other inhabitants were enslaved, and the island was colonized by Athenians. The conquest of Melos is remarkable not for the rigorous treatment of the Melians, which is merely another example of the inhumanity which we have already met in the cases of Plataea, Mytilene, Cyone, but for the unprovoked aggressions of Athens without any tolerable pretext. By the curious device of constructing a colloquy between Athenian envoys and the Melian government, Thucydides has brought the episode into dramatic relief. In this scene the Athenians assert in frank and shameless words the law of nature, that the stronger should rule over the weaker. This was a doctrine which it was Hellenic to follow, but unusual to enunciate in all its nakedness, and in the negotiations which preceded the blockade no Athenian spokesman would have uttered the undiplomatic audacities which Thucydides ascribes to them. The historian has artfully used the dialogue to indicate the overbearing spirit of the Athenians, flown with insolence, on the eve of an enterprise which was destined to bring signal retribution and humble their city in the dust. Different as Thucydides and Herodotus were in their minds and methods, they had both the same, characteristically Hellenic, feeling for a situation like this. The check of Athens rounded the theme of the younger, as the check of Persia had rounded the theme of the elder historian. And although Nemesis, who moves openly in the pages of Herodotus, is not acknowledged by Thucydides, she seems to have cast a shadow here. During the years immediately succeeding the peace, there are some signs that the Athenians turned their attention to matters of religion, which had perhaps been too much neglected during the war. It may have been in these years that they set about the building of a new temple for Athena and Erechtheus, concerning which we shall hear again at a later stage. It may have been at this time that Asclepius, the god of healing, came over with his snake from Epidaurus and established himself in a sanctuary under the south slope of the Acropolis. And it was probably soon after the peace that a resolution was carried imposing a new tax upon the fruits of the earth for the maintenance of the worship of Eleusis. The farmers of Attica were required to pay 1/600th of every medimnus of barley, and 1/1200th of every medimnus of wheat. The same burden was imposed upon the allies, and the council was directed to invite all Hellenic cities whom it seemed possible to approach on the matter, to send first fruits likewise. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, part 2. The Western Policy of Athens. During the 5th century, the eyes of Athenian statesmen often wandered to western Greece beyond the seas. We can surprise some oblique glances as early as the days of Themistocles, and we have seen how, under Pericles, a western policy definitely began. An alliance was formed with the Elymian town of Segesta, and subsequently treaties of alliance, the stone records are still partly preserved, were concluded, as has been already mentioned, with Leontini and Rhegium. One general object of Athens was to support the Ionian cities against the Dorian, which were predominant in number and power, and especially against Syracuse, the daughter and friend of Corinth. The same purpose of counteracting the Dorian predominance may be detected in the foundation of Thurii. But Thurii did not effect this purpose. The colonists were a mixed body, other than Athenian elements gained the upper hand, and in the end Thurii became rather a Dorian centre, and was no support to Athens. It is to be observed that at the time of the foundation of Thurii, and for nigh 30 years more, Athens is seeking merely influence in the West. She has no thought of dominion. The growth of her connection with Italian and Sicilian affairs was forced upon her by the conditions of commerce and the rivalry of Corinth. The treaties with Leontini and Rhegium had led to no immediate interference in Sicily on the part of the Athenians. The first action came 6 years later, on an appeal for help from both cities. Leontini was struggling to preserve her independence against Syracuse, her southern neighbour. All the Dorian cities, with the exception of Acragas and Camarina, were on the side of Syracuse, while Leontini had the support of Rhegium, Catani, Naxos, and Camarina. The continued independence of the Ionian element in western Greece might seem to be seriously at stake. The embassy of the Leontines was accompanied by the greatest of their citizens, Gorgias, the professor of eloquence, whose fame and influence were pan-Hellenic. We may well believe that when the embassy arrived, the Athenians were far more interested in the great man than in his mission, that they thronged in excitement to the assembly, caring little what he said, but much how he said it. His eloquence indeed was hardly needed to win a favourable answer. Athens was convinced of the expediency of bringing Sicily within the range of her politics. It was important to hinder corn and other help being conveyed from thence to her Peloponnesian enemies. It was important to prevent Syracuse, the friend of Corinth, from raising her head too high; and already adventurous imaginations may have pressed beyond the thought of Athenian influence, and dreamed of Athenian dominion in the west. Hyperbolus seems to have especially interested himself in the development of a policy in the western Mediterranean. Aristophanes ridicules him for contemplating an enterprise against Carthage herself. An expedition was sent out under the command of Laches. It achieved little, but, if it had been followed up, might have led to much. Messana was induced to join Athens, who thus obtained free navigation of the straits. The old alliance with Segesta was renewed, but a severe check was experienced in an attempt to take Inessa. The poor success of this expedition must partly at least be set down to the dishonesty of the general Laches and his treasurer. Cleone seems to have called Laches to account for his defalcations on his return, and a comic poet jested how Laches ate up the Sicilian cheese (Sicily was famous for her cheeses) with the help of his treasurer, the cheese grater. The episode of Pylos and the operations at Corcyra may fairly be regarded as causes which ruined Athenian prospects in Sicily. For these affairs detained the fleet which was bound for the west under the command of Eurymedon and Sophocles, and the delay led to the loss of the one thing which the expedition of Laches had gained, the adhesion of Messana. This city, cleft by adverse political parties, revolted, and the fleet, when at last it came, accomplished nothing worthy of record. Its coming seems rather to have been the occasion for the definite shaping of a movement among almost all the Sicilian states towards peace, a movement unfavourable to the Athenian designs. When the Athenian generals invited the cities to join in the war against Syracuse, they were answered by the gathering of a congress at Gela, where delegates from all the Siceliote cities met to discuss the situation and consider the possibility of peace. The man who took the most prominent part at this remarkable congress was Hermocrates of Syracuse. He developed what has been justly described as a Siceliote policy. Sicily is a world by itself, with its own interests and politics, and the Greeks outside Sicily should be considered as strangers, and not permitted to make or meddle in the affairs of the island. Let the Sicilian cities settle their own differences among themselves, but combine to withstand intervention from Athens or any other external power. Thus the policy of Hermocrates was neither local nor Panhellenic, but Siceliote. It has been compared to the Monroe Doctrine of the United States. The policy, indeed, was never realized, and we shall see that Hermocrates himself was driven by circumstances to become eminently untrue to the doctrine which he preached. But the Congress of Gela was not a failure. The policy of peace prevented at the time any serious Athenian intervention. Soon afterwards, a sedition was disastrous to Leontini. Its oligarchs became Syracusan citizens. Leontini ceased to exist as a city, and became a Syracusan fortress. Such an incident, following so hard upon the pacification which Syracusan diplomacy had helped to bring about, must have produced a strange impression on the Siceliotes. It seemed clear that Syracuse wanted to get rid of the Athenians only for the purpose of tyrannizing over her neighbours. Athens was again invited to intervene, and she did intervene, but not seriously or effectually, and it was not till the year of the conquest of Melos that she resumed her active interest in the politics of Western Hellas. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 11, Parts 3 and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 11, Part 3. The Sailing of the Sicilian Expedition. First Operations in Sicily. In that year there arrived at Athens an appeal for help from Segesta, who was at war with her stronger southern neighbour, Silenus. The appeal was supported by the Leontine Democrats, who had no longer a city of their own. Athens sent envoys to Sicily for the purpose of reporting on the situation and spying out the resources of Segesta, which had undertaken, if the Athenians would send an armament, to provide the expenses of the war. The ambassadors returned with 60 talents of uncoined silver and glowing stories of the untold wealth of the people of Segesta. They described the sacred vessels of gold and the rich plate of the private citizens. Alcibiades and all the younger generation were in favour of responding to the appeal, of vigorously espousing the causes of Segesta against Silenus, of the Leontines against Syracuse. Nicias wisely opposed the notion, and set forth the enormous cost of an expedition which should be really effective. The people, however, elated by their recent triumph over Melos, were fascinated by the idea of making new conquests in a distant, unfamiliar world. The ordinary Athenian had very vague ideas of what Sicily meant, and carried away by dreams of a Western empire, he paid no more attention to the discreet counsels of Nicias than to vote 100 triremes instead of the 60 which were originally asked for. But having committed the imprudence of not listening to Nicias when his caution was, from the highest point of view, wisdom, the people went on to commit the graver blunder of electing him as a commander of the expedition which he disapproved. He was appointed as general along with Alcibiades and Lamachus. This shows how great was the consideration of his military capacity, and he was doubtless regarded as a safe make-weight against the adventurous spirit of his colleagues. But though Nicias had shown himself capable of carrying out that Periclean strategy which Athens had hitherto adopted, his ability and temperament were wholly unsuited for the conduct of an enterprise of conquest demanding bolder and greater operations. When the expedition was ready to sail in the early summer, a mysterious event delayed it. One morning in May, it was found that the square stone figures which stood at the entrance of temples and private houses in Athens, and were known as Hermae, had been mutilated. The pious Athenians were painfully excited. Such an unheard-of sacrilege seemed an evil omen for the Sicilian enterprise, and it was illogically argued that the act betokened a conspiracy against the state. The enemies of Alcibiades seized the occasion and tried to implicate him in the outrage. It was said that a profane mockery of the Eleusinian mysteries had been enacted in his house, a charge which may well have been true, and it was argued that he was the author of the present sacrilege and prime mover in a conspiracy against the democracy. It did not appear why a conspirator should thus advertise his plot. But though the theory hardly hung together, it might be good enough for an excited populace. Alcibiades demanded the right of clearing himself from the charge before the fleet started. In this case his acquittal was certain, as he was deemed necessary to the enterprise, and his enemies, aware of this, procured the postponement of his trial till his return. The fleet then set sail, and in the excitement of its starting, the sacrilege was almost forgotten. Thucydides says that no armament so magnificent had ever before been sent out by a single Greek state. There were 134 triremes, and an immense number of smaller attendant vessels. There were 5,100 hoplites, and the total number of combatants was well over 30,000. For cavalry they relied on their Sicilian allies. Only 30 horse went with the fleet. A halt was made at Rhegium, where disappointments awaited them. Rhegium adopted a reserved attitude, which the Athenians did not expect. The government said that their conduct must be regulated by that of the other Italiate states. This looks as if the Italiots were aiming at a policy of joint interests, such as that which the Siceliots had discussed at the Congress of Gela. In the next place, the Athenians had relied on the wealth of Segesta for supporting their expedition, and they now learned that their spies had been deceived by simple tricks. Gilt vessels of silver had been displayed to them as solid gold, and the Segestians, collecting all the plate they could get from their own and other cities, had passed the same service from house to house, and led the envoys to believe that each of the hosts who sumptuously entertained them possessed a magnificent service of his own. This discovery came as an unwelcome surprise to soldiers and commanders alike. It was a serious blow to the enterprise, but no one, not even Nicias, seems to have thought of giving the enterprise up. What then was to be done? A council of war was held at Rhegium. Nicias advocated a course which involved risking and doing as little as possible. To sail about, make some demonstrations, secure anything that could be secured without trouble, give any help to the Leontines that could be given without danger. Alcibiades proposed that active attempts should be made to win over the Sicilian cities by diplomacy, and that then, having so strengthened their position, they should take steps to force Selinus and Syracuse to do right by Segesta and Leontini. Both Nicias and Alcibiades kept in the forefront the ostensible object of the expedition, to right the wrongs of Leontini and Segesta. But Lamachus, who was no statesman or diplomatist, but a plain soldier, regarded the situation from a soldier's point of view. Grasping the fact that Syracuse was the real enemy, the ultimate mark at which the whole enterprise was aimed, he advised that Syracuse should be attacked at once, while her citizens were still unprepared. Fortunately for Syracuse, the bold strategy of Lamachus did not prevail. He had no influence or authority except on the field, and, failing to convince his colleagues, who perhaps contemned him as a mere soldier, he gave his vote to the plan of Alcibiades. Naxos and Catani were won over. The Athenian fleet made a demonstration in the great harbour of Syracuse, and captured a ship. But nothing more had been done when a mandate arrived from Athens recalling Alcibiades to stand his trial for impiety. The people of Athens had reverted to their state of religious agony over the mutilation of the Hermae, and the mystery which encompassed it increased their terrors. A commission of inquiry was appointed, false informations were lodged, numbers of arrests were made. Andocides, a young man of good family, was one of the prisoners, and he at length resolved to confess the crime and give the names of his accomplices. His information was readily believed, the public agitation was tranquilized, and all the prisoners whom he accused were tried and put to death. He was himself pardoned, and soon afterwards left Athens. But it is not certain, after all, whether the information of Andocides was true. Thucydides declares that the truth of the mystery was never explained. It was indeed never known for certain who the actual perpetrators were. So far the affair remained a mystery. But the purpose of the deed and the source of its inspiration can hardly be doubtful. It was wrought on the eve of the Sicilian expedition, and can have had no other intention than to hinder the expedition from sailing by working on the superstitions of the people. If we ask, then, who above all others were vitally concerned in preventing the sailing of the fleet, the answer is obvious: Corinth and Syracuse. We are justified in inferring that the authors of the outrage, to us their names would be of only subordinate interest, were men suborned by Corinth in receipt of Corinthian silver. In the main point, the mutilation of the Hermi is assuredly no mystery. The investigations in connection with the Hermi led to the exposure of other profanations, especially of travesties of the Eleusinian mysteries, in which Alcibiades was involved. His enemies of both parties deemed that it was the time to strike. Thessalus, the son of Cimon, preferred the impeachment which began thus: Thessalus, son of Cimon, of the deme Lasiadae, impeached Alcibiades, son of Clinias, of the deme Scambonidae, of wrong-doing in respect to the two goddesses Demeter and Kore, by mimicking the mysteries, and displaying them to his comrades in his own house, wearing a dress like that which a hierophant with the mysteries wears, and calling himself Hierophant. The trireme Salaminia was sent to summon Alcibiades to return, but with instructions to use no violence. Alcibiades might have refused, but he did not do so. He went with the Salaminia as far as Thurii, where he made his escape and went into voluntary exile. The Athenians condemned him to death, along with some of his kinsfolk, and confiscated his property. In Sicily, when Alcibiades had gone, the rest of the year was frittered away in a number of small enterprises which led to nothing. At length, when winter came, Nicias aroused himself to a far more serious undertaking. By a cunning stratagem he lured the Syracusan army to Catane for the purpose of making an attack on the Athenian camp, which they were led to believe they would take unawares, while in the meantime the Athenian host had gone on board the fleet and sailed off to the great harbour of Syracuse. Nicias landed and fortified his camp on the southwest side of the harbour, near the point of Dascon, just south of the temple of the Olympian Zeus, which he was scrupulous to treat with profound respect. When the Syracusans returned, a battle was fought, the first battle of the war. The Athenians had the disadvantage of having no cavalry whatever, but the woeful want of discipline which prevailed in the ranks of the enemy outbalanced the advantage they had from 1,200 horse. A storm of rain and lightning aided the Athenians to discomfit their untrained antagonists, but the cavalry stood the Syracusans in good stead by protecting their retreat. A success had now been gained, but the temper of Nicias forbade it to be improved. On the day ensuing, he ordered the whole army to embark and sail back to Catane. He had numbers of excellent reasons: the winter season, the want of cavalry, of money, of allies, and in the meantime Syracuse was left to make her preparations. The Athenian fleet and army was to go on falling away from its freshness and vigour. All Sicily was to get more and more accustomed to the sight of the great armada sailing to and fro, its energies frittered away on small and mostly unsuccessful enterprises, and when it did strike something like a vigorous blow, not daring to follow it up. The winter was employed by both parties in seeking allies. The Sicels of the island for the most part joined Athens. Camarina, wooed by both Athens and Syracuse, remained neutral. It is in the assembly of Camarina that Thucydides makes Hermocrates reassert the doctrine of a purely Siceliote policy, which he had formulated 10 years before at Gela, while an Athenian envoy develops in its most naked form the theory of pure self-interest, reminding us of the tone which the Thucydidean Athenians adopted in the Melian dialogue. A train had been laid for the capture of Messana before Alcibiades had been recalled, but when the time came for making the attempt, it failed. Alcibiades began the terrible vengeance which he proposed to wreak upon his country by informing the Syracusan party in Messana of the plot. It seemed indeed as if a fatality dogged Athens in her conduct of the expedition which she had so lightly undertaken. If she had committed the command to Alcibiades and Lamachus without Nicias, it would probably have been a success, resulting in the capture of Syracuse. But, not content with the unhappy appointment of Nicias, she must go on to pluck the whole soul out of the enterprise by depriving it of Alcibiades. That active diplomatist now threw as much energy into the work of ruining the expedition as he had given to the work of organizing it. He went to Sparta, and was present at the assembly which received a Syracusan embassy begging for Spartan help. He made a vigorous and effective speech. He exposed the boundless plans of Athenian ambition, aiming at conquests in the west, including Carthage, which should enable them to return and conquer the Peloponnesus. These had perhaps been the dreams of Alcibiades himself, but they had certainly never taken a definite shape in the mind of any sober Athenian statesman. Alcibiades urged the Spartans especially to take 2 measures: to send at once a Spartan general to Sicily to organize the defence — a general was far more important than an army — and to fortify Decelea in Attica, a calamity which the Athenians were always dreading. "I know," said the renegade, "the secrets of the Athenians." Thucydides shows what defence Alcibiades might have made for his own vindictive, it can hardly be called treacherous, conduct. The description of the Athenian democracy as "acknowledged folly" may well have been a phrase actually used by Alcibiades. Intense hostility animated the exile, but, one asks, did he act merely to gratify this feeling, or had he not further projects for his own career? If we might trust the speech which Thucydides ascribes to him, his ultimate aim was to win back his country. With Spartan help, presumably, he was to rise on the calamity of Athens, and, we may read between the lines, the acknowledged folly was to be abolished. One can hardly see a place for Alcibiades except as a second Pisistratus. The speech of this powerful advocate turned the balance at a most critical point in the history of Hellas. The Lacedaemonians, who were wavering between the policies of neutrality and intervention, were decided by his advice, and appointed an officer named Gylippus to take command of the Syracusan forces. Corinth too sent ships to the aid of her daughter city. Since the sailing of the expedition, Athens was in a mood of adventurous speculation and sanguine expectancy, dreaming of some great and wonderful change for the better in her fortunes. Aristophanes made this mood of his countrymen the motive of a fanciful comedy entitled The Birds, which he brought out at the great Dionysia. Some have sought to detect definite political allusions in the story of the foundation of Cloud Cuckoo Town by the birds of the air, under the direction of 2 Athenian adventurers, Persuasive and his follower Hopeful, but this is to misapprehend the intention of the drama, and to do wrong to the poet's art. The significance of the birds for the historian is that it exhibits with good-humoured banter the temporary mood of the Athenian folk. End of chapter 11, part 3. Chapter 11, part 4, Siege of Syracuse, 414 BC. The island of Syracuse, the original settlement of Archias, always remained the heart and centre of the city. However the city might extend over the hill above it, the island was always what the Acropolis was to Athens, what Larissa was to Argos. It was even called the Acropolis, a name which was never given to the hill. But the military importance of the Epipolae, the long hill which shuts in the north side of the great harbour, could not be ignored, although it was only gradually that the Syracusans came fully to recognize its significance. The water between the island and the mainland had been filled up. This was an inducement to the settlement to creep up the height, and finally the eastern part of the hill, known as Acradina, was fortified by a wall running from north to south. At a later period, during the domestic troubles which followed the expulsion of Thrasybulus, the suburb of Tycha, northwest of Acradina, was added to the enclosed city. Henceforward the name Epipolae was restricted to the rest of the heights westward from the wall of Tycha and Acradina. It formed a sort of triangle, with this wall as the base, and the high point of Euryalus as the vertex. The Syracusans did something, though not perhaps as much as they might, to prepare for a siege. They reformed their system of military command, and elected Hermocrates a general. They fortified the precinct of Apollo Temenites, which was just outside the wall of Acradina, and also strengthened Polycna, the fort south of the hill near the shrine of Olympian Zeus. The first brief operation of the Athenians against Syracuse had been made on the tableland west of the great harbour. With the second act, which began in the ensuing spring, the scene changes to the north, and the hostilities are enacted on the heights of Epipolae. Hermocrates had realized the necessity of guarding these heights. It was accordingly fixed that a great review should be held of all the fighting population, and a force of 600 was to be chosen for the guard of Epipolae. But the hour had almost passed. At the very moment when the muster was being held below in the meadows on the banks of the Anapus, the Athenians were close at hand. The fleet had left Catane the night before, steered for the bay on the north side of the Epipolae, and set down the army at a landing place within less than a mile from the height of Euryalus. The soldiers hastened up the ascent, and were masters of Epipolae before the Syracusan host knew what was happening. The 600 made an attempt to dislodge them, and were repulsed with great loss. The Athenians then fortified a place called Labdalon, near the north cliffs. They have been criticized for not rather fortifying Euryalus. The plan of the siege was to run a wall right across the hill, from the cliffs on the north to the harbour on the south. This would cut off communications by land, while the fleet which was stationed at Thapsus, ready to enter the great harbour, would cut off communications by sea. For this purpose a point was chosen in the centre of the intended line of wall, and a round fort, the Circle, Kuklos, was built there, from which the wall was to be constructed northward and southward. The Syracusans, having made a vain attempt to stop the building of the wall, set themselves to build a counter-wall, beginning at the Temenites, and running westward with a view to intercept the southern wall of the Athenians and prevent its reaching the harbour. The Athenians did not try to hinder them. and devoted themselves entirely to the building of their own wall north of the round fort. This seemed at first of greater consequence than the southern section, since they had to consider the maintenance of communications with their fleet at Thapsus. But though they were apparently not concerning themselves with the Syracusan builders, they were really watching for a good opportunity. The carelessness of the Syracusans soon gave the looked-for chance. An attack was made on the counter-wall, and it was utterly destroyed. The generals then began to look to the southern section of their own wall, and, without waiting to build it on the side of the round fort, they began to fortify the southern cliff near the temple of Heracles, above the marshy ground on the northwest side of the great harbour. The Syracusans then began a second counterwork, not on the hill, but over this low, swampy ground, to hinder the Athenians from bringing their wall down from the cliff to the harbour. This work was not a wall, which would not have been suited to the swampy ground, but a trench with a palisade. At the break of day the Athenians, led by Lamachus, descended into the swamp and destroyed the Syracusan works. But what was gained was more than undone by what followed. Troops sallied out of Syracuse, a battle was fought, and Lamachus, the hero Lamachus, as comic poets called him in derision while he lived, in admiration when he died, exposed himself rashly, and was slain. This was the third great blow to the prospect of Athenian success. Nicias had been appointed, Alcibiades had been recalled, now Lamachus was gone. To make things worse, Nicias himself was ill. The southern Athenian wall advanced southward in a double line, and the fleet had now taken up its station in the great harbour. The Syracusans, not realizing how much they had gained in the death of Lamachus, were prematurely in despair. They changed their generals, and were prepared to make terms. Nicias, strangely swerving from his wonted sobriety, was prematurely elated. He thought that Syracuse was in his hands, and made the fatal mistake of neglecting the completion of the wall on the north side. His neglect was the more culpable, as he had received information of the help that was coming for Syracuse from the mother country. But alike in his normal mood of caution, and in his abnormal moment of confidence, Nicias was doomed to do the wrong thing. All thought of capitulation was abandoned when a Corinthian captain, named Gongylus, reached Syracuse with the news that Corinthian ships and a Spartan general were on their way. That general had indeed given up the hope of being able to relieve Syracuse, which, from the reports of Athenian success that had reached him, was thought to be past helping. But he had sailed on to the coast of Italy with the aim of saving the Italiote cities. At Locri, Gylippus learned that Syracuse might still be saved, since the northern wall was not yet completed. He immediately sailed to Himera and collected a land force, supplied by Gela, Selinus, and Himera itself, and marched overland to Syracuse. He ascended the hill of Epipolae by the same path on the north side, which had been climbed by the Athenian army when they seized the heights, and without meeting any opposition advanced along the north bend of the hill to Tycha, and entered the city. Such was the result of the gross neglect of Nicias. If the wall had been finished, the attempt of Gylippus would never have been made. If Euryalus had been fortified, the attempt would probably have failed. Gylippus immediately undertook the command of the Syracusan army, and inspired the inhabitants with new confidence. He was as unlike the typical Spartan as Nicias was unlike the typical Athenian. He had all the energy and resourcefulness of Brasidas, without that unique soldier's attractive personality. He set himself instantly to the work of the defence, and his first exploit was the capture of the fort Labdalon. But the great object was to prevent the Athenians from hemming in the city by completing the northern section of their wall, and this could be done only by building a new counter-wall. The Athenians themselves began to build vigorously, and there was a race in wall-building between the two armies. As the work went on, attacks were made on both sides with varying success. In the end, the Syracusan builders prevailed. The Athenian wall was turned, and never reached the northern coast. This was not enough for Gylippus. His wall was continued to reach Euryalus, and 4 forts were erected on the western part of the hill, so that Syracuse could now hinder help from reaching the Athenians by the path by which Gylippus had himself ascended. In the meantime Nicias had occupied Plemmyrion, the headland which, facing the island, forms the lower lip of the mouth of the great harbour. Here he built 3 forts, and established a station for his ships, some of which were now dispatched to lie in wait for the expected fleet from Corinth. The Syracusans made a sort of answer to the occupation of Plemmyrion by sending a force of cavalry to the fort of Palicna to guard the southern coast of the harbour. But though the Athenians commanded the south part of Epipolae and the entrance to the harbour, the Syracusan wall from Tyche to Euryalus had completely changed the aspect of the situation for Syracuse from despair to reasonable hope. The winter had now come, and was occupied with embassies and preparations. Gylippus spent it in raising fresh forces in Sicily. Camarina, so long neutral, at length joined Syracuse, who had in fact all Greek Sicily on her side, except her rival Acragas, who persistently held aloof, and the towns of Naxos and Catani. Appeals of help were again sent to the Peloponnesus. Corinth was still unremitting in her zeal, and Sparta had sent a force of 600 hoplites, Neodamodes, and Helots. Thebes and Thespii also sent contingents. We must go back for a moment to Old Greece. The general war is being rekindled there, and the war in Sicily begins to lose the character of a collateral episode, and becomes merged in the larger conflict, in which greater interests than those of Syracuse and Sicily are at stake. The Spartans had come to the conclusion that they had been themselves the wrongdoers in the earlier war, and the Athenian successes, especially the capture of Pylos, had been a retribution which they deserved. But now the Athenians had clearly committed a wrong in their aggression on Sicily, and Sparta might with a good conscience go to war against her. The advice of Alcibiades to fortify Decelea was adopted. A fort was built and provided with a garrison under the command of King Ageas. From Mount Lycabettus at Athens one can see the height of Decelea through the gap between Pentelicus on the right and Parnes, of which Decelea is an outlying hill, on the left. It was a good position for reaching all parts of Attica, which could no longer be cultivated, and at the same time maintaining easy communications with Boeotia. But while the Peloponnesians were carrying the war once more to the very gates of Athens, that city was called upon to send forth a new expedition to the west on a scale similar to the first. Nicias wrote home a plain and unvarnished account of the situation. We are expressly told that he adopted the unusual method of sending a written dispatch instead of a verbal message. It was all important that the Athenian assembly should learn the exact state of the case. He explained that since the coming of Gylippus, and the increase of the numbers of the garrison and the building of the counter-wall, the besiegers had become themselves besieged. They even feared an attack on their own element, the sea, and their ships had become leaky and the crews fallen out of practice. Further successes of the enemy might cut off their supplies, now derived from the cities of Italy. One of two things must be done. The enterprise must be abandoned, or a new armament, as strong as the first, must be sent out at once. Nicias also begged for his own recall, on the ground of the disease from which he suffered. The Athenian people repeated its previous recklessness by voting a second expedition, and by refusing to supersede Nicias, in whom they had a blind and touching trust. They appointed Eurymedon and Demosthenes as commanders of the new armament. End of chapter 11, part 4. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 1, Parts 5 and 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 1, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 5. The Second Expedition. The original interference of Athens in the local affairs of Sicily, her appearance to defend Segesta against Selinus, and the Leontines against Syracuse, has grown into a gigantic struggle, in which the greater part of the Hellenic nation is engaged. The elder stage of the Peloponnesian War has begun again, with the addition of a Sicilian war on such a scale as had never been seen before. In that elder stage Sicilian warfare had been a mere appendage to warfare in old Greece. Now Sicily has become the centre of the struggle, the headquarters of both sides. For Sicily itself the struggle was now becoming a question of life and death, such as the Persian invasion had been for Greece. Syracuse, under the guidance of Hermocrates and Gylippus, put forth all her energy in the organisation of a fleet, and in the spring she had a navy numbering 80 triremes. The crews were inexperienced, but they could remember that it was under the pressure of the Persian danger that Athens herself had learnt her sea skill. Gylippus determined to attack the Athenian station at Plemmyrion by land and sea. By sea the Syracusans were defeated, but while the naval battle was being fought in the harbour, a land force under Gylippus had marched round to Plemmyrion and captured the forts on the headland. The Athenian ships were thus forced back to their station close to their double wall on the north of the harbour, of which the entrance was now commanded by the Syracusans. The Athenians were thus besieged both by land and sea, and could not venture to send ships out of the harbour except in a number sufficient to resist an attack. Presently the new Syracusan sea power achieved the important success of capturing off the Italian coast a treasure fleet which was on its way from Athens. At length the news came that the great fleet under Eurymedon and Demosthenes was on its way. It consisted of 73 triremes. There were 5,000 hoplites and immense numbers of light-armed troops. The chance of Syracuse lay in attacking the dispirited forces of Nicias before the help arrived, and it was obviously the policy of Nicias, a congenial policy, to remain inactive. The Syracusans made a simultaneous assault on the walls by land and on the naval station below the walls by sea. The land attack was beaten off, but 2 days' fighting by sea resulted in a distinct victory for Syracuse. The great harbour was too small for the Athenians to win the advantage of their superiority in seamanship, and their ships were not adapted for the kind of sea warfare which was possible in a narrow space. The effective use of the long light beaks depended on the possibility of manoeuvring. The Syracusans had shaped the beaks of their vessels with a view to the narrow space, by making them short and heavy. On the day after the victory, the fleet of Eurymedon and Demosthenes sailed into the great harbour. Demosthenes saw at once that all was over, unless the Syracusan cross wall were captured. An attempt to carry it from the south was defeated, and the only alternative was to march round the west end of the hill, and ascend by the old path near Euryalus. It was a difficult enterprise, guarded as the west part of Epipolae was by the forts, as well as the wall, and by a picked body of 600 men who were constantly keeping watch. A moonlight night was chosen for the attempt. The Athenians were at first successful. One fort was taken, and the 600 under Hermocrates himself were repelled. But when one part of their force received a decisive check from the Thespians, the disorder spread to the rest, and they fell back everywhere, driven down the hill on top of their comrades who had not yet reached the summit. Some, throwing away their shields, leapt from the cliffs. About 2000 were slain. These failures damped the spirits of the army, and Demosthenes saw that no profit could be won by remaining any longer where they were. The only wise course was to leave the unhealthy marsh while they still had command of the sea, and before the winter came. At Syracuse they were merely wasting strength and money. But though Demosthenes had the sense of the army, and the sense of the other commanders with him, he could not persuade Nicias to adopt this course. The same quality of nature which had made Nicias oppose the counsel of Lamachus to attack Syracuse now made him oppose the counsel of Demosthenes to leave Syracuse. Fear of responsibility was the dominant note in the character of Nicias. He was afraid of Polydamas and the Trojan women. He was afraid of the censure, perhaps the condemnation, of the Athenian assembly. Nor would he even accept the compromise of retiring to Catane and carrying on the war on a new plan. Demosthenes and Eurymedon, being 2 to 1, should have insisted on instant departure, but they foolishly yielded to the obstinacy of their senior colleague. In a few days, however, events overbore the resolution of Nicias himself. Gylippus arrived at Syracuse with new contingents he had collected in the islands, and Peloponnesian and Boeotian succours, after a long roundabout journey by way of Cyrene, at length reached the great harbour. Nicias gave way, and everything was ready for departure. But on the night on which they were to start, the enemy suspecting nothing, the full moon suffered an eclipse. The superstitious army regarded the phenomenon as a heavenly warning, and cried out for delay. Nicias was not less superstitious than the sailors. Unluckily his best prophet, Stilbedes, was dead, and the other diviners ruled that he must wait either 3 days or for the next full moon. There was perhaps a difference of opinion among the seers, and Nicias decided to be on the safe side by waiting the longer period. Never was a celestial phenomenon more truly disastrous than that lunar eclipse. With the aid of Nicias it sealed the doom of the Athenian army. Religious rites occupied the next few days. But meanwhile the Syracusans had learned of the Athenian intention to abandon the siege. Their confidence was raised by the implied confession of defeat, and they resolved not to be content with having saved their city, but to destroy the host of the enemy before it could escape. So they drew up their fleet, 76 ships, in the great harbour for battle, and 86 Athenian ships moved out to meet them. The Athenians were at a disadvantage as before, having no room for manoeuvring, and centre, right, and left they were defeated. The general Eurymedon was slain. The left wing was driven back on the marshy north-west shore of the harbour, between their own wall and Dascon. A force under Gylippus endeavoured to advance along the swamp of Lysimalia and prevent the crews of their ships from landing, but he was driven off by the Etruscan allies of Athens, who had been sent to guard the shore here. Then there was a battle for the ships, and the Syracusans succeeded in dragging away 18. The defeat completed the dejection of the Athenian army. The victory crowned the confidence of their enemies. The one thought of the Athenians was to escape. The eclipse was totally forgotten. But Syracuse was determined that escape should be made impossible. The mouth of the great harbour was barricaded by a line of ships and boats of all kinds and sizes, bound together by chains and connected by bridges. The fate of the Athenians depended on their success in breaking through that barrier. They abandoned their posts on the hill, and went on board their ships. At this critical moment Nicias revealed the best side of his character. He left nothing undone that could hearten his troops. We are told that after the usual speech, still thinking, as men do in the hour of great struggles, that he had not done, that he had not said, half enough, he went round the fleet in a boat, making a personal appeal to the trierarch of each ship. He spoke to them, as men will at such times, of their wives and children and the gods of their country, for men do not care whether their words sound commonplace, but only think that they may have some effect in the terrible moment. The paean sounded, and the Athenian lines sailed forth together across the bay to attack the barrier. When they reached it, Syracusan vessels came out against them on all sides. The Athenians were driven back into the middle of the harbour, and the battle resolved itself into an endless number of separate conflicts. The battle was long and wavered. The walls of the island, the slopes of Acradina above, were crowded with women and old men, the shores below with warriors, watching the course of the struggle. Thucydides gives a famous description of the scene. One would think that he had been an eye-witness. The fortune of the battle varied, and it was not possible that the spectators on the shore should all receive the same impression of it. Being quite close and having different points of view, they would, some of them, see their own ships victorious. Their courage would then revive, and they would earnestly call upon the gods not to take from them their hope of deliverance. But others, who saw their ships worsted, cried and shrieked aloud, and were by the sight alone more utterly unnerved than the defeated combatants themselves. Others again, who had fixed their gaze on some part of the struggle which was undecided, were in a state of excitement still more terrible. They kept swaying their bodies to and fro in an agony of hope and fear, as the stubborn conflict went on and on. For at every instant they were all but saved or all but lost. And while the strife hung in the balance, you might hear in the Athenian army at once lamentation, shouting, cries of victory or defeat, and all the various sounds which are wrung from a great host in extremity of danger. Those motions of human passion, suspense, agony, triumph, despair, which swayed to and fro in the breasts of thousands, round and over the waters of the great harbour, on that September day, have been lifted out of the tide of time, and preserved for ever by the genius of Thucydides. In the end the Athenians gave way. They were driven back to the shelter of their own wall, chased by the foe. The crews of the remnant of the navy, which amounted to 60 ships, rushed on shore as best they could. The land forces were in a panic. No such panic had ever been experienced in an Athenian army. Thucydides compares the situation to that of the Spartans at Sphacteria. The generals did not even think of asking for the customary truce to bury the corpses which were strewn over the waters of the bay. Demosthenes proposed that they should make another attempt to pass the barrier at daybreak. Their ships were even now rather more numerous than those of the enemy, but the men positively refused to embark. Nothing remained but to escape by land. If they had started at once, they would probably have succeeded in reaching shelter at Catani or inland among the friendly Sicels. But Hermocrates contrived a stratagem to delay their departure, so as to give him time to block the roads. Taking advantage of the known fact that there were persons in Syracuse who intrigued with the besiegers, he sent some horsemen who rode up within earshot of the Athenian camp, and feigning to be friends, stated that the roads were guarded, and that it would be well to wait and set out better prepared. The message was believed. The Athenians remained the next day, and the Syracusans blocked the roads. In his picture of the sad start of the Athenians on their forlorn retreat, Thucydides outdoes his wonderful powers of description. They had to tear themselves away from the prayers of their sick and wounded comrades, who were left to the mercy of the enemy. They could hardly make up their minds to go. The bit of hostile soil under the shelter of their walls had come to seem to them like their home. Nicias, notwithstanding his illness, rose to this supreme occasion as he had never risen to another. He tried to cheer and animate the miserable host, whose wretched plight was indeed of his own making, by words of hope. They set forth, Nicias leading the van, Demosthenes the rear, along the western road which crosses the Anapus and passes the modern village of Floridia. The aim was to reach Sickle territory first, and then to get to Catani as they could, for it would have been madness to attempt the straight road to Catani round the west of Epipolae under the Syracusan forts. The chief difficulty in their way was a high point called the Acrian Cliff, approached by a rugged pass which begins near Floridia. It was not till the fourth day that, having toiled along the pass under constant annoyance from darters and horsemen, they came in sight of the cliff, and found that the way was barred by a wall, with a garrison of Syracusan hoplites behind it. To attempt to pass was impossible. They retreated on Floridia in a heavy thunderstorm. They now moved southwards, and abandoning the idea of reaching the Sickle hill land from this point, marched to the Helorine road, which would take them in the direction of Gela. During the sixth day's march a sort of panic seems to have fallen on the rear of the army under Demosthenes. The men lagged far behind, and the army was parted in two. Nicias advanced with his division as speedily as he could. There were several streams to cross, and it was all important to press on before the Syracusans had time to block the passages by walls and palisades. The Helorine road approaches the shore near the point where the river Cacyparis flows into the sea. When they reached the ford, the Athenians found a Syracusan band on the other side raising a fortification. They drove the enemy away without much difficulty, and marched as far as the river Erineus, where they encamped for the night. On the next morning a Syracusan herald drew near. He had news to tell. The rear of the army had been surrounded the day before in the olive garden of Polyzalus, through which the Helorine road passed, and had been forced to surrender. The lives of the 6,000 men were to be spared. Demosthenes did not condescend to make terms for himself, and when the capitulation had been arranged, he sought death by his own hand, but the enemy, who desired to secure a captive general, intercepted the stroke. Having sent a messenger under a truce to assure himself of the truth of the tale, Nicias offered terms to the Syracusans, that the rest of the army should be allowed to go free, on condition that Athens should repay the costs of the war, the security being a hostage for every talent. The terms were at once rejected. The Syracusans were bent on achieving the glory of leading the whole army captive. For that day the miserable army remained where it was, worn out with want of food. Next morning they resumed the march, and, harassed by the darts of the enemy, made their way to the stream of the Asinarus. Here they found a hostile force on the opposite steep bank, but they cared little for the foe, for they were consumed with intolerable thirst. They rushed down into the bed of the river, struggling with one another to reach the water. The Syracusans who were pursuing came down the banks and slaughtered them, unresisting, as they drank. The water was soon foul, but muddy and dyed with blood as it was, they drank notwithstanding, and fought for it. At last Nicias surrendered. He surrendered to Gylippus, for he had more trust in him than in the Syracusans. The slaughter, which was as great as any that had been wrought in the war, was then stayed, and the survivors were made prisoners. It seems that a great many of the captives were appropriated for their own use by the individual victors, and their lot may have been comparatively light. But the fate of the state prisoners was cruel. Several thousand were thrown into the stone quarries of Acradina, deep unroofed dungeons, open to the chills of night and the burning heat of the day, on a miserable allowance of food and water. The allies of the Athenians were kept in this misery for 70 days. The Athenians themselves were doomed to endure the torture for 6 months longer, throughout the whole winter. Such was the vengeance which Syracuse wreaked upon her invaders. The prisoners who survived the ordeal were put to work in the public prison or sold. Some were rescued by young men who were attracted by their manners. Others owed mitigation of their lot, even freedom, to the power which an Athenian poet exercised over the hearts of men, in Sicily as well as in his own city. Slaves who knew speeches and choruses of the plays of Euripides by heart, and could recite them well, found favour in the sight of their masters, and we hear of those who, after many days, returned to their Athenian homes and thanked the poet for their deliverance. Some mystery has hung round the fate of the two generals Demosthenes and Nicias, but there is no doubt that they were put to death without mercy, and some reason to suppose that they were not spared the pain of torture. Hermocrates and Gylippus would have wished to save them, but they were powerless in face of the intense feeling of fury against Athens which animated Syracuse in the hour of her triumph. If a man's punishment should be proportionate, not to his intentions, but to the positive sum of mischief which his conduct has caused, no measure of punishment would have been too great for the deserts of Nicias. His incompetence, his incredible bungling, ruined the expedition, and led to the downfall of Athens. But the blunders of Nicias were merely the revelation of his own nature, and for his own nature he could hardly be held accountable. The whole blame rests with the Athenian people, who insisted on his playing a part for which he was utterly unsuited. It has already been observed that one dominant note of the character of Nicias was fear of responsibility. Throughout the whole war there was no post which so absolutely demanded the power of undertaking full responsibility as that of chief commander in this great and distant expedition, and yet Nicias was chosen. The selection shows that he was popular as well as respected. He was popular with his army, and he seems to have been hardly a sufficiently strict disciplinarian. It has been well said that in the camp he never forgot that the soldiers whom he commanded had votes in the ecclesia which they might use against himself when they returned to Athens. Timid as a general, timid as a statesman, hampered by superstition, the decorous Nicias was a brave soldier and an amiable man, whose honourable qualities were the means of leading him into a false position. If he had been less scrupulous and devout, and had been endowed with better brains, he would not have ruined his country. Given the men a people chooses, it has been said, the people itself, in its exact worth and worthlessness, is given. In estimating the character of the Athenian people, we must not forget their choice of this hero of conscientious indecision. So deep is the pity which the tragic fate of the Athenians excites in us, that we almost forget to sympathise with the sons of Syracuse in the joy of their deliverance. Yet they deserve our sympathy. They had passed through a sore trial, and they had destroyed the powerful invader who had come to rob them of their freedom. To celebrate the anniversaries of their terrible victory, they instituted games which they called Asinarian, after the river which had witnessed the last scene. In connection with these games some beautiful coins were struck. Perhaps there is nothing which enlists our affections for Syracuse so much as her coins, and it was at this very period that she brought the art of engraving coin dies to perfection. Never in any country, in any age of the world, was the art of engraving on metal practised with such high inspiration and such consummate skill as in Sicily. No holy place in Hellas possessed diviner faces in bronze or marble than the faces which the Sicilian cities circulated on their silver money. The greatest of the Sicilian artists were Syracusan, and among the greatest of the Syracusan were Evaenitus and Cimon. The die engraver's achievements may seem small compared with the life-size or colossal works of a sculptor, yet, as creators of the beautiful, Evaenitus and his fellows may claim to stand in the same rank as Phidias. Their heads of Persephone and of the water nymph Arethusa encircled by dolphins, their wonderful four-horse chariots, seem to invest Syracuse with a glory to which she hardly attained. In the years after the defeat of Athens, there were several issues of large 10-drachm medallions, modelled on those Damaratian coins which had commemorated Gelon's victory at Himera. The engraving of these was committed to Cimon and Evaenitus, and a nameless artist, perhaps a greater than either, of whom a single medallion, an exquisite Persephone crowned with barley, has been found on the slopes of Etna. End of Part 5. Part 6. Consequences of the Sicilian catastrophe. The Sicilian expedition was part of the general aggressive policy of Athens, which made her unpopular in Greece. Unjust that policy was, but this enterprise was not more flagrantly unrighteous than some of her other undertakings, and it had the plausible enough pretext of protecting the weaker cities in the west against the stronger. More fruitful is the question whether the expedition was expedient from a purely political point of view. It was often said that it was a wild venture, an instance of a whole people going mad, like the English people in the matter of the Crimean War. It is hard to see how this view can be maintained. If there were ever an enterprise of which the wisdom cannot be judged by the result, it is the enterprise against Syracuse. All the chances were in its favour. If the advice of Lamachus had been taken, and Syracuse attacked at once, there cannot be much doubt that Syracuse would have fallen at the outset. If Nicias had not let precious time pass, and delayed the completion of the wall to the northern cliff of Epipolae, the doom of the city was sealed. Gylippus could never have entered. The failure was due to nothing in the character of the enterprise itself, but entirely to the initial mistake in the appointment of the general. And it was quite in the nature of things that Athenian sea power, predominant in the east, should seek further expansion in the west. An energetic establishment of Athenian influence in that region was recommended by the political situation. It must be remembered that the most serious and abiding hostility with which Athens had to reckon was the commercial rivalry of Corinth, and the close alliance of Corinth with her Dorian daughters and friends in the west was a strong and adequate motive for Athenian intervention. The necessity of a counterweight to Corinthian influence in Sicily and Italy had long been recognised. Some attempts had been made to meet it, and when peace with Sparta set Athenian forces free for service outside Greece and the Aegean, it was natural that the opportunity should be taken to act effectively in the west. The infatuation of the Athenian people was shown not in willing the expedition, but in committing it to Nicias, instead of Demosthenes, who was clearly marked out for the task, and then in recalling Alcibiades. These blunders seemed to point to something wrong in the constitution or its working. They did in fact show that an expedition of that kind was liable to be mismanaged when any of the arrangements connected with its execution depended on a popular assembly, or might be interfered with for party purposes. To Thucydides it was clear that the primary mistakes were political, not military. And after the disaster of the Asinaros there was a feeling that some change must be made in the administration. Athens was hard pressed by the Lacedaemonian post at Decelea, which stopped cultivation and became a refuge for deserting slaves. Of these slaves, who numbered about 20,000, we can hardly doubt that many belonged to the gangs which worked in the mines of Laurion. In any case, one most disastrous effect of the seizure of Decelea was the closing of the mines, since even southern Attica was at the mercy of the Lacedaemonians. Thus one of the chief sources of Athenian revenue was cut off, she was robbed of her supply of "Loriot owls," and in a few years we find her melting gold dedicatory offerings to make gold coins, and even coining in copper thinly plated with silver. Thus the treasury was at a low ebb, and there were no men to replace those who were lost in Sicily. It was felt that the committees of the Council of 500 were hardly competent to conduct the city through such a crisis. A smaller and more permanent body was required, and the chief direction of affairs was entrusted to a board of 10, named Probuli, which practically superseded the council for the time being. Shortly before this a change had been made in the system of tribute payment. The fixed assessment was replaced by a tax of 5% on all imports and exports carried by sea to or from the harbours of the empire. It was thought that this duty would produce a larger income than the tribute, and it might seem a more equitable principle for payment, for it would be paid by those who had profited most from the growth of Aegean trade under the Athenian thalassocracy. Its effectiveness, however, depended on the requisite display of strength by Athens. No doubt there was considerable scope for disputing the amount due. At all events, the old system of tribute was restored as soon as the first substantial Athenian victory gave grounds again for confidence. The financial pressure was shown by the dismissal of a body of Thracian mercenaries who had arrived too late to sail to Sicily. They returned home under the conduct of Dietrephes, who was instructed to employ them on the road in any way he could against the enemy. Sailing northward between Euboea and the mainland, they disembarked on the coast of Boeotia, and reaching the small town of Mikalessus at daybreak, captured it. Nothing was ever so unexpected and terrible. The Thracians showed their barbarity in massacring all the inhabitants, nay, every living thing they saw. They broke into a boys' school and killed all the children. Reforms did not avert the dangers which threatened Athens. The tidings of the great calamity which had befallen the flower of her youth in Sicily moved Hellas from end to end. The one thought of enemies, neutrals, and subjects alike was to seize the opportunity of shattering the power of Athens irretrievably. Messages came from some of the chief allies, from Euboea, from Lesbos, from Chios, to Agis at Decelea, to the ephors at Sparta, declaring that they were ready to revolt if a Peloponnesian fleet appeared off their coasts. A fleet was clearly necessary to do the work that was to be done. A naval policy was forced upon Sparta by the case. It was decided that 100 ships should be equipped, of which half, in equal shares, were to be supplied by Sparta and Boeotia. Athens also spent the winter in building triremes, and fortified Cape Sunium to protect the arrival of her corn ships. King Agis, while he was at Decelea, possessed the right of sending troops wherever he chose. He received the overtures from Euboea and Lesbos, and promised assistance. But Spartan interference in these islands was deferred owing to the more pressing demands of Chios, which were addressed directly to Sparta, and were backed by the support of a great power, whose voice for many years had not been heard in the sphere of the politics of Hellas. Persia now enters once more upon the stage of Greek history, aiming at the recovery of the coast cities of Asia Minor, and for this purpose playing off one Greek power against another. The Sicilian disaster suggested to Tissaphernes, the satrap of Sardis, and to Pharnabazus, the satrap of Hellespontine Phrygia, that it was the moment to wrest from Athens her Asiatic dominions. This must be done by stirring up revolt, and by a close alliance with Sparta. Each satrap was anxious to secure for himself the credit of having brought about such a profitable alliance, and each independently sent envoys to Lacedaemon, Pharnabazus urging action in the Hellespont, Tissaphernes supporting the appeal of Chios. The Chian demand, which had the powerful advocacy of Alcibiades, carried the day. In the following summer the rebellion against Athens actively began. The appearance of a few Spartan ships was the signal for the formal revolt of Chios, and then, in conjunction with the Chian fleet, they excited Miletus, Tios, Lepidus to follow in the same path. Methymna and Mytilene lost little time in joining the movement, and were followed by Cyme and Phocaea. The Athenian historian has words of commendation for the city which played the chief part in this rebellion. No people, says Thucydides, as far as I know, except the Chians and the Lacedaemonians, but the Chians not equally with the Lacedaemonians, have preserved moderation in prosperity, and in proportion as their city has gained in power, have gained also in the stability of their government. In this revolt they may seem to have shown a want of prudence, yet they did not venture upon it until many brave allies were ready to share the peril with them, and until the Athenians themselves seemed to confess that after their calamity in Sicily the state of their affairs was hopelessly bad. And if they were deceived through the uncertainty of human things, the error of judgment was common to many who, like them, believed that the Athenian power would speedily be overthrown. This successful beginning led to the treaty of Miletus between Sparta and Persia. In the hope of humbling to the dust her detested rival, the city of Leonidas now sold to the barbarian the freedom of her fellow Greeks of Asia. The Persian claim was that Athens had usurped the rights of the great king for well nigh 70 years over the Asiatic cities, and that arrears of tribute were owing to him for all that time. Sparta recognised the right of the great king to all the dominion which belonged to him and his forefathers, and he undertook to supply the pay for the seamen of the Peloponnesian fleet operating on the Asiatic coast, while the war with Athens lasted. It may be said for Sparta that she merely wanted to get the money at the time, and had no intention of honourably carrying out her dishonourable undertaking, but hoped to rescue the Greek cities in the end. But the treaty of Miletus opened up a new path in Greek politics, which was to lead the Persian king to the position of arbiter of Hellas. Meanwhile Athens had not been idle. Straitened by want of money, she had been forced to pass a measure to touch the reserve fund of 1,000 talents. She blockaded a Corinthian fleet destined for Chios on the Argolic coast. She laid Chios itself waste, and blockaded the town. She won back Lesbos, and gained some successes at Miletus. But Cnidus rebelled. The Peloponnesians gained an advantage in a naval engagement at the small island of Syme, and this was followed by the revolt of Rhodes. This island was still divided between the territories of the three cities of Lindus, Ialysus, and Camirus. But a few years after the revolt, the foundation of the island's future power was laid by the cynicism of the three communities in the common city of Rhodes. By the spring of 411 the situation was that Athens had her northern and Hellespontine confederacy intact, but that on the western coast of Asia little of importance remained to her but Lesbos, Samos, Kos, and Halicarnassus. She was confronted by a formidable Peloponnesian fleet, supported by Persia and by a considerable reinforcement from Sicily, 22 vessels under Hermocrates, the return of Syracuse for her deliverance. It could not be said, indeed, that all things had gone smoothly between Persia and Lacedaemon. Differences had arisen as to the amount of the subsidies, and a new treaty was concluded in which the rights of the king were less distinctly formulated. In the meantime Alcibiades had been cultivating the friendship of Tissaphernes at Miletus, and had on that account become an object of suspicion at Sparta. He had a bitter enemy in King Agis, whose wife he had seduced. Seeing that his life was in danger, he had left Miletus and gone to the court of the satrap, where he began a new series of machinations with a view to his own return to Athens. Indeed, his work at Sparta had now been done, and political changes which were in the air at Athens invited the formation of new schemes. The man who had done much to bring about the alliance of Tissaphernes with Sparta now set himself to dissolve that union and bring about an understanding between the satrap and Athens. End of Part 6. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, Chapter 1, Parts 7 and 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 1, Parts 7 and 8. Part 7. The Oligarchic Revolution. At Athens in these months there was distress, fear, and discontent. How deeply the people felt the pressure of the long war is uttered in the comedy of Lysistrata, or Dame Dispander, which the poet Aristophanes brought out at this crisis. The heroine unites all the women of the belligerent cities of Greece into a league to force the men to make peace. Under the ribald humour there pierces here and there a note of pathos not to be found in the poet's earlier peace plays, the Acarnanians and the Peace. War is not a time for marrying and giving in marriage. "Never mind us married women," says Lysistrata, "it is the thought of the maidens growing old at home that goes to my heart." "Do not men grow old too?" asks the Probulos, who argues with her. "Ah, but it is not the same thing. A man, though his hair be grey, can soon pick up a young girl, but a woman's season is short, and if she miss her chance then, no one will marry her." But the fear of Persia was the shadow which brooded darkest over Athens at this time, and there was also a lurking suspicion of treachery, a dread that the oligarchical party were planning a revolution, or even intriguing with the enemy at Decelea. 2 months after the Lysistrata, at the great feast of Dionysus, Aristophanes brought out a play whose plot had nothing to do with politics, the Celebrants of the Thesmophoria. But the fears that were in the hearts of many were echoed by the poet, when his chorus called upon Athena, the sole keeper of our city, to come as the hater of tyrants. Lovers of the democracy might well pray to the guardian lady of the city. The opportunity for which the oligarchs had waited so long had come at last. For outside their own ranks there was a large section of influential men who were dissatisfied with the existing forms of government, and, though opposed to oligarchy, desired a modification of the constitution. There was a fair show of reason for arguing that the foreign policy had been mismanaged by the democracy, and that men of education and knowledge had not a sufficient influence on the conduct of affairs. The chief of those who desired to see the establishment of a moderate polity, neither an extreme democracy nor an oligarchy, but partaking of both, was Theramenes, whose father, Hagnon, was one of the Probuli. The watchword of Theramenes and his party was, "The old constitution of our fathers." By this they meant not the constitution of Solon, but the constitution before Solon. They interpreted the whole history of Athens in accordance with their political views. They condemned Solon as the author of democracy, the first of a long line of mischievous demagogues. They made out that the Areopagus, and not Themistocles, was the hero of Salamis. They branded Aristides, founder of the Delian confederacy, for organising a system which fed 20,000 idlers on the allied cities. They represented Pericles as a man of no ideas of his own, but depending upon others to prompt him. After 2 centuries of evil government, the Athenians must go back to the times before Solon, and revive in some new form the constitution of Dracon. This constitution of Dracon, of which the chief feature was a council of 400, had never existed. It was fathered upon Dracon by Theramenes and his friends. The extreme oligarchs, though the ideal of Theramenes was not theirs, were ready in the first instance to act in concert with the moderate party for the purpose of upsetting the democracy. The soul of the plot was Antiphon of Rhamnus, an eloquent orator and advocate, who had made his mark in the days of Cleon. He was unpopular on account of his undisguised oligarchical views. The historian Thucydides describes him as "a man who in virtue fell short of none of his contemporaries, and by virtue is meant disinterested and able devotion to his party." Other active conspirators were Pisander, who had been in old days a partisan of Cleon, and Phrynichus, who was one of the commanders of the fleet stationed at Samos. The prospects of the movement were good. It was favoured by the Probuli and by most of the officers of the fleet. Moreover, the Athenians, as they had shown already by the appointment of the Probuli, were in a temper, with the fear of Persia before their eyes, to sacrifice their constitution if such a sacrifice would save the city. Alcibiades had entered into negotiations with the officers at Samos, promising to secure an alliance with Tissaphernes, but representing the abolition of democracy as a necessary condition. Most of the oligarchical conspirators were pleased with the scheme, and even the army was seduced by the idea of receiving pay from the great king. Some indeed of the more sagacious thought they saw through the designs of Alcibiades, and Phrynichus, who aspired himself to be the leader of the revolution, detected a rival, and tried by various intrigues to thwart him. Alcibiades was certainly no friend of oligarchy, but it was his policy in any case to upset the existing democracy, which would never recall him. If an oligarchy were established, he might intervene to restore the democracy, and in return for such a service all would be forgiven. But he would have to be guided by events. Pisander was sent to Athens to prepare the way for the return of Alcibiades and a modification of the democracy. The people were at first indignant at the proposal to change the constitution and recall the renegade. The Eumolpidae denounced the notion of having any dealings with the profaner of the mysteries. But the cogent argument that the safety of Athens depended on separating Persia from the Peloponnesians, and that this could be managed only by Alcibiades, and that the great king would not trust Athens so long as she was governed by a popular constitution, had its effect. and there was moreover powerful but secret influence at work through the hetairai, or political clubs. It was voted that Pisander and other envoys should be sent to negotiate a treaty with Tissaphernes and to arrange matters with Alcibiades. It appeared at once that Alcibiades had promised more than he could perform. There had indeed been a serious rupture between Tissaphernes and Sparta. Lichas, a Spartan commissioner, who conferred with the satrap, denounced the terms of the treaties. He pointed out the monstrous consequences of the clause which assigned to the king power over all the countries which his ancestors had held, for this would involve Persian dominion over Thessaly and other lands of northern Greece. On such terms, he said, we will not have our fleet paid, and he asked for a new treaty. Tissaphernes departed in anger. But when it came to a question of union with Athens, Tissaphernes showed that he did not wish to break with the Peloponnesians. He proposed impossible conditions to the Athenian envoys, and then made a new treaty with the Spartans, modifying the clause to which Lichas objected. The territory which the Spartans recognised as Persian was now expressly confined to Asia. But though the reasons for a revolution, so far as they concerned Tissaphernes and Alcibiades, seemed thus to be removed, the preparations had advanced so far that the result of the mission of Pisander produced no effect on the course of events. The conspirators did not scruple to use menaces and even violence. Androcles, a strong democrat, who had been prominent in procuring the condemnation of Alcibiades, was murdered. Some others of less note were made away with in like manner, and there was a general feeling of fear and mistrust in the city. But there was a widespread conviction that the existence of Athens was at stake, and that some change in the constitution was inevitable. The news that Abydus and Lampsacus had revolted may have hastened the final act. The revolution was peaceably effected through the co-operation of the 10 Probuli. A decree was passed that the Probuli and 20 others chosen by the people should form a commission of 30, who should jointly devise proposals for the safety of the state and lay them before the assembly on a fixed day. When the day came, the assembly met at the temple of Poseidon at Colonus, about a mile from the town. After preliminary measures to secure impunity for a proposal involving a subversion of existing laws, a radical change was brought forward and carried. The sovereign assembly was to consist in future not of the whole people, but of a body of about 5,000, those who were strongest physically and financially. 100 men were to be chosen, 10 by each tribe, for the purpose of electing and enrolling the 5,000. Pay for almost all public offices was to be abolished. To these revolutionary measures a saving clause was attached. They were to remain in force as long as the war lasts, and thus the people was more easily induced to pass them. But this was only preliminary. A constitution had still to be framed. When the 5,000 were elected, they chose a commission of 100 men to draw up a constitution. The scheme which they framed is highly remarkable as a criticism on certain defects in the constitution which was now to be overthrown. The body of 5,000 were not to act as an assembly. There was, in fact, to be no assembly. The 5,000 were to be divided into 4 parts, and each part was to act as council for a year in turn. The council would elect the higher magistrates from its own number. Thus the difficulties of administration which arose in the double system, where the council's action was hampered by the assembly, would be done away with, and the inclusion of the generals and magistrates in the council was a necessary consequence. Under the democracy, the holders of office could influence the assembly against the council. Under the new scheme there would be no room for such collisions. One fatal defect in this scheme was the size of the administrative body, and if it had been tried we may be sure that it would not have worked. But it was never tried. It passed the assembly as a scheme to come into force in the future. But in the meantime a further proposal of the 100 commissioners enacted that the state should be administered by a council of 400, in which each of the 10 tribes was to be represented by 40 members. It would seem, but it is not quite certain, that the election of the council was managed in the following way. The assembly which created it chose 5 men under the title of presidents, who were empowered to nominate 100 councillors, and each of these councillors co-opted 3 others. But both the presidents in their nomination and the 100 councillors in their co-option were limited to a number of candidates who were previously chosen by the tribes. The 400 were instituted as merely a provisional government, but the entire administration was placed in their hands, the management of the finances and the appointment of the magistrates. The 5,000 were to meet only when summoned by the 400, so that the assembly ceased to have any significance, and the provisional constitution was an unadulterated oligarchy. The Council of 400 was proclaimed to be a revival of the imaginary constitution of Drakon, under which Athens flourished before demagogues led her into evil paths. But the whole fabric of Cleisthenes, the 10 tribes, and the demes was retained. The existing Council of 500 went out of office before the end of the civil year, and 7 days later the administration of the 400 began. Throughout these transactions intimidation was freely used by the conspirators, and we are told that they went with hidden daggers into the council chamber and forced the 500 to retire. Thucydides admires the ability of the men who carried out this revolution. An easy thing it certainly was not, 100 years after the fall of the tyrants, to destroy the liberties of the Athenian people, who were not only a free, but during more than 1/2 of this time had been an imperial people. It may be asked why a provisional government was introduced, instead of proceeding at once to the establishment of the permanent constitution which the 100 commissioners had framed. Here we touch upon the inwardness of the political situation. The 2 constitutions betray the double influence at work in the revolution. The establishment of the 400 was a concession made to Antiphon and the oligarchs by Theramenes and the moderates, who regarded it as only preliminary, while the oligarchs hoped to render it permanent. End of Part 7. Part 8. Fall of the 400. The polity. The democracy restored. For more than 3 months the 400 governed the city with a high hand, and then they were overthrown. Their success had been largely due to the absence of so many of the most democratic citizens in the fleet at Samos, and it was through the attitude of the fleet that their fall was brought about. The sailors rose against the oligarchic officers and the oligarchs of Samos, who were conspiring against the popular party and had murdered the exile Hyperbolus. The chief leaders of this reaction were Thrasybulus and Thrasyllus, who persuaded the soldiers and sailors to proclaim formally their adhesion to the democracy and their hostility to the 400. The assembly, which had been abolished at Athens, was called into being at Samos, and the army, representing the Athenian people, deposed the generals and elected others. The Athenians at Samos felt that they were in as good a position as the Athenians at Athens, and they hoped still to obtain the alliance of Persia, through the good offices of Alcibiades, whose recall and pardon were formally voted. Thrasybulus fetched Alcibiades to Samos, and he was elected a general. The hoped-for alliance with Persia was not effected, but it was at least something that Tissaphernes did not use the large Phoenician fleet which he had at Aspendus against the Athenians, and that his relations with the Peloponnesians were becoming daily worse. He went to Aspendus, but he never brought the ships, and it was a matter of speculation what the object of his journey was. Thucydides records his own belief that Tissaphernes wanted to wear out and to neutralise the Hellenic forces. His object was to damage them both, while he was losing time in going to Aspendus, and to paralyse their action and not strengthen either of them by his alliance. For if he had chosen to finish the war, finished it might have been once for all, as any one may see. The Athenians at Samos now proposed to sail straight to Athens and destroy the 400. The proposal shows how much the fleet despised the Peloponnesian navy, which, under its incompetent admiral Astyochus, had been spending the summer in doing nothing. But to leave Samos would have been madness, and Alcibiades saved them from the blunder of sacrificing Iona and the Hellespont. Negotiations were begun with the oligarchs at Athens, and Alcibiades expressed himself satisfied with the assembly of 5,000, but insisted that the 400 should be abolished. As a matter of fact, the overtures from Samos were welcome to the majority of the 400, who were dissatisfied with their colleagues and their own position. The nature of an oligarchy which supplants a democracy was beginning to show itself. The instant an oligarchy is established, says Thucydides, the promoters of it disdain mere equality, and everybody thinks that he ought to be far above everybody else. Whereas in a democracy, when an election is made, a man is less disappointed at a failure because he has not been competing with his equals. Moreover, the 400 were at first professedly established as merely a temporary government, preliminary to the establishment of a polity which would be less an oligarchy than a qualified democracy. Such a polity was the ideal of Theramenes, and he was impatient to constitute it. Thus there was a cleavage in the 400, the extreme oligarchs on one side, led by Antiphon and Phrynichus, the moderate reformers on the other, led by Theramenes. While the moderates had the support of the army at Samos behind them, the extreme party looked to the enemy for support, and sent envoys to Sparta for the purpose of concluding a peace. In the meantime they fortified Aetionia, the mole which formed the northern side of the entrance to the great harbour of Piraeus. The object was to command the entrance so as to be able either to admit the Lacedaemonians or to exclude the fleet of Samos. When the envoys returned from Sparta, without having made terms, and when a Peloponnesian squadron was seen in the Saronic Gulf, the movement against the oligarchs took shape. Phrynichus was slain by foreign assassins in the market-place. The soldiers who were employed in building the fort at Aetionia were instigated by Theramenes to declare against the oligarchy, and after a great tumult at the Piraeus, the walls of the fort were pulled down, to the cry of "Whoever wishes the 5,000 and not the 400 to rule, let him come and help." Nobody in the crowd really knew whether the 5,000 existed as an actually constituted body or not. When the fort was demolished, an assembly was held in a theatre on the slope of Munichia, the agitation subsided, and the peaceable negotiations with the 400 ensued. A day was fixed for an assembly in the theatre of Dionysus, to discuss a settlement on the basis of the constitution of the 5,000. But on the very day, just as the assembly was about to meet, the appearance of a Lacedaemonian squadron, which had been hovering about off the coast of Salamis, produced a temporary panic and a general rush to the Piraeus. It was only a fright, so far as the Piraeus was concerned, but there were other serious dangers ahead, as every one saw. The safety of Euboea was threatened, and the Athenians depended entirely on Euboea, now that they had lost Attica. The Lacedaemonian fleet, 42 ships under Agesandridas, doubled Sunium and sailed into Oropus. The Athenians sent 36 ships under Thimochares to Eretria, where they were forced to fight at once, and were utterly defeated. All Euboea then revolted, except Oreus in the north, which was a settlement of Athenian clerics. At no moment, perhaps, since the Persian War, was the situation at Athens so alarming. She had no reserve of ships, the army at Samos was hostile, Euboea, from which she derived her supplies, was lost, and there was feud and sedition in the city. It was a moment which might have inspired the Lacedaemonians to operate with a little vigour both by land and sea. Athens could not have resisted a combined attack of Agis from Decelea and Agesandridas at the Piraeus. But the Lacedaemonians were, as Thucydides observes, very convenient enemies, and they let the opportunity slip. The battle of Eretria struck, however, the hour of doom for the oligarchs. An assembly in the Pnyx deposed the 400, and voted that the government should be placed in the hands of a body consisting of all those who could furnish themselves with arms, which body should be called the 5,000. Legislators, or nomothetai, were appointed to draw up the details of the constitution, and all pay for offices was abolished. Most of the oligarchs escaped to Decelea, and one of them betrayed the fort of Oenoe on the frontier of Boeotia to the enemy. 2. Antiphon and Archeptolemus were executed. The chief promoter of the new constitution was Theramenes. It was a constitution such as he had conceived from the beginning, though apparently not actually the same as that which had been proposed by the 100 Commissioners. Thucydides praises it as a constitution in which the rule of the many and the rule of the few were fairly tempered. It was the realisation of the ultimate intentions of most of those who had promoted the original resolution. It is certain that Theramenes, from the very beginning, desired to organise a polity with democracy and oligarchy duly mixed. His acquiescence in a temporary oligarchy was a mere matter of necessity, and the nickname of Cothurnus, the loose buskin that fits either foot, given to him by the oligarchs, was not deserved. In the meantime the supine Spartan admiral Astyochus had been superseded by Mindarus, and the Peloponnesian fleet, invited by Pharnabazus, sailed for the Hellespont. The Athenian fleet under Thrasybulus and Thrasyllus followed, and forced them to fight in the straits. The Athenians, with 76 ships, were extended along the shore of the Chersonese, and the object of the Peloponnesians, who had 10 more ships, was to outflank and so prevent the enemy from sailing out of the straits, and at the same time to press their centre in upon the land. The Athenians, to thwart this intention, extended their own right wing, and in doing so weakened the whole line. The Peloponnesians were victorious on the centre, but Thrasybulus, who was on the right wing, took advantage of their disorder in the moment of victory, and threw them into panic. The engagement on the Athenian left was round the cape of Cynossema, out of sight of the rest of the battle, and resulted after hard fighting in the repulse of the Peloponnesians. This victory heartened the Athenians. It was followed immediately by the recovery of Cyzicus, which had revolted. Mindarus had to send for the squadron which lay in the waters of Euboea, but only a remnant reached him. The rest of the ships were lost in a storm off Mount Athos. Another Athenian success at Abydus closed the military operations of the year, but, owing to lack of funds, the fleet had to disperse for the winter. Tissaphernes was ill satisfied with the success of Athens, and when Alcibiades paid him a visit at Sardis during the winter, he arrested him. But Alcibiades made his escape. The Peloponnesians were now vigorously supported by Pharnabazus, who was a far more valuable and trustworthy ally than Tissaphernes. In the spring Mindarus laid siege to Cyzicus, and the satrap supported him with an army. The Athenian fleet of 86 ships succeeded in passing the Hellespont unseen, and in 3 divisions, under Alcibiades, Theramenes, and Thrasybulus, took Mindarus by surprise. After a hard-fought battle both by land and sea, the Athenians were entirely victorious. Mindarus was slain, and about 60 triremes were taken or sunk. This annihilated the Peloponnesian navy. A laconic dispatch, announcing the defeat to the Spartan ephors, was intercepted by the Athenians. "Our success is over. Mindarus is slain. The men are starving. We know not what to do." Sparta immediately made proposals of peace to Athens on the basis of the status quo. It would have been wise of Athens to accept the offer and obtain relief from the pressure of the garrison at Decelea. But there is no doubt that the feeling in the navy was entirely against a peace which did not include the restoration of the power of Athens in the Aegean and Asia Minor, and the victory of Cyzicus seemed to assure the promise of its speedy recovery, notwithstanding the purse of Pharnabazus. The Spartan overtures were rejected. The victory of Cyzicus led to a restoration of the unity of the Athenian state, which for a year had been divided into 2 parts, centred in Athens and Samos. The democratic party at Athens, encouraged by the success of the thoroughly democratic navy, were able to upset the polity of Theramenes, and to restore the democracy with the unlimited franchise and the Cleisthenic Council of 500. The most prominent of the leaders of this movement was Cleophon, the lyre-maker, a man of the same class as Hyperbolus and Cleon, and endowed with the same order of talent. Like Cleon, he was a strong imperialist, and he was now the mouthpiece of the prevailing sentiment for war. His financial ability seems to have been no less remarkable than that of Cleon. The remuneration of offices, which was an essential part of the Athenian democracy, was revived as a matter of course, but Cleophon instituted a new payment for which his name was best remembered by posterity. This was the 2-obol payment. Though we know that it was introduced by Cleophon, it is not recorded for what purpose it was paid or who received it. Some have supposed that it was simply the wage of the judges, that the old fee of 3 obols was revived in the reduced form of 2 obols. But this can hardly be the case. The 2-obol payment is mentioned in a manner which implies that it was something completely novel. The probability is that it was a disbursement intended to relieve the terrible pressure of the protracted war upon the poor citizens whose means of livelihood was reduced or cut off by the presence of the enemy in Attica, and we may guess that the pension of 2 obols a day was paid to all who were not in the receipt of other public money for their services in the field, on shipboard, or in the law courts. To give employment to the indigent by public works was another part of the policy of Cleophon, who herein followed the example of Pericles. In the first years of this statesman's influence, the building of a new temple of Athena on the Acropolis, probably begun after the peace of Nicias, but abandoned during the Sicilian expedition, was continued. It was close to the north cliff, on the site of the royal palace of Mycenaean days, and seems to have been designed to replace the oldest temple of Athena, which held the ancient wooden statue of the goddess. This new temple Athena shared with Erechtheus, and though less magnificent than the Parthenon, it was the true centre of the city's worship of her patron goddess. Detailed accounts of the money paid to the craftsmen and labourers, citizens, metics, and slaves who worked on the building and its sculptures have survived, and it is interesting to find that the sculptors of the panels of the frieze were paid at standard piece rates. That this graceful Ionic temple with the porch of the maidens should be completed in years of sore need is a striking tribute to Athenian resilience, and in this new confidence the old system of tribute was restored. The years following the rejection of the Spartan overtures were marked by operations in the Propontis and its neighbourhood. The Athenians, under the able and strenuous leadership of Alcibiades, slowly gained ground. Thasos and Selymbria were won back. At Chrysopolis a toll station was established, at which ships coming from the Euxine had to pay 1/10 of the value of their freight. Then Chalcedon was besieged and made tributary, and finally Byzantium was starved into capitulation, so that Athens once more completely commanded the Bosphorus. Meanwhile Pharnabazus had made an arrangement to conduct Athenian envoys to Susa for the purpose of coming to terms with the great king. Nearer home, Athens lost Nicaea to the Megarians, and Pylos was at length recovered by Sparta. As the distinctive feature of the last 8 years of the Peloponnesian War was the combination between Persia and Sparta, we may divide this period into 3 parts, according to the nature of the Persian co-operation. During the first 2 years it is the satrap Tissaphernes who supports the Peloponnesian operations, and Athens loses nearly all Ionia. Then the satrap Pharnabazus takes the place of Tissaphernes as the active ally of the Peloponnesians. The military operations are chiefly in the Hellespont, and Athens gradually recovers many of her losses. But the affairs of the West had begun to engage the attention of the great king Darius, who, aware that the jealousy of the 2 satraps hinders an effective policy, sends down his younger son Cyrus to take the place of Tissaphernes at Sardis, with jurisdiction over Cappadocia, Phrygia, and Lydia. The government of Tissaphernes is confined to Caria. The arrival of Cyrus on the scene marks a new turning point in the progress of the war. It was a strange sight to see the common enemy of Hellas ranged along with the victors of Plataea against the victors of Salamis. It was a shock to men of Pan-Hellenic feeling, and it was fitting that at the great Pan-Hellenic gathering at Olympia a voice of protest should be raised. Men of western Hellas beyond the sea could look with a calmer view on the politics of the East, and it was a man of western Hellas, the Leontine Gorgias himself, who lifted up an eloquent voice against the wooing of Persian favour by Greek states. Rather, he said, go to war against Persia. End of Part 8. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, Part 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Part 9. Downfall of the Athenian Empire. Prince Cyrus was zealous, but his zeal to intervene actively and furnish pay to the Peloponnesian seamen might have been of little use, were it not for the simultaneous appointment of a new Spartan admiral, who possessed distinguished ability and inordinate ambition. This was Lysander, who was destined to bring the long war to its close. He gained the confidence of his seamen by his care for their interests, and he won much influence over Cyrus by being absolutely proof against the temptation of bribes, a quality at which an Oriental greatly marvelled. In prosecuting the aims of his ambition, Lysander was perfectly unscrupulous, and he was a skilful diplomatist as well as an able general. While Cyrus and Lysander were negotiating, Alcibiades, after an exile of 8 years, had returned to his native city. He had been elected strategos, and had received an enthusiastic welcome. Time had in some measure dulled the sense of the terrible injuries which he had inflicted on his country, and his share in the recent recovery of the Hellespontine cities had partly at least atoned. But it was rather hope for future benefits than forgiveness for past wrongs that moved the Athenians to let bygones be bygones. They trusted in his capacity as a general, and they thought that by his diplomatic skill they might still be able to come to terms with Persia. So a decree was passed, giving him full powers for the conduct of the war, and he was solemnly freed from the curse which rested upon him as profaner of the Eleusinian rites. He had an opportunity of making his peace with the divinities of Eleusis. Ever since the occupation of Decelea, which he had done so much to bring about, the annual procession from Athens along the sacred way to the Eleusinian shrine had been suspended, and the mystic Iacchus had been conveyed by sea. Under the auspices of Alcibiades, who protected the procession by an escort of troops, the solemnity was once more celebrated in the usual way. It is possible that, if he had been bold enough to seize the opportunity of this tide of popularity, he might have established a tyranny at Athens, but he probably thought that such a venture would hardly be safe until he achieved further military or diplomatic successes. The opportunity was lost, and did not recur. A slight incident completely changed the current of feeling in Athens. An Athenian fleet was at Notium, keeping guard on Ephesus, and Lysander succeeded in defeating it and capturing 15 ships. Though Alcibiades was not present at the battle, he was responsible, and lost his prestige at Athens, where the tidings of a decisive victory was confidently expected. New generals were appointed immediately, and Alcibiades withdrew to a castle on the Hellespont, which he had provided for himself as a refuge in case of need. Conon succeeded him in chief command of the navy. The Peloponnesians during the following winter organised a fleet of greater strength than they had had for many years, 140 ships. But Lysander had to make place for a new admiral, Callicratidas. The Peloponnesians at first carried all before them. The fort of Delphinion in Chios and the town of Methymna in Lesbos were taken. Conon, who had only 70 ships, was forced into a battle outside Mytilene, and lost 30 triremes in the action. The remainder were blockaded in the harbour of Mytilene. The situation was critical, and Athens did not underrate the danger. The gold and silver dedications in the temples of the Acropolis were melted to defray the costs of a new armament. Freedom was promised to slaves, citizenship to resident aliens, for their services in the emergency, and at the end of a month Athens and her allies sent a fleet of 150 triremes to relieve Mitylene. Callicratidas, who had now 170 ships, left 50 to maintain the blockade, and sailed with the rest to meet the foe. A great battle was fought near the islets of the Arginusae, south of Lesbos, and the Athenians were victorious. 70 Spartan ships were sunk or taken, and Callicratidas was slain. An untimely north wind hindered the victors from rescuing the crews of their wrecked ships, as well as from sailing to Mitylene to destroy the rest of the hostile fleet. The success had not been won without a certain sacrifice. 25 ships had been lost with their crews. It was believed that many of the men floating about on the wreckage might have been saved if the officers had taken proper measures. The commanders were blamed. The matter was taken up by politicians at Athens. The generals were suspended from their office and summoned to render an account of their conduct. They shifted the blame on the triarchs, and the triarchs, one of whom was Theramenes, in order to shield themselves, accused the generals of not having issued the orders for rescue, until the high wind made the execution impossible. We are not in a position to judge the question, for the decision must entirely depend on the details of the situation, and as to the details we have no certainty. It is not clear, for instance, whether the storm was sufficiently violent to prevent any attempt at a rescue. The presumption is, however, that the Athenian people were right in the conviction that there had been criminal negligence somewhere, and the natural emotion of indignation which they felt betrayed them into committing a crime themselves. The question was judged by the assembly and not by the ordinary courts. 2 sittings were held, and the 8 generals who had been present at Arginusae were condemned to death and confiscation of property. 6, including Thrasyllus and Pericles, son of the great statesman, were executed. The other 2 had prudently kept out of the way. Whatever were the rights of the case, the penalty was unduly severe, but the worst feature of the proceedings was that the assembly violated a recognised usage of the city by pronouncing sentence on all the accused together, instead of judging the case of each separately. Formally illegal, indeed, it was not, for the supporters of the generals had not the courage to apply the graphe paranomon. Protests had no effect on the excited multitude, thirsty for vengeance. It was an interesting incident that the philosopher Socrates, who happened on the fatal day to be one of the Prytanes, objected to putting the motion. All constitutions, democracy like oligarchy and monarchy, have their own dangers and injustices. This episode illustrates the gravest kind of injustice which a primary assembly, swayed by a sudden current of violent feeling and unchecked by any responsibility, sometimes commits and repents. The victory of Arginusae restored to the Athenians the command of the eastern Aegean, and induced the Lacedaemonians to repeat the same propositions of peace which they had made 4 years ago after the battle of Cyzicus, namely, that Decelea should be evacuated, and that otherwise each party should remain just as it was. Through the influence of the demagogue Cleophon, who is said to have come into the assembly drunk, the offer was rejected. Nothing was left for the Spartans but to reorganize their fleet. Eteonicus had gathered together the remnants of the ships and gone to Chios, but he was unable to pay the seamen, who were forced to work as labourers on the fields of Chian farmers. In the winter this means of support failed, and threatened by starvation they formed a conspiracy to pillage the town of Chios. The conspirators agreed to carry a reed stick in order to recognise one another. Eteonicus discovered the plot, but there were so many reed bearers that he shrank from an open conflict and devised a stratagem. Walking through the streets of Chios attended by 15 armed men, he met a man who suffered from ophthalmia, coming out of a surgeon's house, and seeing that he had a reed stick, ordered him to be put to death. A crowd gathered and demanded why the man was put to death. The reply was, because he had a reed stick. When the news spread, every reed bearer was so frightened that he threw his reed away. The Chians then consented to supply a month's pay for the men, who were immediately embarked. This incident shows that money had ceased to flow in from Persia. It was generally felt that if further Persian co-operation was to be secured, and the Peloponnesian cause to be restored, the command of the fleet must again be entrusted to Lysander. But there was a law at Sparta that no man could be navarch a second time. On this occasion the law was evaded by sending Lysander out as secretary, but on the understanding that the actual command lay with him, and not with the nominal admiral. Lysander visited Cyrus at Sardis, asserted his old influence over him, and obtained the money he required. With the help of organised parties in the various cities, he soon fitted out a fleet. An unlooked-for event gave him still greater power and prestige. King Darius was very ill, his death was expected, and Cyrus was called to his bedside. During his absence Cyrus entrusted to his friend Lysander the administration of his satrapy and the tribute. He knew that money was no temptation to this exceptional Spartan, and he feared to trust such power to a Persian noble. With these resources behind him, Lysander speedily proved his ability. Attacked at Ephesus by the Athenian fleet under Conon, he declined battle. Then, when the enemy had dispersed, he sailed forth, first to Rhodes, and then across the Aegean to the coast of Attica, where he had a consultation with Agis. Recrossing the Aegean, he made for the Hellespont and laid siege to Lampsacus. The Athenian fleet of 180 ships reunited and followed him thither. Lampsacus had been taken before they reached Sestos, but they determined now to force him to accept the battle which he had refused at Ephesus, and with this view proceeded along the coast till they reached Aegospotami (Goats' Rivers), an open beach without harbourage, over against Lampsacus. It was a bad position, as all the provisions had to be fetched from Sestos, at a distance of about 2 miles, while the Peloponnesian fleet was in an excellent harbour, with a well-supplied town behind. Sailing across the strait, the Athenians found the enemy drawn up for battle, but under orders not to move until they were attacked, and in such a strong position that an attack would have been unwise. They were obliged to return to Aegospotami. For 4 days the same thing befell. Each day the Athenian fleet sailed across the strait and endeavoured to lure Lysander into an engagement. Each day its efforts were fruitless. From his castle in the neighbourhood Alcibiades descried the dangerous position of the Athenians, and riding over to Aegospotami, earnestly counselled the generals to move to Sestos. His sound advice was received with coldness, perhaps with insult. When the fleet returned from its daily cruise to Lampsacus, the seamen used to disembark and scatter on the shore. On the 5th day Lysander sent scout ships which, as soon as the Athenian crews had gone ashore for their meal, were to flash a bright shield as a signal. When the signal was given, the whole Peloponnesian squadron, consisting of about 200 galleys, rowed rapidly across the strait, and found the Athenian fleet defenceless. There was no battle, no resistance. 20 ships, which were in a condition to fight, escaped. The remaining 160 were captured at once. It was generally believed that there was treachery among the generals, and it is possible that Adeimantus, who was taken prisoner and spared, had been bribed by Lysander. All the Athenians who were taken, to the number of 3,000 or 4,000, were put to death. The chief commander, Conon, who was not among the unready, succeeded in getting away. Greek ships usually unshipped their sails when they prepared for a naval battle, and the sails of the Peloponnesian triremes had been deposited at Cape Abanis, near Lampsacus. Informed of this, Conon boldly shot across to Abanis, seized the sails, and so deprived Lysander of the power of an effective pursuit. It would have been madness for the responsible commander to return to Athens with the tidings of such a terrible disaster, and Conon, sending home 12 of the 20 triremes which had escaped, sailed himself with the rest to the protection of Evagorus, the king of Salamis in Cyprus. Never was a decisive victory gained with such small sacrifice as that which Lysander gained at Aegospotami. The tidings of ruin reached the Piraeus at night, and on that night not a man slept. The city remembered the cruel measure which it had once and again meted out to others, as to Melos and Scione, and shuddered at the thought that even such measure might now be meted out to itself. It was hard for the Athenians to realise that at one blow their sea power was annihilated, and they had now to make preparations for sustaining a siege. But the blockade was deferred by the policy of Lysander. He did not intend to attack Athens, but to starve it into surrender, and with this view he drove all the Athenian clerics whom he found in the islands to Athens, in order to swell the starving population. Having completed the subjugation of the Athenian empire in the Hellespont and Thrace, and ordered affairs in those regions, Lysander sailed at length into the Saronic Gulf with 150 ships, occupied Aegina, and blockaded the Piraeus. At the same time the Spartan king Pausanias entered Attica, and joining forces with Agis, encamped in the Academe, west of the city. But the walls were too strong to attack, and at the beginning of winter the army withdrew, while the fleet remained near the Piraeus. As provisions began to fail, the Athenians made a proposal of peace, offering to resign their empire and become allies of Lacedaemon. The envoys were turned back at Sellasia. They would not be received by the Ephors unless they brought more acceptable terms, and it was intimated that the demolition of the long walls for a length of 10 stades was an indispensable condition of peace. It was folly to resist, yet the Athenians resisted. The demagogue Cleophon, who had twice hindered the conclusion of peace when it might have been made with honour, first after Cyzicus, then after Arginusae, now hindered it again when it could be made only with humiliation. An absurd decree was passed that no one should ever propose to accept such terms. But the danger was that such obstinacy would drive the enemy into insisting on an unconditional surrender, for the situation was hopeless. Theramenes undertook to visit Lysander and endeavour to obtain more favourable conditions, or at all events to discover how matters lay. His real object was to gain time, and let the people come to their senses. He remained 3 months with Lysander, and when he returned to Athens he found the citizens prepared to submit on any terms whatever. People were dying of famine, and the reaction of feeling had been marked by the execution of Cleophon, who was condemned on the charge of evading military service. Theramenes was sent to Sparta with full powers. It is interesting to find that during these anxious months a decree was passed recalling to Athens an illustrious citizen who had been found wanting as a general, but whose genius was to make immortal the war now drawing to its close, the historian Thucydides. An assembly of the Peloponnesian allies was called together at Sparta to determine how they should deal with the fallen foe. The general sentiment was that no mercy should be shown, that Athens should be utterly destroyed, and the whole people sold into slavery. But Sparta never felt the same bitterness towards Athens as that which animated Corinth and Thebes. She was neither a neighbour nor a commercial rival. The destruction of Athens might have been politically profitable, but Sparta, with all her faults, could on occasion rise to nobler views. She resolutely rejected the barbarous proposal of the Confederacy. She would not blot out a Greek city which had done such noble services to Greece against the Persian invader. That was more than 2 generations ago. But it was not to be forgotten. Athens was saved by her past. The terms of the peace were: the long walls and fortifications of the Piraeus were to be destroyed. The Athenians lost all their foreign possessions, but remained independent, confined to Attica and Salamis. Their whole fleet, with the exception of 12 triremes, was forfeited. All exiles were allowed to return. Athens became the ally of Sparta, pledged to follow her leadership. When the terms were ratified, Lysander sailed into the Piraeus. The demolition of the long walls immediately began. The Athenians and their conquerors together pulled them down to the music of flute players, and the jubilant allies thought that freedom had at length dawned for the Greeks. Lysander permitted Athens to retain 12 triremes, and having inaugurated the destruction of the fortifications, sailed off to reduce Samos. It is not to be supposed that all Athenians were dejected and wretched at the terrible humiliation which had befallen their native city. There were numerous exiles who owed their return to her calamity, and the extreme oligarchic party rejoiced in the foreign occupation, regarding it as an opportunity for the subversion of the democracy and the re-establishment of a constitution like that which had been tried after the Sicilian expedition. Theramenes looked forward to making a new attempt to introduce his favourite polity. Of the exiles, the most prominent and determined was Critias, son of Callaeschrus, and a member of the same family as the lawgiver Solon. He was a man of many parts, a pupil of Gorgias, and a companion of Socrates, an orator, a poet, and a philosopher. A combination was formed between the exiles and the home oligarchs, a common plan of action was organised, and the chief democratic leaders were presently seized and imprisoned. The intervention of Lysander was then invoked for the establishing of a new constitution, and, awed by his presence, the assembly passed a measure proposed by Dracontides, that a body of 30 should be nominated for the purpose of drawing up laws and managing public affairs until the code should be completed. The oligarchs did not take the trouble to repeal the law which would expose the proposer of the measure to prosecution by the Graphi Paranomon. They felt sure of their power. Critias, Theramenes, and Dracontides were among the 30 who were appointed. The ruin of the power of Athens had fallen out to the advantage of the oligarchical party, and it has even been suspected that the oligarchs had for many years past deliberately planned to place the city at the mercy of the enemy, for the ulterior purpose of destroying the democracy. The part played by Theramenes in the condemnation of the generals who had the indiscretion to win Arginusae, the parts he subsequently played in negotiating the peace and in establishing the oligarchy, the serious suspicions of treachery in connexion with the disaster of Aegospotami, have especially suggested this conjecture. The attempt of the 400 on a previous occasion to come to terms with Sparta may be taken into account, and the comparatively lenient terms imposed on Athens might seem to point in the same direction. One thing seems certain. The oligarchic party had been distinctly aiming at peace, and the repeated opposition of Cleophon, impolitic as we have seen, indicates that he suspected oligarchical designs. It must also be admitted that the conduct of the Athenians in fixing their station at Aegospotami, and delivering themselves to the foe like sheep led to the altar, argues a measure of folly which seems almost incredible, if there were not treachery behind. And the suspicion is confirmed by the clemency shown to Adimantus. It must, however, be acknowledged that it is hard to understand how the treason could have been effectually carried out without the connivance of Conon, the commander-in-chief, yet no suspicion seems to have been attached to him. The whole problem of the oligarchic intrigues of the last 8 years of the war remains wrapped in far greater mystery than the mutilation of the Hermae. End of Part 9.
Chapter 11, Part 10 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 11, Part 10. Rule of the 30 and Restoration of the Democracy. The purpose for which the 30 had been appointed was to frame a new constitution. Their powers as a governing body were only to last until they had completed their legislative work. The more part of them, however, with Critias, who was the master spirit, had no serious thoughts of constructing a constitution. They regarded this as merely a pretext for getting into power, and their only object was to retain the power in their own hands, establishing a simple oligarchy. In this, however, they were not absolutely unanimous. One of them, at least, Theramenes, had no taste for pure oligarchy, but was still genuinely intent on framing a polity tempered of both oligarchic and democratic elements. This dissension in the views of the two ablest men, Critias and Theramenes, soon led to fatal disunion. The first measures of the 30 were, however, carried out with cordial unanimity. A council of 500, consisting of strong supporters of oligarchy, was appointed and invested with the judicial functions which had before belonged to the people. A body of 11, under the command of Satyrus, a violent, unscrupulous man, was appointed for police duties, and the guard of the Piraeus was committed to a body of 10. The chief democrats, who on the fall of Athens had opposed the establishment of an oligarchy, were then seized, tried by the council, and condemned to death for conspiracy. So far there was unanimity, but at this point Theramenes would have stopped. At such times moderate councils have small chance of winning, ranged beside the extreme policies of resolute men like Critias, who had come back in a bitter and revengeful spirit against democracy, relentlessly resolved to exercise an absolute despotism and expunge all elements of popular opposition. A polity on the broad basis which Theramenes desired was as obnoxious to Critias as the old democracy, into which he was convinced it would soon deviate. He and his colleagues were therefore afraid of all prominent citizens of moderate views, whether democratic or oligarchic, who were awaiting with impatience the constitution which the 30 had been appointed to prepare, the men on whom the polity of Theramenes, if it came into existence, would mainly rest. The 30 had announced as part of their programme that they would purge the city of wrongdoers. They put to death a number of men of bad character, including some notorious informers. But they presently proceeded to execute, with or without trial, not only prominent democrats, but also men of oligarchical views, who, though unfriendly to democracy, were also unfriendly to injustice and illegality. Among the latter victims was Niceratus, the son of Nicias. To the motives of fear and revenge was soon added the appetite for plunder, and some men were executed because they were rich, while many fled, happy to escape with their lives. Even metics, who had little to do with politics, were despoiled. Thus the speech-writer Lysias and his brother Polemarchus, who kept a lucrative manufactory of shields, were arrested, and while Lysias succeeded in making his escape, Polemarchus was put to death. And while many Athenians were removed by hemlock, or driven into banishment, others were required to assist in the revolting service of arresting fellow citizens, in order that they might thereby become accomplices in the guilt of the government. Thus the philosopher Socrates and 4 others were commanded with severe threats to arrest an honest citizen, Leon of Salamis. Socrates refused without hesitation to do the bidding of the tyrants. The others were not so brave. Yet Socrates was not punished for his defiance, and this immunity was perhaps due to some feeling of piety in the heart of Critias, who had been one of his pupil companions, a feeling which might be safely indulged, as the philosopher was neither wealthy nor popular. To these judicial murders and this organized system of plundering, Theramenes was unreservedly opposed. The majority of the council shared his disapprobation, and he would have been able to establish a moderate constitution but for the ability and strength of Critias. His representations indeed induced the 30 to broaden the basis on which their power rested, by creating a body of 3,000 citizens who had the privilege of bearing arms and the right of being tried by the council. All outside that body were liable to be condemned to death by sentence of the 30 without a trial. The body of 3,000 had practically no political rights, and were chosen so far as possible from known partisans of the government, the staunchest of whom were the 1,000 knights. This measure naturally did not satisfy Theramenes. His suggestions had, in fact, been used with a purpose very different from his, to secure, not to alter, the government. In the meantime, the exiles whom the oligarchy had driven from Athens were not idle. They had found refuge in those neighbouring states, Corinth, Megara, and Thebes, which had been bitter foes of Athens, but were now undergoing a considerable change of feeling. Dissatisfaction with the high-handed proceedings of Sparta, who would not give them a share in the spoils of war, had disposed them to look with more favour on their fallen enemy, and to feel disgust at the proceedings of the 30 who were under the aegis of Lysander. They were therefore not only ready to grant hospitality to Athenian exiles, but to lend some help towards delivering their city from the oppression of the tyrants. The first step was made from Thebes. Thrasybulus and Anytus, with a band of 70 exiles, seized the Attic fortress of Phyle in the Parnes range close to the Boeotian frontier, and put into a state of defence the strong stone walls, whose ruins are still there. The 30 led out their forces, their faithful knights and 3,000 hoplites, and sat down to blockade the stronghold. But a timely snowstorm broke up the blockade. The army retired to Athens, and for the next 3 months or more nothing further was done against Thrasybulus and the men of Phyle. The oligarchs were now in a dangerous position, menaced without by an enemy against whom their attack had failed, menaced within by a strong opposition. They saw that the influence of Theramenes, who was thoroughly dissatisfied with their policy, would be thrown into the scale against them, and they resolved to get rid of him. Having posted a number of devoted creatures armed with hidden daggers near the railing of the council house, Critias arose in the assembled council and denounced Theramenes as a traitor and conspirator against the state, a man who could not be trusted an inch, in view of those repeated tergiversations which had won him the nickname of the Buskin. The reply of Theramenes, denouncing the impolicy of Critias and his colleagues, is said to have been received with applause by most of the council, who really sympathized with him. Critias, seeing that he would be acquitted by the council, resorted to an extreme measure. He struck the name of Theramenes out of the list of the 3,000. Footnote: an appearance of legality seems to have been given to this act. A law was passed, presumably on the spot, that persons who had opposed the 400 in 411 BC, or taken part in destroying the fort at Eetionia, should be excluded from the constitution. End of footnote. And then along with his colleagues condemned him to death, since those who were not included in the list could not claim the right of trial. Theramenes leapt on the sacred hearth and appealed for protection to the council, but the council was stupefied with terror, and at the command of Critias the 11 entered, and dragged the suppliant from the altar. He was borne away to prison, the hemlock was immediately administered, and when he had drunk he tossed out a drop that remained at the bottom of the cup, as banqueters used to do in the game of Cotobus, exclaiming, "This drop for the gentle Critias." There had perhaps been a dose of truth in the reproaches which the gentle Critias had hurled at him across the floor of the council chamber. Theramenes may have been shifty and unscrupulous where means and methods were concerned. But in his main object he was perfectly sincere. He was sincere in desiring to establish a moderate polity which should unite the merits of both oligarchy and democracy, and avoid their defects. There can be no question that he was honestly interested in trying this political experiment, and the very nature of this policy involved an appearance of insincerity and gave rise to suspicion. It led him to oscillate between the democratic and oligarchical parties, seeking to gain influence and support in both, with a view to the ultimate realization of his middle plan. and thus the democrats suspected him as an oligarch, the oligarchs distrusted him as a democrat. In judging Theramenes, it seems fair to remember that a politician who in unsettled times desires to direct the state into a middle course between two opposite extremes can hardly avoid oscillation more or less, can rarely escape the imputation of the buskin. After the death of Theramenes, the 30 succeeded in disarming, by means of a stratagem, all the citizens who were not enrolled in the list of the 3,000, and expelled them from the city. But with a foe on Attic ground, growing in numbers every day, Critias and his fellows felt themselves so insecure that they took the step of sending an embassy to Sparta to ask for a Lacedaemonian garrison. The request was granted, and 700 men under Calybius were introduced into the Acropolis. The 30 would never have resorted to this measure except under the dire pressure of necessity, for not only was it unpopular, but they had to pay the strangers out of their own chest. It was perhaps in the first days of the month of May that it was resolved to make a second attempt to dislodge the Democrats from Philae. A band of the knights and the Spartan garrison sallied forth, but near Acharnae they were surprised at night and routed with great loss by Thrasybulus. This incident produced considerable alarm at Athens, and the 30 had reason to fear that many of their partisans were wavering. Deciding to secure an eventual place of refuge in case Athens should become untenable, they seized Eleusis and put about 300 Eleusinians to death. This measure had hardly been carried out when Thrasybulus descended from Philae and seized the Piraeus. He had now about 1,000 men, but the Piraeus, without fortifications, was not an easy place to defend. He drew up his forces on the hill of Munichia, occupying the temples of Artemis and the Thracian goddess Bendis, which stood at the summit of a steep street. Highest of all stood the darters and slingers, ready to shoot over the heads of the hoplites. Thus posted, with his prophet by his side, Thrasybulus awaited the attack of the 30, who had led down all their forces to the Piraeus. A shower of darts descended on their heads as they mounted the hill, and, while they wavered for a moment under the missiles, the hoplites rushed down on them, led by the prophet, who had foretold his own death in the battle, and was the first to perish. 70 of the enemy were slain, among them Critias himself. During the truce which was then granted for taking up the dead, the citizens on either side held some converse with one another, and Cleocritus, the herald of the Eleusinian Mysti, impressive both by his loud voice and by his sacred calling, addressed the adherents of the 30. "Fellow citizens, why seek ye to slay us? Why do ye force us into exile, us who never did you wrong? We have shared in the same religious rites and festivals. We have been your schoolfellows and choirfellows. We have fought with you by land and sea for freedom. We adjure you, by our common gods, abandon the cause of the 30, monsters of impiety, who for their own gains have slain in 8 months more Athenians than the Peloponnesians slew in a war of 10 years. Believe that we have shed as many tears as you for those who have now fallen." This general appeal and individual appeals in the same tone at such an affecting moment must have produced an effect upon the half-hearted soldiers of the 30, who had now lost their able and violent leader. There was dissension and discord not only among the 3,000 and the council, but among the 30 themselves. It was felt that the government of the 30 could no longer be maintained, and that if the oligarchy was to be rescued, a new government must be installed. A general meeting of the 3,000 deposed the 30 and instituted in their stead a body of 10, one from each tribe. One member of the 30 was re-elected as a member of the new government, but the rest withdrew to the refuge which they had provided for themselves at Eleusis. The new body of 10 represented the views of those who were genuinely devoted to oligarchy, but disapproved of the extreme policy of Critias and his fellows. They failed to come to terms with Thrasybulus, who was every day receiving reinforcements both in men and arms. The civil war continued, and it soon appeared that it would be impossible for Athens to hold out against the Democrats in the Piraeus without foreign aid. An embassy was accordingly dispatched by the 10 to Sparta, and about the same time the remnant of the 30 at Eleusis sent a message on their own account for the same purpose. Both embassies represented the Democrats at Piraeus as rebels against the power of Sparta. The Lacedaemonian government, through the influence of Lysander, was induced to intervene in support of the 10. Lysander assembled an army at Eleusis, and 40 ships were sent under Libis to cut off the supplies which the Democrats received by sea. The outlook was now gloomy for Thrasybulus and his company, but they were rescued by a disunion within the Lacedaemonian state. The influence of Lysander, which had been for the last years supreme, was perceptibly declining. The king Pausanias was his declared opponent, and many others of the governing class were jealous of his power, vexed at his arrogance, perhaps suspicious of his designs. The oligarchies which he had created at Athens and in the other cities of the Athenian empire had disgraced themselves by misgovernment and bloodshed, and the disgrace was reflected upon the fame of their creator. Lysander had hardly begun his work when Pausanias persuaded the ephors to entrust to himself the commission of restoring tranquillity at Athens, and Lysander had the humiliation of handing over to his rival the army which he had mustered. A defeat convinced Thrasybulus that it would be wise to negotiate, and on the other hand Pausanias deposed the irreconcilable 10 and caused it to be replaced by another 10 of more moderate views. Both parties then, the city and the Piraeus alike, submitted themselves to Spartan intervention, and Sparta, under the auspices of King Pausanias, acquitted herself uncommonly well. A commission of 15 was sent from Lacedaemon to assist the king, and a reconciliation was brought about. The terms were a general and mutual pardon for all past acts, from which were excepted only the 30, the 10 who had held the Piraeus under the 30, the 11 who had carried out the judicial murders perpetrated by the 30, and the 10 who had succeeded the 30. All these excepted persons were required to give an account of their acts if they wished to remain at Athens. Eleusis was to form an independent state, and any Athenian who chose might migrate to Eleusis within a specified time. The evil dream of Athens was at last over. A year and a half of oligarchical tyranny and foreign soldiery on the Acropolis. She owed her deliverance to the energy of Thrasybulus and the discretion of Pausanias. Pausanias displayed his discretion further by not meddling with the reconciled parties in their settlement of the constitution. It was decreed, on the motion of Tisamenus, that lawgivers should be appointed to revise the constitution, and that in the meantime the state should be administered according to the laws of Solon and the institutions of Dracon. The union of the two names is significant of the conciliation. Provisionally, then, the franchise was limited to those who belonged to the first 3 Solonian classes, those who could at least serve as hoplites. It is noteworthy that there was an idea afloat of making the possession of landed property a qualification for political rights, but it was a totally unpractical idea. Such a test would have excluded rich men. It would have included many of the 4th class. In the end, no new experiment was tried. The lawgivers restored the old democracy with its unlimited franchise, and Athens entered upon a new stage of her career. The amnesty was faithfully kept. The democrats did not revenge themselves on the supporters of the oligarchical tyranny. But it was easier to forgive than forget, and for many years after the reconciliation a distinction was drawn, though not officially, yet in the ordinary intercourse of life, between the men of the city and the men of the Piraeus, the men who had fought for freedom and those who had fought against it. That was almost inevitable, and so long as the oligarchs held Eleusis, there might even be some ground for suspecting the loyalty of their old supporters. After about 2 years of independent existence, Eleusis was attacked by Athens, the Eleusinian generals were captured and put to death, and the town resumed its old place as part of Attica. Henceforward, for well nigh 3 generations, the Athenian democracy was perfectly secure from the danger or fear of an oligarchical revolution. That hideous nightmare of the 30 had established it on a firmer base than ever. End of chapter 11, part 10. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 12, Part 1. The Spartan Supremacy and the Persian War. Sparta had achieved the task which she had been pressed to undertake, and had undertaken somewhat reluctantly the destruction of the Athenian Empire. It was a task which, though not imposed by the unanimous voice of Greece, appealed to a most deeply seated sentiment of the Greeks, their love of political independence. The Athenian Empire had been an outrage on that sentiment, and apart from all calculations of particular interest, the humiliation of the great offender must have been regarded, even by those who were not her enemies, with an involuntary satisfaction. The avowed aim of Sparta throughout has been to restore their liberty to those states which had been enslaved by Athens, and protect the liberty of those whom her ambition threatened. Now that this object was accomplished as fully as could be desired, it would have been correct for Sparta to retire into her old position, leaving the cities which had belonged to the Athenian Empire to arrange their own affairs, if her deeds were to be in accordance with her profession. The alternative course for a state in the position of Sparta was to enter frankly upon the Athenian inheritance, and pursue the aims and policy of Athens as an imperial power. Other states might have adopted this course with advantage both to themselves and Greece. For Sparta it was impossible. And so, when Sparta, unable from the nature of her institutions and the character of her genius to tread in the footsteps of her fallen rival, nevertheless resolved to take under her own dominion the cities which had gone forth to deliver from all dominion, she not only cynically set aside her high moral professions, but entered on a path of ambition which led to calamity for herself and distress for Greece. The main feature of Greek history for the 30 years after Agis' posthumy is Sparta's pursuit of a policy of aggrandizement beyond the Peloponnesus. The opposition which this policy calls forth leads both to the revival of Athens as a great power and to the rise of Thebes. In the end, Sparta is forced to retire into the purely Peloponnesian position for which her institutions fitted her. In the making of those institutions, an activity beyond the Peloponnesus had not been contemplated, and they were too rigid to be adapted to the enlarged sphere of an Aegean dominion. Nothing short of a complete revolution in the Spartan state could have rendered her essay in empire a success, but the narrow Spartan system was too firmly based in the narrow Spartan character to suffer such a revolution. We may wonder how far the general who had placed his country in the position of arbitress of Greece appreciated the difficulty of reconciling the political character of Lacedaemon with the role of an imperial city. Un-Spartan as he was in many respects, Lysander had possibly more enlightened views as to the administration of an empire than his countrymen. A story is told that when Calybius the Spartan, Harmost of Athens, was knocked down by a young athlete whom he had insulted, and appealed to Lysander, he was told that he did not know how to govern freemen. To deal with freemen abroad was what the average Spartan could not do, and it was such men as Calybius that Lysander had to use for the establishment of the empire which he had resolved to found. In each of the cities which had passed from Athenian into Spartan control, a government of members was set up, and its authority was maintained by a Lacedaemonian Harmost with a Lacedaemonian garrison. The cities were thus given over to a twofold oppression. The foreign governors were rapacious and were practically free from home control. The native oligarchies were generally tyrannical and got rid of their political opponents by judicial murders, and both Descartes and Harmost played into each other's hands. Lysander exercised with a high hand and without far-sightedness the dictatorship which was his for the time and might at any hour be taken from him. He was solely concerned to impose a firm military despotism on the states which had been rescued from the Athenian confederacy. It is obvious that the Athenian and Spartan empires had little in common. They were, first of all, sharply contrasted through the fact that the Spartan policy was justified by no public object like that to which the confederacy owed its origin. And this contrast was all the more flagrant, considering that after the battle of Aegispotami there was the same demand for a pan-Hellenic confederacy, with the object of protecting the Asiatic Greeks from Persia, as there had been after the battle of Mycale. But so far from contracting her supremacy with such an object, Sparta had abandoned the Asiatic Greeks to the great king as a price of Persian help. Athens had won her power as a champion of the Eastern Greeks. Sparta had secured her primacy by betraying them. In the second place, the method of the two states in exercising their power were totally different. The grievances against Athens, though real, were mainly of a sentimental nature. The worst Athens had done was to deprive some confederate cities of autonomy. There were no complaints of tyranny, rapine, or oppression. But under the Lacedaemonian supremacy, men suffered from positive acts of injustice and violence, and might seek in vain at Sparta for redress. The spirit of the system which Lysander instituted may be judged from the statement that the will of any Spartan citizen was regarded as law in the subject states. The statement comes from a friend of Lacedaemon. The position of power which Lysander had attained in the eyes of the world and enjoyed without moderation could not fail to excite jealousy and apprehension at Sparta itself. He held a sort of royal court at Samos, and the Samians accorded him divine honours by calling after his name a feast which had hitherto been a feast of Hera. He was recalled to Sparta, and he obeyed the summons, bearing a letter from the satrap Pharnabazus to justify him. But when it was opened, instead of being an encomium, it was found to be a deed of accusation, and Lysander was covered with ridicule as the victim of a Persian trick. He was permitted to escape from the situation on the plea of visiting the temple of Zeus Ammon in the Libyan oasis in accordance with a vow. But his work remained. Lacedaemon upheld her uncongenial military despotism, modifying Lysander's system only so far as not to insist on the maintenance of the Dechartes, but to permit the cities to substitute other forms of government under the aegis of the Harmos. Financially, the empire was so constituted as to secure an income of 1,000 talents to meet the expenses of Sparta in maintaining her system. The receipt of such an income was a political innovation, and its administration involved money transactions of a nature and on a scale which would have been severely condemned by Lycurgus. The admission into the treasury of a large sum of gold and silver, which had been brought to Sparta by Lysander, was a distinct breach of the Lycurgian discipline. Thus inflexible as the Spartan system was, the necessities of empire compelled it to yield at one point, and a point where attack is wont to be especially insidious. The supremacy of Sparta lasted for a generation, though with intervals in which it was not effective, and its history for more than half of the period is mainly determined by her relations with Persia. As it had been through Persia that she won her supremacy, so it was through Persia that she lost it, and through Persia that she once more regained it. End of chapter 12, part 1. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire.
Chapter 12, Part 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 12, Part 2. The Rebellion of Cyrus and the March of the 10,000. We now come to an episode which takes us into the domestic history of Persia, out of the limits of Greek geography into the heart of the Persian Empire. On the death of Darius, his eldest son Artaxerxes had succeeded to the throne, notwithstanding the plots of his mother Parysatis, who attempted to secure it for her younger and favourite son Cyrus. In these transactions Tissaphernes had supported Artaxerxes, and when Cyrus returned to his satrapy in Asia Minor, Tissaphernes was set to watch him. False suspicions and calumnies frequently lead to the actual perpetration of the crimes which they attribute, and perhaps if he had not been suspected, Cyrus would not have formed the plan of subverting his brother and seizing the kingship. But it is far more likely that from the first Cyrus had hoped and resolved to succeed to his father's throne. For his success he relied largely on an army of Greek mercenaries, which he began to enlist. The revolutions which had passed over Greek cities in recent years, both in Asia and Europe, threw into the military market large numbers of strong men eager for employment and pay. They were recruited for the prince's service by Clearchus, a Spartan, who had held the post of Harmost, but had been repudiated and expelled by the Ephors when he attempted to make himself tyrant of Byzantium like a new Pausanias. Moreover, the Lacedaemonian government, which owed much to Cyrus, was induced to support him secretly, and sent him, avowedly for another purpose, 700 hoplites. The army which Cyrus mustered when he set forth on his march to Susa amounted to 100,000 Oriental troops, and about 13,000 Greeks, of which 10,600 were hoplites. The purpose of the march was at first carefully concealed from the troops, nor was the secret communicated to any of the officers except Clearchus. The hill tribes of Pisidia were often troublesome to Persian satraps, and their reduction furnished a convenient pretext. Among those who were induced by the prospect of high pay under the generous Persian prince to join this Pisidian campaign was Xenophon, an Athenian knight, who was one of the pupils and companions of the philosopher Socrates. His famous history of the Anabasis, or upgoing of the Greeks with Cyrus, and their subsequent retreat, has rendered the expedition a household word. The charm of the Anabasis depends on the simple directness and fullness with which the story is told, and the great interest of the story consists in its breaking new ground. For the first time we are privileged to follow step by step a journey through the inner parts of Asia Minor into the heart of the Persian Empire beyond the Euphrates and the Tigris. There is a charm of actuality in the early chapters, with their recurring phrases, like brief entries in a diary, the day's marches from one city to another, the number of parasangs, and the lengths of the halts, all duly set out. Hence Cyrus marches 2 stages, 10 parasangs, to Pelti, an inhabited city, and here he remained 3 days. Setting forth from Sardis, Cyrus took the southeasterly road which led across the upper Meander to the Phrygian Colossi, where he was joined by the troops of one of his Greek captains, the Thessalian Menon, and thence onward to Selene, where he awaited the arrival of Clearchus. So far the march had been straight to the ostensible destination, the country of Pisidia, but now Cyrus turned in the opposite direction, and, descending the Meander, marched northward to Pelti and Ceremone Agora, or Potter's Mart, then eastward to the city called Caista Plain, close to the fort of Ipsus. Here the Greeks demanded their arrears of pay, and Cyrus had no money to satisfy them. But he was relieved from the difficulty, which might well have proved fatal to his enterprise, by the Cilician queen Epyaxa, wife of Cynesis, who arrived well laden with money. Her coming must have been connected with private negotiations between Cyrus and the Cilician governor. As the route of Cyrus lay through Cilicia, a country barred on all sides by difficult passes, it was of the greatest moment for Cyrus to come to an understanding with the ruler, and on the other hand it was the policy of Cynesis so to order his ways that whether Cyrus succeeded or failed, he might in either event be safe. As the plan of Cyrus was still a secret, it was a prudent policy to entrust the delicate negotiations to no one less safe than the queen. Having pacified the demands of his Greek mercenaries, Cyrus proceeded by Thymbrion and Tyriaeon to Iconium, and thence by the road, which describes a great southern curve through Lycaonia, to Tyana. The Greeks were allowed to plunder Lycaonia, a rough country with rough people, as they passed through it. The arrangement with Cynesis seems to have been that he should make a display of resisting Cyrus, and Cyrus make a display of circumventing him. To carry out this arrangement, Menon's division, accompanied by the queen Epyaxa, diverged from the route followed by the rest of the army, and crossed the Taurus into Cilicia by a shorter route. Perhaps they struck off at Barata, and passed by Laranda on a road that led to Solae. Thus Cyaneses, who, as a loyal servant of the great king, hastened to occupy the Cilician gates, the pass for which the main army of Cyrus was making, found himself taken in the rear by Menon. It was therefore useless to remain in the pass, and he retreated to a mountain stronghold. What more could a loyal servant of the great king be expected to do? The army of Cyrus, then coming up from Tyana by Pedandus, found the impregnable pass open, and descended safely to Tarsus, where it met Menon. The city and palace of the prince of Cilicia were pillaged. This, perhaps, was part of the pretence. It was at all events safe now for Cyaneses to enter into a contract with Cyrus, a compulsory contract, the great king would understand, to supply some money and men. It must have been dawning on the Greek troops for some time past, and at Tarsus they no longer felt any doubt, that they had been deceived as to their ultimate destination. They had long ago passed Pisidia, the ostensible object of their march, and the true object was now clear to them. They flatly refused to advance further. It was a small thing to be asked to take the field against the forces of the great king, but it was no such light matter to be asked to undertake a march of 3 months into the centre of Asia. To be at a distance of 3 months from the sea coast was a terrible idea for a Greek. Clearchus, a strict disciplinarian, a man of grim feature and harsh voice, unpopular with his men, thought to repress the mutiny by severity, but the mutiny was too general to be quelled by coercion. Then he resorted to a stratagem which he carried out with admirable adroitness. Calling his soldiers together, he stood for some time weeping before he spoke. He then set forth the cruel dilemma in which their conduct had placed him. He must either break his plighted faith with Cyrus, or desert them. But he did not hesitate to choose. Whatever happened, he would stand by them, who were his country, his friends, and his allies. This speech created a favourable impression, which was confirmed when Cyrus sent to demand an interview with Clearchus, and Clearchus publicly refused to go. But the delight of the troops was changed into perplexity when Clearchus asked them what they proposed to do. They were no longer the soldiers of Cyrus, and could not look to him for pay, provisions, or help. He, Clearchus, would stand by them, but declined to command them or advise them. The soldiers, some of them in the secret confidence of their captain, discussed the difficulty, and it was decided to send a deputation to Cyrus to ask him to declare definitely his real intentions. Cyrus told the deputation that his purpose was to march against his enemy Abracomas, Persian general in Syria, who was now on the Euphrates, and offered higher pay to the Greeks, 1.5 darics instead of 1 daric a month. The soldiers, finding themselves in an awkward pass, agreed to continue the march, reluctant, but hardly seeing any other way out of the difficulty, though many of them must have shrewdly suspected that they would deal with Abracomas on the Euphrates, even as they had dealt with the hillmen of Pisidia. The march was now eastward by Adana and Mopsuestia, across the rivers Sarus and Pyramus, and then along the coast to Issus, where Cyrus found his fleet. It brought him 700 hoplites sent by the Lacedaemonians. Here too he was reinforced by 400 Greek mercenaries, who had deserted from the service of the Persian general Abracomas, the enemy of Cyrus, who had fled to the Euphrates instead of holding the difficult and fortified passes from Cilicia into Syria, as a loyal general of the great king should have done. So Cyrus now, with his Greek troops increased to the total number of 14,000, passed with as much ease through the Syrian gates, owing to the cowardly flight of Abracomas, as he had before passed through the Cilician gates, owing to the prudent collusion of Cyanesis. The Syrian gates are a narrow pass between the end of Mount Amanus and the sea, part of the coast road from Issus to Myriandrus. At Myriandrus the Greeks bade good-bye to the sea, little knowing how many days would pass, how many terrible things befall them, before they hailed it again. They crossed Mount Amanus by the pass of Bailan, which Abracomas ought to have guarded, and in a 12 days' march, passing by the park and palace of Belesys, satrap of Syria, they reached Thapsacus, and beheld the famous Euphrates. Here a new explanation was necessary as to the object of the march, and Cyrus had at last to own that Babylon was the goal, that the foe against whom he led the army was the great king himself. The Greek troops murmured loudly, and refused to cross the river, but their murmurings here were not like their murmurs at Tarsus, for they had guessed the truth long since, and their complaints were only designed to extort promises from Cyrus. The prince agreed to give each man a present of 5 minae at the end of the expedition, more than a year's pay at the high rate of 1.5 darics. But while the rest of the Greeks were making their bargain, Menon stole a march on them, inducing his own troops to cross the river first, a good example for which Cyrus would owe him and his troops particular thanks. Abracomas had burned the ships, but the Euphrates was, a very unusual circumstance at that season, shallow enough to be forded, a fact of which Abracomas was conceivably aware. The army accordingly crossed on foot, and continued the march along the left bank, an agreeable march until they reached the river Cabaras, beyond which the desert of Arabia began. A plain, Xenophon describes it, smooth as a sea, treeless, only wormwood and scented shrubs for vegetation, but alive with all kinds of beasts strange to Greek eyes, wild asses and ostriches, antelopes and bustards. The tramp through the desert lasted 13 days, and then they reached Pylae, at the edge of the land of Babylonia, fertile then with its artificial irrigation, now mostly a barren wilderness. Soon after they passed Pylae, they became aware that a large host had been moving in front, ravaging the country before them. Artaxerxes, on his part, had made somewhat tardy preparations to receive the invaders. It seems indeed to have been hardly conceived at the Persian court that the army of Cyrus would ever succeed in reaching Babylonia. The city of Babylon was protected by a double defence against an enemy approaching from the north, by a line of wall and a line of water, both connecting the Euphrates with the Tigris. The enemy would first have to pass the wall of Media, 100 feet high and 20 feet broad, built of bricks with bitumen cement, and they would then have to cross the royal canal before they could reach the gates of Babylon. To these 2 lines of defence a third was now added in the form of a trench about 40 miles long, joining at one end the wall of Media and at the other the Euphrates, where a space of not more than 7 yards was left between the trench and the river. To defend a country so abundantly guarded by artificial fortifications, the king was able to muster immediately an army of about 400,000. But this did not seem enough when the danger became imminent, and orders were sent to Media that the troops of that province should come to the aid of Babylonia. There was some delay in the arrival of these forces, and Artaxerxes probably did not wish to risk an action until their arrival had made his immense superiority in numbers overwhelming. This may explain the extraordinary circumstance that when the army of Cyrus came to the fosse which had been dug expressly to keep them out, they found it undefended, and walked at their ease over the narrow passage between the trench and the river. But now it was hardly possible for Artaxerxes to let his foes advance further, though there was still no sign of the troops from the east. 2 days after passing the trench, the army of Cyrus reached the village of Cunaxa, and suddenly learned that the king's host was approaching. The Oriental troops under Arrhaeus formed the left wing of Cyrus, who himself occupied the centre with a squadron of cavalry. The Greeks were on the right, resting on the river Euphrates. The Persian left wing, commanded by Tissaphernes, consisted of cavalry, bowmen, and Egyptian footmen, with a row of scythe-armed chariots in front. The king was in the centre, with a strong bodyguard of horse. Cyrus knew the Oriental character, and he knew that if the king fell or fled, the battle would be decided, and his own cause won. He accordingly formed a plan of battle which would almost certainly have been successful if it had been adopted. He proposed that the Greeks should shift their position further to the left, to a considerable distance from the river, so that they might immediately attack the enemy's centre, where the king was stationed. But Clearchus, to whom Cyrus signified his wishes, made decided objections to this bold and wise plan. Unable to rise like Cyrus to the full bearings of the situation, he ruined the cause of his master by pedantically or timorously adhering to the precepts of Greek drill sergeants that it is fatal for the right wing to allow itself to be outflanked. And besides the consideration which Cyrus had in view, the advantage of bringing about with all speed the flight of Artaxerxes, there was another consideration which would not have occurred to Cyrus, but which ought to have occurred to Clearchus. The safety of Cyrus himself was a matter of the first importance to the Greeks. How important we shall see in the sequel. It was useless for the Greeks to cut down every single man in the Persian left, if while they were sweeping all before them, the prince for whom they fought were slain. Cyrus did not press the matter, and left it to Clearchus to make his own dispositions. The onset of the Greeks struck their enemies with panic before a blow was struck. On the other side, the Persian right, which far outflanked the left wing of Cyrus, was wheeled round so as to take the troops of Arrhaeus in the rear. Then Cyrus, who was already receiving congratulations as if he were king on account of the success of the Greeks, dashed forward with his 600 horse against the 6,000 who surrounded Artaxerxes. The impetuous charge broke up the guard, and if the prince had kept command over his passions, he would have been the great king within an hour. But unluckily he caught sight of his brother, whom he hated with his whole soul, amid the flying bodyguard. The bitter passion of hatred overmastered him, and he galloped forward, with a few followers, to slay Artaxerxes with his own hand. He had the satisfaction of wounding him slightly with a javelin, but in the melee which ensued, he was himself wounded in the eye by a Carian soldier, and falling from his horse, was presently slain. The news of his death was the signal for the flight of his Asiatic troops. The vivid narrative of Xenophon, who took part in the battle, preserves the memory of these remarkable events. At the time he saw little of the battle, and he could have known little of the arrangements and movements of the Persians. But before he wrote his own book, he had the advantage of reading a book written by another Greek, who had also witnessed those remarkable events, but from the other side. This was Ctesias, the court physician, who was present at the battle and cured Artaxerxes of the breast wound which Cyrus had dealt him. The book of Ctesias is lost, but some bits of his story have drifted down to us in the works of later writers who had read it, and afford us a glimpse or two into the great king's camp and court about this eventful time. For the Greek band, which now found itself in the heart of Persia, girt about by enemies on every side, the death of Cyrus was an immediate and crushing calamity. But for Greece it was probably a stroke of good fortune, though Sparta herself had blessed the enterprise. Cyrus was a prince whose ability was well nigh equal to his ambition. He had proved his capacity by his early successes as satrap, by the organization of his expedition, which demanded an exceptional union of policy and vigour, in meeting difficulties and surmounting dangers, by his recognition of the value of the Greek soldier. Under such a sovereign the Persian realm would have thriven and waxed great, and become once more a menace to the freedom of the European Greeks. Who can tell what dreams that ambitious brain might have cherished, dreams of universal conquest to be achieved at the head of an invincible army of Grecian footlancers? And in days when mercenary service was coming into fashion, the service of Cyrus would have been popular. Whatever oriental craft and cruelty lurked beneath, he had not only a frank and attractive manner, but a generous nature, which completely won such an honest Greek as Xenophon, the soldier and historian. He knew how to appreciate the Greeks as none of his country ever knew before. He recognized their superiority to the Asiatics in the military qualities of steadfastness and discipline, and this undisguised appreciation was a flattery which they were unable to resist. If Cyrus had come to the throne, his energy and policy would certainly have been felt in the Aegean world. The Greeks would not have been left for the next 2 generations to shape their own destinies as they did, little affected by the languid interventions of Artaxerxes. Perhaps the stubborn stupidity of Clearchus on the field of Cunaxa, with his hard and fast precepts of Greek drill sergeants, saved Hellas from becoming a Persian satrapy. But such speculations would have brought little comfort, could they have occurred, to the 10,000 Greeks who, flushed with the excitement of pursuit, returned to hear that the rest of their army had been defeated, to find their camp pillaged, and then to learn on the following morning that Cyrus was dead. The habit of self-imposed discipline, which Cyrus knew so well how to value, stood the Greeks in good stead at this grave crisis, and their easy victory had given them confidence. They refused to surrender at the summons of Artaxerxes. For him their presence was extremely awkward, like a hostile city in the midst of his land, and his first object was at all hazards to get them out of Babylonia. He therefore parleyed with them, and supplied them with provisions. The only desire of the Greeks was to make all the haste they could homeward. By the road they had come it was nearly 1,500 miles to Sardis, but that road was impracticable, for they could not traverse the desert again unprovisioned. Without guides, without any geographical knowledge, not knowing so much as the course of the Tigris, they had no alternative but to embrace the proposal of Tissaphernes, who undertook to guide them home by another road on which they would be able to obtain provisions. Following him, but well in the rear of his troops, the Greeks passed the wall of Media and crossed 2 navigable canals before they reached the Tigris, which they passed by its only bridge close to Citace. Their course then lay northward up the left bank of the Tigris. They passed from Babylonia into Media, and, crossing the Lesser Zab, reached the banks of the greater Zarb without any incident of consequence. But here the distrust and suspicion which smouldered between the Greek and the Persian camps almost broke into a flame of hostility, and Clearchus was driven into seeking an explanation with Tissaphernes. The frankness of the satrap disarmed the suspicions of Clearchus. Tissaphernes admitted that some persons had attempted to poison his mind against the Greeks, but promised to reveal the names of the calumniators if the Greek generals and captains came to his tent the next day. Clearchus readily consented, and induced his 4 fellow generals, Ageas, Menon, Proxenus, and Socrates, to go to Tissaphernes, though such blind confidence was ill justified by the character of the crafty satrap. It was a fatal blunder, the second great blunder Clearchus had made, to place all the Greek commanders helplessly in the power of the Persian. Clearchus had been throughout an enemy of the Thessalian Menon, and it may be that he suspected Menon of treason, and that his desire to convict his rival in the tent of Tissaphernes blinded his better judgment. The 5 generals went with 20 captains and some soldiers. The captains and soldiers were cut down, and the generals were fettered and sent to the Persian court, where they were all put to death. Tissaphernes had no intention of attacking the Greek army. He had led them to a place from which it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to return to Greece, and he imagined that when they found themselves without any responsible commanders, they would immediately surrender. But if in the first moments of dismay the prospect seemed hopeless, the Greeks speedily rallied their courage, chose new generals, and resumed their northward march. It was the Athenian Xenophon, a man of ready speech and great presence of mind, who did most to infuse new spirit into the army and guide it amidst the perils and difficulties which now beset it. Though he had no rank, being merely a volunteer, he was elected a general, and his power of persuasion, united with practical sense, won for him a remarkable ascendancy over the men. He tells us how, on the first dreary night after the betrayal of the generals, he dreamed that he saw a thunderbolt striking his father's house, and flames wrapping the walls about. This dream gave him his inspiration. He interpreted it of the plight in which he and his fellows were. The house was in extreme danger, but the light was a sign of hope. And then the thought was borne in on him that it was foolish to wait for others to take the lead, that it would be well to make a start himself. It was bold indeed to undertake a march of uncertain length, terribly long, without guides, and with inexperienced officers, over unknown rivers and uncouth mountains, through the lands of barbarous folks. The alternative would have been to found a Greek city in the centre of Media, but this had no attraction. The hearts of all were set upon returning to the Greek world. It would be long to tell the full diary of the adventures of their retreat. It is a chronicle of courage, discipline, and reasonableness in the face of perils which nothing but the exercise of those qualities in an unusual measure would have been able to surmount. Their march to the Carduchian mountains, which form the northern boundary of Media, was harassed by the army of Tissaphernes, who, however, never ventured on a pitched battle. When they entered Carduchia, the Greeks passed out of the Persian Empire, for the men of these mountains were independent, wedged in between the satrapies of Media and Armenia. The passage through this wild country was the most dangerous and destructive part of the whole retreat. The savage hillsmen were implacably hostile, and it was easy for them to defend the narrow precipitous passes against an army laden with baggage and fearing at every turn of the winding roads to be crushed by rocky masses which the enemy rolled down from the heights above. After much suffering and loss of life, they reached the stream of the Centrites, a tributary of the Tigris, which divides Carduchia from Armenia. The news of their coming had gone before, and they found the opposite bank lined with the forces of Tiribazus, the Armenian satrap. The Carduchian hillsmen were hanging on their rear, and it needed a clever stratagem to cross the river safely. It was now the month of December, and the march lay through the snows of wintry Armenia. They had sore struggles with cold and hunger, but they went unmolested, for they had made a compact with Tiribazus, undertaking to abstain from pillage. The direction of the march lay northwestward. They crossed the two branches of the Euphrates, and their route perhaps partly corresponded to that which a traveller follows at the present day from Tabriz to Erzerum. When they had made their way through the territories of the martial Chalybes and other hostile peoples, they reached a city, a sign that at last they were once more on the fringe of civilization. It was the city of Gymnias, a thriving place which perhaps owed its existence to neighbouring silver mines. Here they had a friendly welcome, and learned with delight that they were not many days' journey south of Trapezus. A guide undertook that they should have sight of the sea after a 5 days' march. And on the 5th day they came to Mount Thekes, and when the van reached the summit a great cry arose. When Xenophon and the rear heard it, they thought that an enemy was attacking in front. But when the cry increased as fresh men continually came up to the summit, Xenophon thought it must be something more serious, and galloped forward to the front with his cavalry. When he drew near, he heard what the cry was. "The sea! The sea!" The sight of the sea to which they had said farewell at Myrandrus, and which they had so often despaired of ever again beholding, was an assurance of safety at last attained. The night watches in the plains of Babylonia, or by the rivers of Media, the wild faces in the Carduchian mountains, the bleak highlands of Armenia, might now fade into the semblances of an evil dream. A few more days brought the army to Trapezus, to Greek soil, and to the very shore of the sea. Here they rested for a month, supporting themselves by plundering the Colchian natives, who dwelled in the hills round about, while the Greeks of Trapezus supplied a market. Here they celebrated games, and offered their sacrifices of thanksgiving to Zeus Soter, in fulfilment of a vow they had made on that terrible night on the Zab after the loss of their generals. 10,000 Greek soldiers dropped down from the mountains like a sudden thunderbolt from heaven were a surprise which must have caused strange perplexity to the Greeks of the coast, to Trapezus and her sister Cerasus, and to their common mother Sinope. It was a somewhat alarming problem. More than a myriad soldiers, mostly hoplites, steeled by an ordeal of experience such as few men had ever passed, but not quite certain as to what their next step should be, suddenly knocking at one's gates. And they were not an ordinary army, but rather a democracy of 10,000 citizens equipped as soldiers, serving no king, responsible to no state, a law unto themselves, electing their officers and deciding all matters of importance in a sovereign popular assembly. As it were a great moving city moving along the shores of the Euxine. What might it not do? For one thing, it might easily plant itself on some likely site within the range of Sinope's influence, and conceivably outtop Sinope herself. The 10,000 themselves thought only of home, the Aegean, and the Greek world. Could they have procured ships at once, they would not have tarried to perplex Sinope and her daughter cities. To Xenophon, who foresaw more or less dimly the difficulties which would beset the army on its return to Greece, the idea of seizing some native town, like Phasis, and founding a colony in which he might amass riches and enjoy power, was not unwelcome. But when it was known that he contemplated such a plan, though he never proposed it, he well-nigh forfeited his influence with the army. In truth, a colony at Phasis, in the land of the Golden Fleece, founded by the practical Xenophon, might have been the best solution of the fate of the 10,000. The difficulties which they had now to face were of a different kind from those which they had so successfully surmounted, demanding not so much endurance and bravery as tact and discretion. Now that they were no longer in daily danger of sheer destruction, the motive for cohesion had lost much of its strength. If we remember that the army was composed of men of different Greek nationalities brought together by chance, and that it was now united by no bond of common allegiance, but was purely a voluntary association, the wonder is that it was not completely disorganized and scattered long before it reached Byzantium. It is true that the discipline sensibly and inevitably declined, and it is true that the host dissolved itself at Heraclea into 3 separate bands, though only to be presently reunited. But it is a remarkable spectacle, this large society of soldiers managing their own affairs, deciding what they would do, determining where they would go, seldom failing to listen to the voice of reason in their assemblies, whether it was the voice of Xenophon or of another. The last stages of the retreat from Trapezzus to Chalcedon were accomplished partly by sea, partly by land, and were marked by delays, disappointments, and disorders. It might be expected that on reaching Chalcedon the army would have dispersed, each man hastening to return to his own city. But they were satisfied to be well within the Greek world once more, and they wanted to replenish their empty purses before they went home. So they still held together, ready to place their arms at the disposal of any power who would pay them. To Pharnabazus, the satrap of the Hellespontine province of Persia, the arrival of men who had defied the power of the great king was a source of alarm. He bribed the Lacedaemonian admiral Anaxibius, who was stationed at the Bosphorus, to induce the 10,000 to cross over into Europe. Anaxibius compassed this by promises of high pay, but the troops who were admitted into Byzantium would have pillaged the city when they discovered that they had been deluded, if Xenophon's presence of mind and persuasive speech had not once more saved them from their first impulse. After this they took service under a Thracian prince, Seuthes was his name, who employed them to reduce some rebellious tribes. Seuthes was more perfidious than Anaxibius, for he cheated them of the pay which they had actually earned. But better times were coming. War broke out, as we shall presently see, between Lacedaemon and Persia, and the Lacedaemonians wanted fighting men. The impoverished army of Cyrus, now reduced to the number of 6,000, crossed back into Asia and received an advance of pay. Here our interest in them ends, if it did not already end when they reached Trapezzus, our interest in all of them, at least, except Xenophon. Once and again Xenophon had intended to leave the army since its return to civilization, and he had steadfastly refused all proposals to elect him commander. But his strong ascendancy among the soldiers, and his consequent power to help them, had rendered it impossible for him on each occasion to abandon them in their difficulties. Now he was at last released, and returned to Athens with a considerable sum of money. It is probable that his native city, where his master Socrates had recently suffered death, proved uncongenial to him, for he soon went back to Asia to fight with his old comrades against the Persians. When Athens presently became an ally of Persia against Sparta, Xenophon was banished, and more than 20 years of his life were spent at Scyllus, a Tryphilian village, where the Spartans gave him a home. Afterwards the sentence of exile was revoked, and his last years were passed at Athens. On a country estate near that Tryphilian village, not far from Olympia, Xenophon settled down into a quiet life, with abundant leisure for literature, and composed, among other things of less account, the narrative of that memorable adventure in which Xenophon the Athenian had played such a leading part. Of the environment of his country life in quiet Tryphilia he has given a glimpse, showing us how he imprinted his own personality on the place. He had deposited in the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus a portion of a ransom of some captives taken during the retreat, to be reserved for the service of the goddess. This deposit was restored to him at Scyllus, and with the money Xenophon bought a suitable place for a sanctuary of Ephesian Artemis. A river Selinus flows through the place, just as at Ephesus a river Selinus flows past the temple, and in both streams there are fishes and shellfishes, but in the place at Scyllus there is also all manner of game. And Xenophon made an altar and a temple with the sacred money, and henceforward he used every year to offer to the goddess a tithe of the fruits of his estate, and all the citizens and neighbours, men and women, took part in the feast. They camped in tents, and the goddess furnished them with meal, bread, wine, and sweetmeats, and with a share of the hallowed dole at the sacrifice, and with a share of the game. For Xenophon's lads and the lads of the neighbours used to hunt quarry for the feast, and men who liked would join in the chase. There was game both in the consecrated estate and in Mount Pholoe, wild swine and gazelles and stags. That estate has meadowland and wooded hills, good pasture for swine and goats, for cattle and horses. And the beasts of those who fare from Sparta to the Olympian festival, for the road wends through the place, have their fill of feasting. The temple, which is girt by a plantation of fruit trees, is a small model of the great temple of Ephesus, and the cypress wood image is made in the fashion of the Ephesian image of gold. Here Xenophon could lead a happy, uneventful life, devoted to sport and literature and the service of the gods. At a casual glance, the expedition of Cyrus may appear to belong not to Greek, but to Persian history, and the retreat of the 10,000 may be deemed matter for a book of adventures, and a digression which needs some excuse in a history of Greece. But the story of the upgoing and the homecoming of Xenophon and his fellows is in truth no digression. It has been already pointed out how vitally the interests of Hellas, according to human calculation, were involved in the issue of Cunaxa, and how, if the arbitrament of fortune on that battlefield had been other, the future of Greece might have been other too. But the whole episode, the upgoing, the battle, and the homecoming, has an importance, by no means problematical, which secures it a certain and conspicuous place in the procession of Grecian history. It is an epilogue to the invasion of Xerxes, and a prologue to the conquest of Alexander. The great king had carried his arms into Greece, and Greece had driven him back. That was a leading epoch in the combat between Asia and Europe. The next epoch will be the retribution. The Greeks will carry their arms into Persia, and Persia will fail to repel them. The success of Alexander will be the answer to the defeat of Xerxes. For this answer the world has to wait for 5 generations. But in the meanwhile the expedition of the soldiers of Cyrus is a prediction, vouchsafed, as it were, by history, what the answer is to be. Xenophon's Anabasis is the continuation of Herodotus. Xenophon and his band are the reconnoitrers who forerun Alexander, and this significance of the adventure as a victory of Greece over Persia was immediately understood. A small company of soldiers had marched unopposed to the centre of the Persian Empire, where no Greek army had ever won its way before. They had defeated almost without a blow the overwhelming forces of the king within a few miles of his capital, and they had returned safely, having escaped from the hostile multitudes, which did not once dare to withstand their spears in open warfare. Such a display of Persian impotence surprised the world, and Greece might well despise the power whose resources a band of strangers had so successfully defied. No Hellenic city, indeed, had won a triumph over the barbarian, but all Hellenic cities alike had reason to be stirred by pride at a brilliant demonstration of the superior excellence of the Greek to the Asiatic in courage, discipline, and capacity. The lesson had, as we shall see, its immediate consequences. Only a year or two passed, and it inspired a Spartan king, a man indeed of poor ability and slight performance, to attempt to achieve the task which fate reserved for Alexander. But the moral effect of the Anabasis was lasting and of greater import than the futile warfare of Agesilaus. Considering these bearings, we shall have not said too much if we say that the episode of the 10,000, though a private enterprise so far as Hellas was concerned, and though enacted beyond the limits of the Hellenic world, yet occupies a more eminent place on the highway of Grecian history than the contemporary transactions of Athens and Sparta and the other states of Greece. End of chapter 12, section 2. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 12, Parts 3 and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 12, Part 3 and 4. Section 3. War of Sparta with Persia. The enterprise of Cyrus had immediately affected the position and prospect of the Greek cities of Ionia. In accordance with their contract, the Spartans handed over the Asiatic cities to Persia, retaining only Abydos on account of its strategic importance. Cyrus, however, bidding for Greek support, had instigated the Ionian cities to revolt from their satrap, Tissaphernes, and to place themselves under his protection. Tissaphernes was in time to save Miletus, but all the other cities received Greek garrisons, and thus, when Cyrus disappeared into the interior of Asia, they had practically passed out of Persian control. After the defeat of Cyrus at Cunaxa, Tissaphernes returned to the Aegean coast as governor of all the districts which had been under Cyprus, and with the general title of Commander of Further Asia, implying supremacy over the adjacent satrapies. His first concern was to recover the Greek cities of the coast, and he attacked Syme. The Asiatic Greeks were greatly alarmed, and they sent to Sparta an appeal for her protection. The relations of Sparta to Persia were no longer the same, since the help given to Cyrus was an act of war against the king. The successful march of the 10,000 inspired Greece with a feeling of contempt for the strength of the Persian Empire. The opportunity of plundering the wealthy satrapies of Pharnabazus and Tissaphernes was a bait for Spartan cupidity. The prospect of gaining signal successes against Persia appealed to Spartan ambition. These considerations induced Sparta to send an army to Asia, and this army was increased by the remains of the famous 10,000 who, as already stated, crossed over from Thrace and entered the service of Sparta. Much might have been accomplished with a competent commander, but the general Thibron was unable to maintain discipline among his men, and the few successes achieved fell far short of Sparta's reasonable hopes. Thibron was superseded by Dercylidus, a man who had the repute of being unusually wily. Taking advantage of a misunderstanding between the two satraps, Dercylidus made a truce with Tissaphernes and marched with all his forces into the province of Pharnabazus, against whom he had a personal grudge. A recent occurrence rendered it possible for him to get into his hands the Troad, or Aeolis as it was called, with speed and ease. The government of this region had been granted by Pharnabazus to Zenis, a native of Dardanus. When he died, leaving a widow, a son, and a daughter, Pharnabazus was about to choose another sub-satrap, but the widow, whose name was Mania, presented a position that she should be permitted to fill the post which her husband had held. "My husband," she argued, "paid his tribute punctually, and you thanked him for it. If I do as well, why should you appoint another? If I am found unsatisfactory, you can remove me at any moment." She fortified her arguments by large presents of money to the satrap, his officers and concubines, and won her request. She gave Pharnabazus full satisfaction by her regular payments of tribute, and under her vigorous administration the Aeolid became a rich and well defended land. A body of Greek mercenaries was maintained in her service, and immense treasures were stored in the strong mountain fortresses of Skepsis, Girgis, and Chebron. She even reduced some coast towns in the south of the Troad, and took part herself, like the Carian Artemisia, in military expeditions. But she had for a son-in-law an ungrateful traitor, Medius of Skepsis, whom she treated with trust and affection. In order to possess himself of her power, he strangled her, then killed her son, and laid hold of the 3 fortresses which controlled the district, along with the treasure. But Pharnabazus refused to recognize the murder of Mania, and sent back the gifts of Medius with the message: "Keep them, until I come to seize both them and you. Life would not be worth living if I avenged not the death of Mania." As Medius was expecting with alarm the vengeance of Pharnabazus, the Spartan army appeared on the scene. Dercylidus became master of the Aeoliad without any opposition, since the garrisons of the cities did not acknowledge Medius, excepting only the forts of Skepsis, Girgis, and Chebron. The garrison of Chebron soon surrendered. At Skepsis, Medius came forth to a conference, and Dercylidus, without waiting to confer, marched up to the gates of the town, so that Medius, with the power of the enemy, could do nothing but order them to be opened, and his unwilling orders likewise threw open the gates of Girgis. His own private property was restored to Medius, but all the treasures of Mania were appropriated by the Spartan general, for the property of Mania belonged to her master Pharnabazus, and was therefore the legitimate booty of the satrap's enemy. This booty supplied Dercylidus with pay for his 8,000 soldiers for nearly a year, and it was noticed that the conduct of the heroes of the Anabasis showed a signal improvement from this time forward. The Aeoliad now served the Spartans against the satrapy of Pharnabazus somewhat as Decelea had served them in Attica. It was a fortified district in the enemy's country. Sparta, hoping that these successes would induce Persia to make terms and acquiesce in the freedom of the Greek cities, concluded truces with Tissaphernes and Pharnabazus, and sent up ambassadors to Caesar to treat with the great king. Dercylidus meanwhile crossed into Europe and defended himself with restoring the cross wall which defended Sestos and the other cities of the Chersonese against the incursions of the Thracians, the inhabitants gladly furnishing pay and food to the army. On returning to Asia, the Spartan commander captured after a long siege the strong town of Atarneus. Then by special orders from home he proceeded to Caria. The Spartan overtures were heard unfavourably at Susa, for the king had been persuaded by his able satrap Pharnabazus to prosecute the war by sea. The Spartans could not cope in mere numbers with the fleet which Phoenicia and Cyprus could furnish him, but everything would depend on the commander. Here fortune played into his hands. There was an enemy of Sparta, an experienced naval officer, who was ready to compass heaven and earth to work the downfall of her supremacy. The Athenian admiral Conon, who we last saw escaping from the surprise of Aegosopotami, was burning to avenge the disgrace of that fatal day. He had found hospitality and protection at the court of Evagorus, king of the Cyprian Salamis, and through him had entered into communication with Ctesias, the Greek physician, whom we already met at Cunaza. Ctesias had the ear of the queen mother Parysatis, and through her influence and the advice of Pharnabazus, Conon was appointed to command a fleet of 300 ships, which was prepared in Phoenicia and Cilicia. Under his command, such a numerous navy was extremely formidable, but the Lacedaemonian government does not seem to have realized the danger, owing perhaps to their experience of the ineffectiveness of previous Persian armaments, and they committed the mistake of throwing all their vigour into the land warfare and neglecting their sea power, which was absolutely vital for the maintenance of their supremacy. But when Conon, not waiting for the complete equipment of the fleet, sailed to Cornus in Caria with 40 ships, the Spartans were obliged to move. They sent a fleet of 120 ships under Pharax to blockade Cornus and Conon's galleys in the harbour, and ordered Dercyllidas to Caria. The joint forces of Tissaphernes and Pharnabazus first raised the siege of Cornus and then confronted Dercyllidas in the valley of the Meander. A panic which seized some of the troops of the Spartan general might have been fatal, but the reputation of the 10,000, whose valour Tissaphernes had experienced, rendered that satrap unwilling to risk a battle, and a conference issued in an armistice. But Sparta had now decided to conduct the war against Persia with greater vigour and on a larger scale, and Dercyllidas had to make way for no less a successor than one of the Spartan kings. Agesilaus, who now comes upon the scene, had been recently raised to the regal dignity in unusual circumstances. When Lysander retired from public affairs to visit the temple of Zeus Ammon, he had neither discarded ambition nor lost his influence. He conceived the plan of making a change in the Spartan constitution which can hardly be described as less than revolutionary. The idea was that the kingship should be no longer confined to the Eurysthenid and Proclid families, in which it was hereditary by law, but that the king should be elected from all Heraclids. The Spartan king was not a king in our sense of the word. He was not a sovereign. He was rather a grand officer of the state. But the scheme to make the office elective instead of hereditary was nevertheless momentous. It meant immediately that Lysander should hold the military functions which belonged to the kings, the command of the army abroad for life. He could no longer be disposed or recalled at the end of a term of office. And in the hands of a man like Lysander, this permanent office might become something very different from what it was in the hands of the ordinary Proclid or Eurysthenid. The proportion between the power of king and ephor might be considerably shifted. Lysander's project, which might well have proved the first step to a sort of principate, which might have partially adapted Spartan institutions to the requirements of an imperial state. Lysander did not conceive the possibility of carrying this bold innovation by a coup d'etat. His plan was to bring religious influence to bear on the authorities, and he secretly employed his absence from Sparta in attempting to enlist the most important oracles in favour of his design. But the oracles received his proposals coldly. It sounded far too audacious. He succeeded, however, in winning over some of the Delphic priests, who aided him to invent oracles for his purpose. A rumour was spread that certain sacred and ancient records were preserved at Delphi, never to be revealed until a son of Apollo appeared to claim them, and at the same time people began to hear of the existence of a youth named Silenus, whose mother vouched that Apollo was his sire. But the ingenious plot broke down at the last moment. One of the confederates did not play his part, and the oracles bearing on the Spartan kingship were never revealed. Lysander then abandoned his revolutionary idea, and took advantage of the death of King Agis to secure the sceptre for a man whom he calculated he could direct and control. The kingship descended, in the natural course, on Leotychidas, the son of Agis, but it was commonly believed that this youth was illegitimate, being really the son of Alcibiades. There were doubts on the matter, but the suspicion was strong enough to enable the half-brother of Agis, Agesilaus, supported by the influence of Lysander, to oust his nephew and assume the sceptre. Lysander was deceived in his man. The new king was not of the metal to be the king-maker's tool. Agesilaus had hitherto shown only one side of his character. He had observed all the ordinances of Lycurgus from his youth up, had performed all duties with cheerful obedience, had shown himself singularly docile and gentle, had never asserted or put himself forward among his fellow citizens. But the mask of Spartan discipline covered a latent spirit of pride and ambition which no one suspected. Agesilaus, though strong and courageous, was of insignificant stature and lame. When he claimed the throne, an objection was raised on the ground of his deformity, for an oracle had once solemnly warned Lacedaemon to beware of a halt reign. But like all sacred weapons, this oracle could be blunted or actually turned against the adversaries. The god did not mean, said Lysander, physical lameness, but the reign of one who was not truly descended from Heracles. Yet those Spartans who believed in literal interpretation of divine words were ill content with the preference of Agesilaus. The new king displayed remarkable discretion and policy by his general demeanour of deferential respect to the other authorities. This had the greater effect, as the kings were generally wont to make up by their haughty manners for their want of real power. Agesilaus made himself popular with everybody, and he maintained as king the simplicity which had marked his life as a private citizen. He was unswervingly true to his friends, but this virtue declined to vice when he upheld his partisans in acts of injustice. Not long after his accession, a serious incident occurred which gives us a glimpse of the social condition of the Lacedaemonian state at this period, and shows that while the government was struggling to maintain its empire abroad, it was menaced at home by dangers which the existence of that empire rendered graver every year. Commerce with the outside world and acquisition of money had promoted considerable inequalities in wealth, and in consequence the number of peers or fully enfranchised Spartan citizens was constantly diminishing, while the class of those who had become too poor to pay their scot to the Syssitia were proportionally growing. These disqualified citizens were not degraded to the rank of perioeci, they formed a separate class and were named inferiors. A stroke of luck might at any moment enable one of them to pay his subscription and restore him to full citizenship. But the inferiors naturally formed a class of malcontents, and the narrow, ever narrowing oligarchy of peers had to fear that they might make common cause with the perioeci and helots and conspire against the state. Such a conspiracy was hatched, but was detected in its first stage through the efficient system of secret police which was established at Sparta. The prime mover seems to have been a young man of the inferior class named Cynodon, of great strength and bravery. The ephors learned from an informer that Cynodon had called his attention in the marketplace to the small number of Spartans, compared with the multitude of their enemies, one perhaps in 100. All alike, inferiors, Neodamodes, perioeci, helots, were, according to Cynodon, his accomplices. For hear any of them talk about the Spartans, he talks as if he could eat them raw. And when Cynodon was asked where the conspirators would find arms, he pointed to the shops of the ironsmiths in the marketplace, and added that every workman and husbandman possessed tools, on the grounds of information which was perhaps more precise than this. The ephors sent for Cynodon, whom they had often employed on police service, and sent him on a mission of this kind, but with an escort which arrested him on the road, put him to the torture, and wrung from him the names of his accomplices. It would have been dangerous to arrest him in Sparta and so spread the alarm before the names of the others were known. Asked why he conspired, Cynodon said, "I wished to be inferior to none in Sparta." He was scourged round the city, and put to death with his fellows. Recollecting the histories of other states, we cannot help wondering that an ambitious general like Lysander did not attempt to use for his own purposes this mass of discontent, into which Cynodon's abortive conspiracy opens a glimpse. There was something in the Spartan air which made a peer rarely capable of disloyalty to the privileges of his own class. Section 4. Asiatic campaigns of Agesilaus. Battle of Cnidus. It was arranged that Agesilaus should take the place of Decidylus, that he should take with him a force of 2,000 Neodamodes, and a military council of 30 Spartans, including Lysander. In the Spartan projects at this juncture we can observe very clearly the effect of the episode of the expedition of Cyrus and the 10,000 in revolutioning the attitude of Greece towards Persia, and spreading the idea that Persia was really weak. The Spartan leaders seem to have regarded the lands of the great king as a field of easy conquest for a bold Greek. King Agesilaus especially, who now began to disclose the consuming quality of ambition, dreamt of dethroning the great king himself, and felt no doubt that he would at least speedily deliver the Asiatic coast from Persian control. But he lived 60 years too soon, and in any case this respectable Spartan was not the man to settle the eternal question. He regarded himself as a new Agamemnon going forth to capture a new Troy, and to make the illusion of resemblance complete, he sailed with part of his army to Aulis to offer sacrifices there in the temple of Artemis, as the king of men had done before the sailing of the Greeks to Ilium. If Agesilaus had subverted the Persian empire, the sacrifice at Aulis would have seemed an interesting instance of a great man's confidence in his own star. But the performance of Agesilaus can only provoke the mirth of history, especially as the solemnity was not successfully carried out. The Spartan king had not asked the permission of the Thebans to sacrifice in the temple, and a body of armed men interrupted the proceedings and compelled him to desist. It was an insult which Agesilaus never forgave to Thebes. Lysander expected that the real command in the war would devolve upon himself, and on arriving in Asia he acted on that assumption. He was soon undeceived. Agesilaus had no intention of being merely a nominal chief, and he checked his counsellor's self-sufficiency by invariably refusing the petitions which were presented to him through Lysander. The policy was effectual. Lysander, smarting under the humiliation, was sent at his own request on a separate mission to the Hellespont, where he did useful work for Sparta. The satraps in the meantime had renewed with Agesilaus the truce they had made with Dercyllidas, but it was soon broken by Tissaphernes. Agesilaus made a feint of marching into Caria, and then suddenly, when Tissaphernes had completed his dispositions for defence, turned northwards to Phrygia and invaded the satrapy of Pharnabazus. Here he accomplished nothing of abiding importance, but secured a vast quantity of booty, with which he enriched his friends and favourites. It was no temptation to himself. The historian Xenophon, who has left us a special work on the life and character of Agesilaus, tells many anecdotes of this campaign, to illustrate the merits of his hero. These incidents, which bring out his humanity, have more than a personal interest for us. They must be taken in connection with the general fact that the Greeks of the 4th century were more humane than the Greeks of the 5th. We are told that Agesilaus protected his captives against ill usage. They were to be treated as men, not as criminals. Sometimes slave merchants, fleeing out of the way of his army, abandoned on the roadside little children whom they had bought. Instead of leaving these to perish by wolves or hunger, Agesilaus had them removed and given in charge to natives who were too old to be carried into captivity. But Agesilaus did not scruple to use the captives, without regard to their feelings, as object lessons for his own soldiers. At Ephesus, where the winter was passed in drill, he conceived the idea of showing his troops the difference between good and bad training. He caused the prisoners to be put up for auction naked, that the Greek soldiers might see the inferior muscles, the white skin, and the soft limbs of the Asiatics whose bodies were never exposed to the weather nor hardened by regular gymnastic discipline. The spectacle impressed the Greeks with their own superiority, but it was an outrage, though not intended as such, on the captives. For while all Greeks habitually stripped for exercise, Asiatics think it a shame to be seen naked. Having organized a force of cavalry during the winter, Agesilaus took the field in spring, and gained a victory over Tissaphernes on the Pactolus, near Sardis. The general ill success of Tissaphernes was made a matter of complaint at Susa. The queen mother, Parysatis, who had never forgiven him for the part he played in the disaster of her beloved Cyrus, made all the efforts to procure his downfall, and Tithrostes was sent to the coast to succeed him and put him to death. An offer was now made by Tithrostes to Agesilaus, which it would have been wise to accept. He was required to leave Asia on condition that the Greek cities should enjoy complete autonomy, paying only their original tribute to Persia. Agesilaus could not agree without consulting his government at home, and an armistice of 6 months was concluded. An armistice with Tithrostes, not with Persia, for Agesilaus was left free to turn his arms against Pharnabazus. In his second campaign in Phrygia, the Spartan king was supported by a Paphlagonian prince named Otis, as well as by Spithridates, a Persian noble, whom Lysander had induced to revolt. The province was ravaged up to the walls of Dascylion, where Pharnabazus resided, and the Spartan troops wintered in the rich parks of the neighbourhood, well supplied with birds and fish. The train of Pharnabazus, who moved about the country with all his furniture, was captured, but a dispute over the spoil alienated the oriental allies of Agesilaus, who was the more deeply chagrined at their departure, as he was warmly attached to a beautiful youth, the son of Spithridates. The Greek occupation of Phrygia was brought to an end by an interesting scene, an interview between the Persian satrap and the Lacedaemonian general. Agesilaus arrived first at the appointed place and sat down on the grass to wait. Then the servants of Pharnabazus appeared and began to spread luxurious carpets for their master. But Pharnabazus, seeing the simple seat of Agesilaus, went and sat down beside him. They shook hands, and Pharnabazus made a speech of dignified remonstrance. "I was the faithful ally of Sparta when she was at war with Athens. I helped her to victory. I never played her false like Tissaphernes. And now, for all this, you have brought me to such a plight that I cannot get a dinner in my own province save by picking up what you leave. All my parks and hunting grounds and houses you have ravaged or burnt. Is this justice or gratitude?" After a long silence, Agesilaus explained that being at war with the great king, he had to treat all Persian territory as hostile, but invited the satrap to throw off his allegiance and become an ally of Sparta. "If the king sends another governor and puts me under him," said Pharnabazus, "then I shall be glad to become your friend and ally, but now, while I hold this post of command for him, I shall make war upon you with all my strength." Agesilaus was delighted with this becoming reply. "I will quit your territory at once," he said, "and will respect it in future, so long as I have others to make war upon." Farewells were said, and Pharnabazus rode away, but his handsome son, dropping behind, said to Agesilaus, "I make you my guest," and gave him a javelin. Agesilaus accepted the proffered friendship, and gave in exchange the ornaments of his secretary's horse. The incident had a sequel. In later years, this young Persian, ill-treated by his brothers, fled for refuge to Greece, and did not seek in vain the protection of his guest friend Agesilaus. His success in Phrygia rendered Agesilaus more than ever disposed to attempt conquests in the interior of Asia Minor. But in the meantime he had mismanaged matters of greater moment. Before he marched against Pharnabazus, he had received a message from Sparta, committing to him the supreme command by sea. The preparation of an adequate fleet was urgent. Conon, with 80 sail, the rest of the armament was not yet completed, had induced Rhodes to revolt and had captured a corn fleet which an Egyptian prince had dispatched to the Lacedaemonians. Agesilaus took measures for the equipment of a fleet of 120 triremes at the expense of the cities of the islands and coastland. But he committed the blunder of entrusting the command to Pisander, his brother-in-law, a man of no experience. After his Phrygian expedition, Agesilaus had been himself recalled to Europe for reasons which will presently be related, while Pharnabazus went to discharge the functions of joint admiral with Conon, who had visited Susa in person, to stimulate the Persian zeal and obtain the necessary funds. In the middle of the summer the fleet of Conon and Pharnabazus, having left Cilician waters, appeared off the coast of the Cnidian peninsula. The numbers are uncertain, but the Persian fleet was overwhelmingly larger than that of Pisander, who sailed out from Cnidus to oppose it with desperate courage. The result could not be doubtful. Pisander's Asiatic contingents deserted him without fighting, and of the rest the greater part were taken or sunk. Pisander fell in the action. The Greek cities of Asia expelled the Spartan garrisons and acknowledged the overlordship of Persia. Thus Conon, in the guise of a Persian admiral, avenged Athens and undid the victory of the Aegospotami in a battle which was almost as easily won. The maritime power of Sparta was destroyed, and the unstable foundations of her empire undermined. End of Chapter 12, Parts 3 and 4.
Chapter 12, Part 5 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lini. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 12, Part 5. Sparta at the gates of the Peloponnesus, the Corinthian War. At the same time, she was suffering serious checks nearer home. While Agesilaus was meditating his wonderful schemes against Persia, war had broken out in Greece between Sparta and her allies, and the turn it took rendered it imperative to recall him from Asia. It is necessary to go back a little to explain. After the battle of the Goats River, Sparta had kept for herself all the fruits of victory. She had taken over the maritime empire of her prostrate foe, and enjoyed its tribute. Her allies had got nothing, and yet they had made far greater sacrifices than Sparta herself throughout the Peloponnesian War. Any demands made by Corinth and other allies who had borne the burden and heat of those years were haughtily rejected. Lacedaemon felt herself strong enough to treat her former friends with contempt. She further exhibited her despotic temper by her proceedings within the Peloponnesus against those who had displeased her. Elis had given her repeated and recent grounds of offense, and Elis was now chastised. King Agis invaded and ravaged the country, and imposed severe conditions on the Eleans. They were deprived of their Triphyllian territory, of Cyllene their port, and of other places, and were compelled to pull down the incomplete fortifications of their city. The only grace accorded to them was that they should still have the privilege of conducting the Olympian festival. The Spartans indulged another grudge by expelling from Naupactus and Cephallenia the residue of the Messenians who had settled in those places. The exercise of authority within the Peloponnesus was regarded by Sparta as an ordering of her own domain, but she also began vigorously to assert her power in the north of Greece. She resuscitated into new life her colony of Heraclea, near Thermopylae, and pushing into Thessaly, she placed a Lacedaemonian garrison in Harmost, in Pharsalus. When war broke out between Persia and Sparta, it was the policy of Persia to excite a war in Greece against her enemy, and fan the smoldering discontent of the secondary Greek powers into a flame. The satrap Tithrastus sent a Rhodian agent named Timocrates with 50 talents to bribe the leading statesmen of the chief cities to join Persia in a league of hostility against Sparta. Timocrates visited Argos, Corinth, and Thebes, and gained over some of the most influential people. But it really required only an assurance of Persian cooperation, and then a favorable occasion to raise a general resistance to the ascendancy of Lacedaemon. The first aggression, however, came from Lacedaemon herself. A trifle, a border dispute between Phocis and Opuntian Locris, furnished the occasion, the Locrians appealing to Thebes, the Phocians to Lacedaemon for support. The Lacedaemonians, according to their friend Xenophon, rejoiced to have a pretext for attacking Thebes and chastising her insolence. A double invasion of Boeotia was arranged, King Pausanias advancing from the south, and Lysander coming down from Heraclea on the north. Thus threatened, Thebes turned for aid to her old enemy, for whose utter destruction she had pleaded a few years ago. Athens had been steadily recovering a measure of her prosperity. The oligarchical party seems to have already merged its own ambitions in loyalty to the democratic majority which had shown such generosity in the day of its triumph. And in the debate of the Theban request for aid, men of all parties alike voted to seize the opportunity for attempting to break free from Spartan rule. The decision was felt to be bold, since the Piraeus was unfortified, but there was also a feeling that the tide was at the flood. Conon was sailing the southeastern seas, Rhodes had revolted, the moment must not be lost. So there was concluded an eternal alliance between the Boeotians and Athenians. The phrase, pregnant with the irony of history, has been preserved on a fragment of the original treaty stone, and it shows at least the enthusiastic hopes of the hour. When Lysander approached Boeotia, he was joined by Archomenus, which was always bitterly hostile to Theban supremacy in Boeotia. He and Pausanias had arranged to meet near Haliartus, which is about halfway between Thebes and Orchomenus. It is uncertain whether Lysander was too soon or Pausanias too late, but Lysander arrived in the district of Haliartus first and attacked the town. From their battlements, the men of Haliartus could descry a band of Thebans coming along the road from Thebes some time before the danger was visible to their assailants, and they suddenly sallied forth from the gates. Taken by surprise and attacked on both sides, Lysander's men were driven back, and Lysander was slain. His death was a loss to Sparta, which she could not make good. He had made her empire such as it was, and she had no other man of first-rate ability. But the death of the Spartan Lysander was no loss to Greece. Pausanias soon came up, and his first object was to recover the corpse of his dead colleague. He was strong enough to extort this from the Thebans and Heliardians, but an Athenian army came up at the same moment to their assistance under the leadership of Thrasybulus. Pausanias was in a difficult predicament. To fight meant to incur defeat, but to acknowledge weakness by asking for a burial truce was galling to Spartan pride. A council of war, however, decided to beg for a truce, and when the Thebans, contrary to usage, would grant it only in condition that the Peloponnesian army should leave Boeotia, the terms were accepted. The Spartans vented their sorrow for the loss of Lysander in anger against their king. He was condemned to death for having failed to keep trust with Lysander and for having declined battle. It is not clear whether the first charge was well founded. As for the second, no prudent general could have acted otherwise. Pausanias, who had discreetly refrained from returning to Sparta, spent the rest of his life as an exile at Tegea. The result of this double blow to the Spartans, their prestige tarnished and their ablest general fallen, was the conclusion of a league against her by the four most important states. Thebes and Athens were now joined by Corinth and Argos. This alliance was soon increased by the addition of the Euboeans, the Acarnanians, the Chalcidians of Thrace, and other minor states. Perhaps the most active spirit in this insurgent movement was the Theban Ismenias. This leader succeeded in expelling the Spartans from their northern post, Heraclea, and spreading the Theban alliance among the peoples of those regions. Sparta lost her foothold in Thessaly, and the Phocians, who were under the protection of a Spartan Harmost, were defeated. Thus the situation of Greece and the prospects of Sparta were completely changed. The allies, when spring came, gathered together their forces at the Isthmus, and it was proposed by one bold Corinthian to march straight on Sparta and burn out the wasps in their nest. But the Lacedaemonians were already advancing through Arcadia to Sicyon, from which place they crossed over by Nemea to the southern shores of the Saronic Gulf, a movement somewhat hampered by the allies, who had reached Nemea. The allies then took up a post near Corinth, and a battle was fought. The number of combatants on each side was unusually large for a Greek battle. The Spartans on their wing decisively routed the Athenians, and though on the other wing their subjects were routed, it was distinctly a Spartan victory. The losses of the confederates were more than twice as great as those of their foes. Some unrecorded feat of arms was achieved in this battle by 5 Athenian horsemen who lost their lives. And in the burying ground outside the Dipylon gate of Athens we may still see the funeral monument of one of these 5 knights, Dexileus, a youth of 20, who is portrayed, according to Greek habit, not in the moment of his death, but in the moment of victory, spearing a hoplite who has fallen under his horse's hoofs. Strategically, the confederates lost nothing, the victors gained nothing by the Battle of Corinth. The Isthmus was left under the control of the confederates, who were now free to oppose Agesilaus in Boeotia. For Agesilaus was bearing down on Boeotia. The Battle of Haliartus and the events which followed had decided the efforts to recall him from Asia, his presence being more pressingly needed in Europe. And with a heavy heart he was constrained to abandon his dazzling visions of Persian conquest. Agamemnon had to return to Mycenae without having taken Troy. He marched overland by a route which no army had traversed since the expedition of Xerxes, through Thrace and Macedonia. At Amphipolis he received the news of the victory of Corinth, not excessively inspiriting. But even as he marched, the fate of his country's empire was being decided. The victory of Canaan at Cnidus was the knell of the ambitions of Agesilaus. When his army reached Chaeronea, the sun suffered an eclipse, and the meaning of the phenomenon was explained by the news, which presently arrived, of the battle of Cnidus. To conceal from his army the full import of this news was the first duty of the general, and the second was to hasten on a battle while it could still be concealed. Agesilaus had been reinforced by some contingents from Lacedaemon, as well as by troops from Phocis and Orchomenus, but his main force consisted of the soldiers whom he had brought from Asia, among whom were some of the famous 10,000, including Xenophon himself. The Confederate army which had fought at Corinth was now in Boeotia, though hardly in the same strength, as a garrison must have been left to defend their important position near the isthmus. The Confederates established their camp in the district of Coronea, a favorable spot for blocking against the foe the road which leads to Thebes from Phocis and the valley of the Cephisus. On the field where the Boeotians had thrown off Athenian rule half a century before, Athenians and Boeotians now joined to throw off the domination of Lacedaemon. Agesilaus advanced from the Cephisus. He commanded his own right wing, and the Argives who were on the Confederate left fled before him without striking a blow. On the other side, the Thebans on the Confederate right routed the Orchomenians on the Lacedaemonian left. Then the two victorious right wings, wheeling round, met each other, and the real business of the day began. The object of Agesilaus was to prevent the Thebans from joining and rallying their friends. The encounter of the hoplites is described as incomparably terrible by Xenophon, who was himself engaged in it. Agesilaus, whose bodily size was hardly equal to such a fray, was trodden underfoot and rescued by the bravery of his bodyguard. The pressure of the deep column of the Thebans pushed a way through the Lacedaemonian array. Agesilaus was left master of the field. He erected a trophy, and the Confederates asked for the burial truce. But though the Battle of Coronea, like the Battle of Corinth, was a technical victory for the Spartans, history must here again offer her congratulations to the side which was, superficially, defeated. In the chief action of the day, the Thebans had displayed superiority and thwarted the attempt of their enemy to cut them off. It was a great moral encouragement to Thebes for future warfare with Lacedaemon. And immediately it was a distinct success for the Confederates. When an aggressor cannot follow up his victory, the victory is strategically equivalent to a repulse. Agesilaus immediately evacuated Boeotia. That was the result of Coronea. He crossed over to the Peloponnesus from Delphi, as the Confederates commanded the road by Corinth. It was round Corinth that the struggle of the next years mainly centered, in fitting accordance with the object of the war. Sparta was fighting for domination beyond the Peloponnesus. Her enemies were fighting to keep her within the Peloponnesus. The most effective way of accomplishing this design was to hold the gates of the peninsula between the Corinthian and Saronic gulfs and not let her pass out. With this view, long walls were built binding Corinth, on the one hand with its western port, Lechaeon, and on the other with its eastern port, at Cenchreae. Thus none could pass from the Peloponnesus into northern Greece without dealing with the defenders of these fortifications. Never had Lacedaemon been more helpless, almost a prisoner in her peninsula, and her maritime empire dissolved. This momentary paralysis of Lacedaemon proved the salvation of Athens. The restoration of Athens to her place among the independent powers of Greece at this juncture came about by curious means. The satrap Pharnabazus, who had done so much to aid Lysander in destroying her, now helped to bring about her resurrection. He had not forgiven Sparta for the injury which Agesilaus had inflicted on his province, and this rankling resentment was kept alive by the circumstance that, while the other Asiatic cities had unanimously declared against Sparta after the battle of Cnidus, Abydos alone held out against himself under the Spartan Dercyllidas. He exhibited his wrath by accompanying Conon and the fleet, in the following spring, to the shores of Greece, to ravage the Spartan territory, and to encourage and support the Confederates. A Persian satrap within sight of Corinth and Salamis was a strange sight for Greece. His revengefulness stood Athens in good stead. When he returned home, he allowed Conon to retain the fleet and make use of it to rebuild the long walls of Athens and fortify the Piraeus. He even supplied money to inflict this crushing blow on Sparta, a blow which completely undid the chief result of the Peloponnesian War. The two long parallel walls connecting Athens with the Piraeus were rebuilt. The port was again made defensible, and the Athenians could feel once more that they were a free and independent people in the Grecian world. Canaan, who had wrought out their deliverance, erected a temple to the Cnidian Aphrodite in the Piraeus as a monument of his great victory. Never since the day of Salamis was there such cause for rejoicing at Athens as when the fortifications were completed at the end of the autumn. As rebuilder of the walls, Canaan might claim to be a second Themistocles. But the comparison only reminds us of the change which had come over Greece in 100 years. It was through Persian support that Athens, now under the auspices of Canaan, regained in part the position which it had won by her championship of Hellas against Persia under the auspices of Themistocles. She did not regain her former ascendancy or her former empire, but she was restored to an equality with the other powerful states of Greece. She could feel herself the peer of Thebes, Corinth, and Argos, and of Sparta, now that Sparta had fallen from her high estate. The Athenians could now calmly maintain that defiance which they had boldly offered to Sparta by their alliance with Thebes. About the same time, the northern islands of Lemnos, Imbros, and Cyrus seemed to have been reunited to Athens, and she recovered her control of Delos, which the Spartans had taken from her. Chios, too, became her ally. It was of vital importance to the Lacedaemonians to gain command of the gates of the Peloponnesus by capturing some part of the line of defense, and thus Corinth becomes the center of interest. The Lacedaemonians established their headquarters at Sicyon, and from this base made a series of efforts to break through the lines of Corinth, efforts which were ultimately successful. Unluckily, the chronology is obscure, and it cannot be decided whether these operations were partly concurrent with, or altogether subsequent to, the rebuilding of the long walls of Athens. In Corinth itself there was a considerable party favorable to Sparta. This party seems to have arranged a plot for violently overthrowing the oligarchy which was in power. But the design was suspected and prevented by the government, who caused the friends of Sparta to be massacred in cold blood in the market-place and theatre on the last day of the feast of Euclia. The Corinthian government at the same time drew closer the bonds which attached it to the enemies of Sparta. By a remarkable measure, Corinth and Argos united themselves into a federal state. The boundary pillars were pulled up. The citizens enjoyed common rights. It would be interesting to know how this federal constitution was framed. But such an union had no elements of endurance. It was a merely political expedient. A considerable number of the Philo-Laconian party had escaped. Some still remained in the city, and these now managed to open a gate in the western wall and admit Praxiteles, the commander at Sicyon, with a Lacedaemonian mora of 600 hoplites. Praxiteles secured his position between the two walls by constructing a ditch and palisade across the intermural space on the side of Corinth. The Corinthians and their allies came down from the city. The palisade was torn up, a battle was fought, and the Lacedaemonians, completely victorious, captured the town of Lycaon, though not the port. Praxiteles then pulled down part of the walls and made incursions into the Corinthian territory on the side of the Saronic Bay. But when winter set in, he disbanded his army, without making any provision for keeping the command of the isthmus, and the Athenians came, with carpenters and masons, and repaired the breach in the walls. A warfare of raids was, at the same time, constantly carried on by the hostile parties from their posts at Corinth and Sicyon. In this warfare a force of mercenaries, trained and commanded by the Athenian Iphicrates, was especially conspicuous. They were armed as peltasts, with light shield and javelin, and this armor was far better suited for the conditions of camp life and the duties of the professional soldier than the armor of a hoplite. The employment of mercenaries had been growing, destined ultimately to supplant the institution of citizen armies. It was the wilder parts of Greece, like Crete, Aetolia, Acarnania, that chiefly supplied the mercenary troops. Iphicrates of Rhamnus, an officer of great energy and talent, recognized the importance of the professional peltast as a new element in Hellenic warfare, and immortalized his name in military history by reforming the peltast's equipment. His improvements consisted in lengthening the sword and the javelin, and introducing a kind of light leggings known as iphicratid boots. It is difficult to appreciate the full import of these changes, but they were clearly meant to unite effectiveness of attack with rapidity of motion. This enterprising officer and his peltasts won the chief honors of the Corinthian war. Agesilaus had been sent out to gain some more permanent successes than those which had been achieved by Praxiteles. His brother Teleutius cooperated with him by sea. The long walls were stormed, and the port of Lechaeon was captured. In the following year he went forth again. It was the time of the Isthmian festival, and the games were about to be held in the presence of Poseidon at Isthmus. Agesilaus marched thither, interrupted the Corinthians and Argives who were beginning the celebration, and presided at the contest himself. When he retired, the Corinthians came and celebrated the festival over again. Some athletes won the same race twice. Agesilaus then captured the port of Pyrrhion on the promontory which forms the northern side of the inmost recess of the Corinthian Gulf. The importance of this capture lay in the fact that Pyrrhion connected Corinth with her allies in Boeotia. Its occupation was a threat to Boeotia, and the Boeotians immediately sent envoys to Agesilaus. The position was now reversed. The Spartans commanded the Isthmus passage, and by possessing Sicyon, Pyrrhion, Lechaeon, as well as Sidon and Crommyon on the Saronic Gulf, they entirely closed in Corinth, except on the side of Argolis. If Agesilaus felt himself the arbiter of Greece, his triumph was short. The situation was rescued by Iphicrates. In the garrison at Lechaeon there were some men of Amyclae, whose custom and privilege it was to return to their native place to keep the local feast of Hyacinthus. The time of this feast was now at hand, and they set out to return home by Sicyon and Arcadia, the only way open to them. But as it was not safe for a handful of men to march under the walls of Corinth, they were escorted most of the way to Sicyon by a mora of 600 Lacedaemonian hoplites. As this escort was returning to Lechaeon, Iphicrates and his peltasts issued from the gates of Corinth and attacked them. The heavy spearmen were worn out by the repeated assaults of the light troops, with which they were unable to cope, and a large number were destroyed. This event, though less striking and important, bore a resemblance to the famous calamity of Sphacteria. In both cases, Spartan warriors had been discomfited in the same way by the continuous attacks of inaccessible light troops, and in both cases a blow was dealt to the military prestige of Lacedaemon. The success of Iphicrates was a suggestive sign of the future which might be in store for the professional peltast. To Agesilaus the news came at a moment when he was regarding with triumphant arrogance his captives and the Theban envoys. His pride was changed into chagrin. The army was plunged into sorrow, and only the relatives of those soldiers who had fallen in the battle moved about with the jubilant air of victors. Leaving another division as a garrison in Lechaeon, Agesilaus returned home, skulking through Sicyon and the Arcadian cities at night, in order to avoid unkind remarks. Pyrrhion, Sidon, and Crommyon were soon recovered by Iphicrates, and the garrison of Lechaeon seems to have done no more than keep the gates of the Peloponnesus open. This was the result of the Corinthian war. Sparta had succeeded in breaking down the barrier which was to shut her out from North Greece, but she had sustained a serious loss and damage to her reputation. End of chapter 12, part 5.
Chapter 12, Part 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 12, Part 6. Spartan Supremacy and the Persian War, Section 6. The King's Peace. We must now turn from the Isthmus of Corinth to the eastern coast of the Aegean. The Lacedaemonians ascribed the success of their opponents to the support of Persia, and drew the conclusion that their chance lay in detaching Persia to their own side. With this view they had dispatched Antalcidas to open negotiations with Tiribanes. The proposals of Sparta were that the Hellenic cities of Asia should be subjects of the king, that this was the price of Persian help, that all Hellenic cities should be independent. This was aimed at the confederates, at the supremacy of Thebes in Boeotia, and at the union of Corinth with Argos. The Athenians and their allies sent Conon and other envoys to counteract the mission of Antalcidas, and perhaps it was at this time also that they sent the orator Andocides to Sparta to consider terms of peace. Both the missions of Andocides and the mission of Antalcidas were alike unsuccessful. Tiribazus, who was favorable to Sparta and threw Conon into prison, was recalled, and his successor Struthus had no Spartan leanings. The object of Antalcidas was indeed ultimately reached, but its attainment was postponed for 4 or 5 years, and the war went on as before. The military events of these years are not of great interest. Our knowledge of them is meagre. In Asia, the Spartan cause revives. Thybron is sent out once more, and though he sustains a severe defeat at the hands of Struthus, it is not until he has won over Ephesus, Magnesia, and Priene. Soon Cnidus and Samos follow the example of these cities. Agesilaus invades Acarnania and forces the Acarnanians to join the Lacedaemonian League. His colleague Agesipolis carries out one of those invasions of Argolis which lead to nothing. Then the Spartans use Aegina as a base for harassing Attica, and a warfare of surprises is carried on between the Harmosts of Aegina and Athenian admirals. The Harmost Gorgopus captured 4 ships of an Athenian squadron. The Athenian Chabrias then landed in Aegina, laid an ambush, and killed Georgippus. Teleucius, the brother of Agesilaus, was sent to Aegina soon afterwards. He made an attack on the Piraeus at daybreak, and towed away some of the galleys lying in the harbour. In old Greece, the war was on the whole advantageous to Sparta, though no decisive success was gained. But the most important event was the recovery of Athenian dominion on the Propontis. At this moment, Athens was in great financial straits, for she had ceased to receive Persian subsidies. When an indirect impost of 1/40 had been tried and found insufficient, a direct war tax was levied. For the Athenians had determined to operate both in the south and in the north. In the south, to assist their friend Evagorus, who was revolting from the great king; in the north, to recover control of the road to Euxine Sea. Thrasybulus, the restorer of the democracy, sailed with a fleet of 40 ships to Hellespont, and gained over the Athenian alliance the islands of Thasos and Samothrace, the Chersonese, and the 2 cities which commanded the Bosphorus, Byzantium and Chalcedon. Proceeding to Lesbos, he defeated and slew the Spartan Harmost, and established the Athenian supremacy over most of the island. He also won Chazomenai, The original object for which he had been sent out was to assist Rhodes in maintaining her independence against the efforts of Sparta to regain the mastery of the island. But to act with effect, it was necessary to raise money, and the Athenian fleet coasted around Asia Minor, levying contributions. These exactions appear to have been a renewal of the tax of 5% which Athens imposed on the commerce of her allies after the Sicilian expedition. It seemed like the beginning of a new empire. Aspendus in Pamphylia was one of the places visited, and the visit was fatal to Thrasybulus. The violent methods of his soldiers engaged the inhabitants. They surprised him at night in his tent and slew him. Athens had now lost the two men of action in whom, since the death of Pericles, she owed most, Conon and Thrasybulus. Conon, who soon after his imprisonment by Trebesilaus died in Cyprus, had broken down the maritime dominion of the Lacedaemonians of Prussia, and had given Athens the means of recovering her independence and her sea power. Thrasybulus had given to the Athenian democracy a new life and breathed in it a new spirit of conciliation and moderation. He strikes us, we know too little of him, as an eminently reasonable citizen, one of these men who command general confidence and are not blessed by prejudice or ambition. The virtues of Thrasybulus were moral rather than intellectual. After his death, insinuations were made against his integrity, and one of his friends, named Ergocles, was found guilty of embezzlement of money collected on the expedition of Thrasybulus and was put to death. But the statements of an advocate, and we have no other evidence, carry no weight. The success of Thrasybulus in re-establishing a toll for the advantage of Athens on merchandise passing through the Bosphorus was almost immediately endangered by Anaxibius, whom Sparta promptly sent out to act against Athens with Pharnabazus. He deprived Athens of her toils by seizing the merchant vessels. Iphicrates was dispatched to oppose him with 12,000 peltasts, and the Hellespont became the scene of the same kind of warfare, of raids and surprises, which we saw carried on at Aegina. At last, Iphicrates saw a favorable opportunity for a decisive blow. Anaxibius had gone to place a garrison in Antaldrus, which he had just gained over. Iphicrates crossed by night from the Chosene and laid an ambush on the return route near the gold mines of Kremast. The troops of Anaxibius marched in careless order, traversing the narrow mountain passes in extended single file, without the slightest suspicion that an enemy lay in the way. Suddenly, as they were coming down from the mountains into the plains of Kremast, the peltasts of Iphicrates leaped out. Anaxibius saw at a glance that the case was desperate. The scattered hoplites had no chance against the peltasts. "I must die here," he said to his men. "My honor demands it. But do you save yourselves." A devoted youth who constantly accompanied him fell fighting by his side. This exploit of Iphicrates ensured the command of the Hellespont and the Bosphorus to Athens. Unfortunately for Athens, the political situation changed, and other great powers intervened. At the beginning of the 4th century, there were three great powers which aimed at supremacy over portions of the Greek world: Persia, Sparta, and the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. At first, however, it was not a case of these three great powers uniting in a sacred alliance for the suppression of liberty. Dionysius did not intervene in the east, and Persia and Sparta contested the supremacy over the Asiatic Greeks. Thus Persia, in the cause of her own supremacy in Asia, made common cause with liberty elsewhere. The general military failure of Sparta forced her to seek a reconciliation with Persia on the basis of abandoning Asia. One of the obstacles to the accomplishment of this object was the influence of the satrap Pharnabazus, who cherished bitter hostility to the country of Dercyllidas and Agesilaus. On the other hand, Athens had taken an ambiguous step which could not fail to create distrust and resentment at the Persian court. If Athens was indebted to Persia for the restoration of her walls, she had also been befriended and supported by Evagorus, prince of Salamis, the friend of Conon, and she had bestowed upon him her citizenship in recognition of his services. Thus, when he revolted from Persia, Athens was in an embarrassing position. The support of Persia against Sparta was all important to her. Artaxerxes was her ally, but Evagorus was her citizen too, and a Greek. Against her own apparent interest, Athens sent 10 ships to assist her Cypriot friend, and though they were captured by a Lacedaemonian admiral and never actually served against the Persians, the incident was calculated to dispose the great king to entertain the overturn of Sparta. The diplomatist Antalcidas went up to Sasa and reserved his proposals. Backed by the influence of Trebizonds, he overcame the reluctance of Artaxerxes, who was personally prepossessed against Sparta, and induced him to agree to enforce a general pacification on the same conditions which had been proposed before. Opposites on the part of Pharnabazus was removed by summoning him a court to marry a daughter of Artaxerxes. The diplomacy of Sparta was successful not only at Susa, it was successful also at Syracuse, and obtained an auxiliary force of 20 triremes from the tyrant Dionysius. With the support of the West and East, Sparta was able to force the peace upon Hellas. When Antalcidas and the Trebizonds returned to the coast, they found Iphicrates blockading the Sparta fleet at Abydos. Antalcidas dexterously rescued the fleet from this predicament, and was able, when the Syracusan vessels joined him, as well as Persian reinforcements, to blockade the Athenians in the Hellespont and prevent corn vessels from reaching Athens. The coasting trade of Africa was at the same time suffering grievously through the raids from Aegina, which have already been mentioned. Hence peace was expedient for Athens, and the allies could not think of continuing the war without her. The representatives of the belligerents were summoned to Sardia, and Tiribanus read aloud the edict of his master, showing them the royal seal. It was to the effect: King Artaxerxes think it just that the cities of Asia and the islands of Clazomena and Cyprus shall belong to him. Further, that all the other Greek cities, small and great, shall be autonomous, except Lemnos, Imbros, and Sirius, which shall belong to Athens as aforetime. If any refuse to accept this peace, I shall make war on them along with those who are of the same purpose, both by land and sea, with both ships and money. The representatives were to report to the cities the terms of the peace, and then meet at Sparta to declare their acceptance. All accepted, but the Thebans raised a difficulty by claiming to take the oath on behalf of all the Ionian cities as well as of themselves. Such a proposal would clearly place the Ionian cities in a different class from the other cities of Greece, which took the oath each for itself. It was an attempt to assert the dependence of the Boeotian communities of Thebes, whereas one of the chief objects of the peace was to assert this autonomy. Agesilaus was secretly pleased with the opposition of Thebes. He hoped that the Thebans would persist in it and give him the opportunity of attacking and subduing their detested city, but they submitted in time and disappointed his vengeance. The king's peace was inscribed on stone tablets which were set up in the chief sanctuaries of the Greek states. There was a feeling among many that Greece had suffered a humiliation in having to submit to the arbitration of Persia. Both Spartans and Athenians had alike used Persian help when they could get it, but never before had the domestic conflicts of Hellas been settled by barbarian dictation and under a barbarian sanction. It was Sparta's doing. She constituted herself the minister of the great king's will in order to save her own position, and the Greeks of Asia were left to endure Oriental methods of government. Athens, though she had lost what Thrasybulus had won for her, was allowed to retain her old insular dependencies in the North Aegean, a concession which shows that it was thought necessary to bribe her into accepting the peace, and that Sparta was more eagerly bent on weakening the other confederates. In truth, the main objects were to break up the Boeotian League and to separate the Argives from Corinth. But it was an age of federal experiments, and the king's peace, while it dissolved the leagues of Argos and Thebes, led to a federal movement in another quarter. Ephesus, Samos, Cnidus, and Iasus, flung back into the power of Persia, formed an alliance with Rhodes, and in token thereof these cities issued alliance coins of the Rhodian standard, engraven with a picture of the infant Heracles strangling the snakes. It was an alliance for mutual protection of their liberties. These were days in which, from one end of the Greek world to the other, smaller states, seeing their freedom threatened by Persia, Sparta, or Syracuse, were inclined to draw together into small federations. And from one end of the Greek world to the other there seems to have spread a fellow feeling among these smaller states, a consciousness that their cause was the same. In the West, Croton and Zacynthus viewed with alarm the extension of the Syracusan empire, seem to have had a secret understanding, and it most curious that they too engraved on their money the same symbolic scene. Again, on the Propontis, at Cnidus and Lampsacus, this properly Theban token reappears. It is hazardous to draw conclusions from coins as to definite political relations without some further evidence, but Heracles strangling the snakes seems to have been at the period by tacit unanimity, if nothing more, as an emblem of liberty. End of section. Chapter 12, Part 6. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire, USA.
Chapter 13, Parts 1 and 2. of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Surratt. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 13, The Revival of Athens and Her Second League. Part 1. High-handed Policy of Sparta. The gates of the Peloponnesus were again opened to Sparta without dispute. She was supported by Persia, and she had no complications in Asia to divide her energy. Accordingly, she was able to renew the despotic policy which had been inaugurated for her by Lysander. Arcadian Mantinea was the first to suffer. The Mantineans were accused of various acts of disobedience and disloyalty to Sparta, and commanded to pull down their walls. When they refused, King Agesipolis, son of the exiled Pausanias, marched out against them. The city of Mantinea stood in a high plain without any natural defences, depending entirely on its walls of unburnt brick. The river Ophis flowed through the town, and a blockade proving tedious, Agesipolis dammed the stream at the point of issue. The water rose and undermined the walls, and when one of the towers threatened to fall, the people surrendered. Their punishment was severe. Mantinea ceased to be a city, and was broken up into its 5 constituent villages. Those who originally belonged to the village of Mantinea remained on the site of the city. The rest had to pull down their houses and move each to the village where his property was. The loss of civic life meant to a Greek the loss of all his higher interests. Agesipolis, who had once gone forth to destroy the Persian power, zealously supported the king's peace. When someone suggested that it was at least curious to find the Spartans Medizing, he rejoined, "Rather say that the Persians are Laconizing." Each way of putting it expressed a measure of the truth, but some of the Lacedaemonians, including the king Agesipolis, were opposed to the recent policy of their government, and thought it ill done to abandon the Greeks of Asia. Some years after the peace, there seems to have been floating in the air a vague idea, which might or might not take shape, of organizing another Asiatic expedition. It was to animate this idea that the Athenian orator Isocrates published a festal speech when the Greek nation was assembled at the Olympian festival. He advocated a grand pan-Hellenic union against Persia, under the common headship of Sparta and Athens, Sparta taking the command by land, Athens by sea. It was the third occasion on which a renowned master of style had broached the same idea at the same gathering place. Nearly 30 years ago, it had been recommended by the florid eloquence of Gorgias. More recently, it had been advocated with gracious simplicity by Lysias, and now the rich periods of Isocrates urged it once more upon Greece. The project, in the ideal form in which Isocrates imagined it, was at this moment chimerical. 100 years before, it had been hard enough to compass a practical cooperation between Greek powers of equal strength and pretensions in a war of defense. It was hopeless to think of such cooperation now for a war of aggression. Sparta and Athens were quarreling, as the orator complains, over the tribute of the Cyclad Islands, and neither was likely to yield to the other without a clear award of war, and other troubles were brewing in another quarter. The contest of East and West had been going on meanwhile in Cyprus, an island whose geographical situation marked it out, like Sicily, to be a meeting place of races. We have already met a man who played an eminent part in that struggle, Evagorus, the prince of Salome. He belonged to the Teucrid family which had reigned there in the days of Darius and Xerxes, but had been supplanted by a Phoenician dynasty about the middle of the 5th century. Evagorus, crossing over from the Cilician Soli, won back the sceptre of his race by a daring surprise. He governed with conspicuous moderation, discretion, and success, setting himself to the work of reviving the cause of Hellenism, which had lost much ground during the past half-century, and pursuing this task by entirely peaceful means. After Aegispotami, the city of Evagorus became the refuge for large numbers of Athenians who had settled down in various parts of the Athenian Empire and could no longer remain securely in their homes. for the first 16 years of his reign, Evagoras was a faithful tributary of the great king, and we have seen how his influence at Susa assisted Conon. But soon after the battle of Cnidus he became involved in war, both with Persia and with some of the Phoenician cities in the island. The peace expressly recognized the sovereignty of Artaxerxes over Cyprus, and as soon as it was concluded, Persia began to concentrate her forces against Evagoras and a recalcitrant king of Egypt, with whom Evagoras was leagued. A severe defeat at sea shut Evagoras up in Salami, but he held out so dauntlessly, and the war had already cost Persia so much, that Tiribazus agreed to leave him his principality on condition that he should pay tribute as a slave to his lord. Evagoras refused. He would only pay it as one king to another. The negotiations were ruptured for a moment on this point of honor, but a dispute between the satrap and his subordinate general resulted in the removal of Tiribazus, and his successor permitted Evagoras to have his way. The Salaminian despot had thus gained a moral triumph. He did not survive it many years, and the story of his death is curious. A certain man named Nicocreon formed a plot against his life, and being detected was forced to fly. He left a daughter behind him in Salami under the care of a faithful eunuch. This servant privily acquainted both Evagoras and his son Nitagoras with the existence of this young lady and her uncommon beauty, and undertook to conduct them to her bedchamber, each without the knowledge of the other. Both kept the assignation and were slain by the eunuch, who thus avenged his master's exile. Another son of Evagoras, named Nicocles, succeeded him, and pursued the same Hellenizing policy. One of the great objects of these enlightened princes was to keep their country in touch with the intellectual and artistic movements of Greece. Nicocles was a student of Greek philosophy, and a generous friend of the essayist Isocrates, to whose pen we are indebted for much of what we know of the career of Evagoras. Towards the close of the almost single-handed struggle of Salami against Persia, the eyes of Greece were directed to a different quarter of the world. Events were passing in the north of the Aegean, which riveted the attention of Sparta and Athens. Their Greek brethren of Cyprus and the Asiatic coast seemed to be quite forgotten. For a while the Oriental question almost passes out of the pages of Greek history. Yet it was destined that from that very region on the northwest corner of the Aegean should issue the force which should not only reclaim for European influence Cyprus and all the Greek cities of Asia, but bear Greek light into lands of which Agesilaus had never dreamed. That force was being forged in the Macedonian uplands, and some who were children when Isocrates published his panegyric against the barbarian lived to see the barbarian succumb to a Greek power. It was indeed only indirectly that the southern Greeks had now to concern themselves with their backward brethren of Macedonia. One of the chief obstacles to the development of this country was its constant exposure to the attacks of its Illyrian neighbors, and an Illyrian invasion, supported by domestic disloyalty, compelled King Amyntas, he was the nephew of Perdiccas, to flee from his kingdom. Amyntas, soon after his accession, had concluded a close defensive and commercial alliance for 50 years with the Chalcidian League, which had been formed by Olynthus and comprised the towns of the Sithonian promontory. It was, as we observed already, an age of small federations. At the moment of his retreat, Amyntas handed over to the Chalcidians the lower districts of Macedonia and the cities lying round the Thermaic Gulf. The Macedonian cities readily embraced an union which could protect them against the Illyrians, and the league spread from the maritime towns up the country and included even Pella. Perfect equality and brotherhood between the members was the basis of this Chalcidian confederacy. All the cities had common laws, common rights of citizenship, intermarriage, and commerce. Olynthus did not assume a privileged position for herself. The neighboring Greek cities were also asked to join, and some of them, Potidaea for instance, accepted the offer. But it was always a sacrifice for a Greek city to give up its hereditary laws and surrender any part of its sovereignty, whatever compensating advantages might be purchased, and there was consequently more reluctance among the Chalcidians than among the less developed Macedonians to join the league. The Olynthians, as their work grew, conceived the idea of a confederate power which should embrace the whole Chalcidic peninsula and its neighborhood. Once this ambition took form, it became necessary to impose by force their proposition upon all those who declined to accept it freely. The strong cities of Acanthus and Apollonia resisted, and sent envoys to Sparta to obtain her help. Moreover, Amyntas had recovered his throne, and when the Olynthians refused to abandon the cities which he had handed over to them, he too looked for aid to Sparta. These appeals directed the eyes of Greece upon the Chalcidian confederacy. It was the Lacedaemonian policy to oppose all combinations and keep Greece disunited, a policy which was popular, insofar as it appealed to that innate love of autonomy which made it so difficult to bring about abiding federal unions in Greece. The ambassadors had little difficulty in persuading the Lacedaemonians and their allies that the movement in Chalcidice was dangerous to the interests of Sparta, and should be crushed at the outset, and they argued that the very liberality of the principles on which it was founded made the league more attractive and therefore more dangerous. A vote of assistance to Acanthus and Apollonia was passed, and a small advance force was immediately sent under Eudamidas. Though unable to meet the Confederate army in the field, this force was sufficient to protect the cities which had refused to join the League, and it even induced Potidæa to revolt. The expedition against the Chalcidian confederacy led unexpectedly to an important incident elsewhere. Phoebus, the brother of Eudamidas, was to follow with larger forces, and, as the line of march lay through Boeotia, a party in Thebes favorable to Sparta thought to profit by the proximity of Spartan troops for the purpose of a revolution. Leontiadus, the most prominent member of this party, was then one of the Polemarchs. He concerted with Phoebus a plot to seize the Cadmea, the citadel of Thebes, on the day of the Themistophoria, for on that day the citadel was given up to the use of the women who celebrated the feast. The plot succeeded perfectly. The Acropolis was occupied without striking a blow. The oligarchical council was intimidated by Leontiadus, and his colleague, the other Polemarch, Ismenias, was arrested. The leading anti-Spartans fled from Thebes, and a government friendly to Sparta was established. This was a great triumph for Sparta, a great satisfaction to Agesilaus, although, as a violation of peace, it caused a moment's embarrassment. Was the government to recognize the action of Phoebus and profit by it? Spartan hypocrisy compromised the matter. Phoebus was fined 100,000 drachma for his indiscretion, and the Cadmea was retained. Then Ismenias was tried by a body of judges representing Sparta and her allies, and was condemned on charges of Medism and executed. That Sparta, after the king's peace, should condemn a Theban for Medism was a travesty of justice. With the fortress of Thebes in her hands, Sparta had a basis for extending her power in central Greece, and might regard her supremacy as secured. She restored the city of Plataea, which she had herself destroyed well nigh 50 years agone, and gathered all the Plataeans who could be found to their old home. But her immediate attention was fixed on the necessity of repressing the dangerous league in the north of Greece, and continuing the measures which had been interrupted by the enterprise of Phoebus in Boeotia. The popular brother of Agesilaus, Lucius, was sent to conduct the war, but although he was aided by Amyntas and by Derdas, a prince of Upper Macedonia, who supplied good cavalry, it proved no easy matter to make head against the league. In front of the walls of Olynthus, Lucius sustained a signal defeat and was himself slain. The war was fatal to a king as well as to a king's brother. Agesilaus, who was next sent out at the head of a very large force, caught a fever in the intolerable summer heat. He was carried to the shady grove of the temple of Dionysus at Aphytus, and he died there, and his body, stowed in honey, was brought home for burial. His successor, Polybiatus, was more successful. He forced the Olynthians to sue for peace and dissolve their league. They and all the Greek cities of the peninsula were constrained to join the Lacedaemonian alliance, and the maritime cities of Macedonia were restored to the sway of Amyntas. Thus Sparta put down an attempt to overcome that system of isolation which placed Greek cities at a great disadvantage when they had barbarian neighbors. If Sparta had not happened to be so strong at this moment, the Chalcidian League might have grown into a power, which would have considerably modified the development of Macedonia. All that Sparta did, although for a moment it made her power paramount in northern Greece, fell out ultimately to the advancement and profit of Macedon. About the same time, the Lacedaemonians were making their heavy hand felt in the Peloponnesus. Soon after the king's peace, they had forced the Phliasians to recall a number of banished aristocrats. Disputes arose about the restoration of confiscated property, and the exiles appealed to Sparta, where they had a zealous supporter in Agesilaus. War was declared. Agesilaus reduced the city of Phlius by blockade, and compelled it to receive a Lacedaemonian garrison for 6 months, until a commission of 100, which he nominated, should have drawn up a new constitution. Thus the Lacedaemonians, in alliance with the tyrant Dionysius and the barbarian Artaxerxes, tyrannized over the Greeks for a space. Some demonstrations were made, some voices of protest were raised, in the name of the Pan-Hellenic cause. At the Olympian festival, which was held about 2 years after the king's peace, the Athenian orator Lysias warned the assembled Greeks of the dangers which loomed in the east and in the west from Persia and from Sicily, and uttered his amazement at the policy of Lacedaemon. A magnificent deputation had been sent by Dionysius to this festival, and the inflammatory words, perhaps the direct instigation of the speaker, incited some enthusiastic spectators to attack the gorgeous pavilion of the Syracusan envoys. The outrage was prevented, but the occurrence shows the beginning of that tide of feeling to which Isocrates appealed 4 years later, when in his festal oration he denounced the Lacedaemonians as sacrificing the freedom of Greece to their own interests and treacherously aiding foreigners and tyrants. Even Xenophon, the friend of Sparta's king, the admirer of Sparta's institutions, is roused to regretful indignation at Sparta's conduct, and recognizes her fall as a just retribution. The Lacedaemonians, who swore to leave the cities independent, seized the Acropolis of Thebes, and they were punished by the very men, single-handed, whom they had wronged, though never before had they been vanquished by any single people. It is a proof that the gods observe men who do irreligious and unhallowed deeds. In this way the pious historian introduces the event which prepared the fall of Sparta and the rise of Thebes. Section 2. Alliance of Athens and Thebes. The government of Leontiadus and his party at Thebes, maintained by 1,500 Lacedaemonians in the citadel, was despotic and cruel, like that of the 30 at Athens. Fear made the rulers suspicious and oppressive, for they were afraid of the large number of exiles who had found a refuge at Athens and were awaiting an opportunity to recover their city. Athens was now showing the same goodwill to the fugitives from Thebes, which Thebes, when Athens was in a like plight, had shown to Thrasybulus and his followers. One of the exiles, named Polypidas, of more than common daring and devotion, resolved to take his life in his hands, and found 6 others to associate in his plans. No open attack was to be thought of. Thebes must be recovered by guile, even as by guile it had been won. There were many in Thebes who were bitter foes of the ruling party, such as Epaminondas, the beloved friend of Pelopidas, but most of them deemed the time unripe for any sudden stroke for freedom. Yet a few were found ready to run the risk. Above all, Philodas, who was the secretary of the Polemarchs and therefore the most useful of confederates, and Karen, a citizen of good estate, who offered his house as a place of hiding for the conspirators. The day on which the 2 Polemarchs, Archias and Philippus, were to go out of office was fixed for the enterprise. On the day before, Polypidas and his 6 comrades crossed Cathyron in the guise of huntsmen, and nearing Thebes at nightfall, mixed with the peasants who were returning from the fields, got them safely within the gates, and found safe hiding in the abode of Charon. The secretary Philodas had made ready a great banquet for the following night, to which he had bidden the outgoing Polemarchs, tempting them by the promise of introducing them to some high-born and beautiful women whose love they desired. During the carouse a messenger came with a letter for Archias, and said that it concerned serious affairs. "Business tomorrow," said Archias, placing it under his pillow. On the morrow it was found that this letter disclosed the conspiracy. The Polemarchs then called for the women, who were waiting in an adjoining room. Philodas said that they declined to appear till all the attendants were dismissed. When no one remained in the dining hall but the Polemarchs and a few friends, all flushed with wine, the women entered and sat down beside the lords. They were covered with long veils, and even as they were bidden lift them and reveal their charms, they buried daggers in the bodies of the Polemarchs, for they were none other than Polypidas and his fellows in the guise of women. Then they went and slew in their houses Leontiadus and Hippitas, the 2 other chief leaders of the party, and set free the political prisoners. When all this was done, Epaminondas and the other patriots, who were unwilling to initiate such deeds themselves, accepted the revolution with joy. When the day dawned, an assembly of the people was held in the Agora, and the conspirators were crowned with wreaths. 3 of them, including Polypidas, were appointed Polemarchs, and a democratic constitution was established. The rest of the exiles and a body of Athenian volunteers presently arrived on the news of the success. The Spartan commander of Cadmea had sent hastily, on the first alarm, for reinforcements to Thespiae and Plataea, but those that came were charged and repelled outside the gate. Then, in the first flush of success, the patriots resolved to storm the Cadmea, strong as the place was, but the labour and danger were spared them. Amazing as it may seem, the Lacedaemonian harmists decided to capitulate at once. 2 of these commanders were put to death on their return to Sparta, and the 3rd was banished. The chagrin of the ephors and Agesilaus was intense. King Cleombrotus was immediately sent with an army into Boeotia, but accomplished nothing. Athens was formally at peace with Sparta, and was not disposed to break with her, however great may have been the secret joy felt at the events in Boeotia. But the march of the Athenian volunteers to Thebes was an awkward incident, the more so as there were 2 strategi among them. Lacedaemonian envoys arrived to demand explanation and satisfaction, and their statements were reinforced by the neighbourhood of the army of King Cleombrotus. There is indeed nothing to be said for the conduct of the 2 strategi. They had abused their position and brought their city into danger and embarrassment. We can only approve the sentence of the Athenians, which executed one and banished the other. But if these Athenian generals were indiscreet, it was as nothing beside the indiscretion of a Lacedaemonian commander, which now precipitated the breach between the 2 states. A not ignoble sympathy might have been pleaded by the 2 Athenians, but no excuse could be urged for the rash enterprise of the Spartan harmist of Thespiae, who aspired to be a second Phoebus. His name was Sphodrius, and he conceived the plan of making a night march to Athens and surprising Piraeus on the land side. To seize Piraeus, the seat of Athenian merchandise, would be a compensation for the loss of Thebes. But the plan was, if not ill-considered, at least ill carried out. Day dawned when he had hardly passed Eleusis, and there was nothing to do but turn back. He retreated, laying waste the districts through which he passed. Great wrath was kindled in Athens by this unprovoked deed of hostility. The envoys had not yet gone. They were immediately thrown into prison, but escaped by declaring that the Spartan government was not responsible for the raid, and would speedily prove its innocence by the condemnation of Sphodrius. The assurance was belied. Sphodrius was not condemned. His son and the son of Agesilaus were lovers, and the king's influence saved him. Agesilaus was reported to have said, "Sphodrius is guilty, of course, but it is a hard thing to put to death a man who, as child, stripling, and man, lived a life of perfect honour. For Sparta needeth such soldiers." This miscarriage of justice was a grave mistake of policy, and the high-handed insolence of the Spartan oligarchs was set in a more glaring light by contrast with the fair-mindedness which the Athenian people had displayed in promptly punishing its own generals for a similar, though certainly less heinous, act. The Athenian generals had at least not invaded Lacedaemonian territory. It was debated at the time, and has been debated since, whether Sphodrius acted wholly of his own accord. Some thought that the suggestion came from King Cleombrotus, and the theory was started that the Thebans were the prime instigators, an unlikely theory, which was evidently based on the fact that Thebes was the only gainer by the raid. It seems most probable that the private ambition of Sphodrius, who thought he had a chance of emulating Phoebus, was alone responsible. The raid and acquittal of Sphodrius drove Athens, against her will, into war with Sparta and alliance with Thebes. It stirred her for a while to leave her role of neutral spectator and assume that of an active belligerent. For the next 6 years, Athens and Sparta are at war, though such a war was contrary to the interests of both states, but especially to the interests of Sparta. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Recording by Phil Surrett, Ottawa, Ontario.
Chapter 13, Parts 3 and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 13. The Revival of Athens and her Second League. Part 3. The Second Athenian League and the Theban Reforms. The raid of Sphodrius was the direct occasion of the Second Athenian Confederacy. For many years back, ever since the battle of Cnidus, Athens had been gradually forming bonds of alliance with various states in Thrace, the Aegean, and the coast of Asia Minor. The breach with Sparta induced her now to gather together these separate connections into a common league, with the express object of protecting the independence of the Greek states against the oppressions of Sparta. When men thought of the old confederacy of Delos, they might fear that a second Athenian league would be soon converted into a second Athenian empire. But Athens anticipated such alarms, by establishing the confederacy on a different system, which provided safeguards against the dangers of Athenian preponderance and Athenian encroachment. In the archonship of Nasinicus, Aristoteles of the deme of Marathon proposed in the assembly a decree which embodied the principles of the league. The sway of Persia over the Greeks of Athens was explicitly recognized, so that the field of operations was to be European Greece and the islands. The league, which was purely defensive, was constituted in two parts, Athens on one side, her allies on the other. The allies had their own synedrion or congress which met in Athens, but in which Athens had no part. Both the synedrion of the confederates and the Athenian assembly had the right of initiating measures, but no measure passed by either body was valid until it had been approved by the other body also. While this system gave Athens a weight and dignity equal to that of all her allies together, it secured for the allies an independence which they had not possessed under the old league, and they had the right of absolute veto on any Athenian proposal which they disliked. It was necessary for the members of the league to form a federal fund; their payments were called syntaxis (contributions), and the word phoros (tribute), which had odious memories connected with the confederacy of Delos, was avoided. It was especially enacted that the practice of Athenian outsettling in the lands of the allies, which had formerly helped and supported the Athenian empire, was not to be permitted. No Athenian was to acquire home or farm, by purchase or mortgage, or any other means whatever, in the territory of the confederates. But the administration of the federal fund and the leadership of the federal army were in the hands of Athens. Good fortune has preserved to us the original stone, shattered in about 20 pieces, with the decree which founded the confederacy, and we find the purpose of the league definitely declared: to force the Lacedaemonians to allow the Greeks to enjoy peace in freedom and independence with their lands unviolated. It was no doubt Callistratus, the ablest statesman and orator of the day, who did most to make the new scheme a success; but though he may be called the Aristides of the second confederacy, Callistratus certainly did not mean the combination against Sparta as seriously as Aristides meant the combination against Persia. The policy which Callistratus generally pursued was based on harmony with Sparta and antagonism to Thebes. It is sometimes said that at this period there were two parties contending for the guidance of the foreign policy of Athens, one friendly and the other obstinately hostile to Boeotia. But, though Thebes had some friends at Athens, we have no good grounds for speaking of a Theban or Boeotian party. It might be truer to say that there was an anti-Spartan faction, which might often seek a Theban alliance as a means to an end. At this juncture Callistratus was astute enough to see not only that it would be useless to oppose the feeling against Sparta, but also that an opportunity which might never recur was offered for increasing the power of Athens. He therefore abandoned for the time his permanent policy, and threw himself heartily into a scheme of which the most remarkable feature was union with Thebes. The chief cities which first joined the new league were Chios, Byzantium, Mytilene, Methymna, and Rhodes. Then most of the towns of Euboea joined, and, what was most important and wonderful, Thebes enrolled her name in the list of the confederates. The Thracian cities, and several other states, including Corcyra, Jason the despot of Pherae and Thessaly, and Alcetus a prince of Epirus, presently brought up the whole tale of members to about 70. But though the league, drawn on such liberal lines, evoked some enthusiasm at first, and the adhesion of Thebes gave its inauguration a certain éclat, it had no vital elements of growth or permanence, and never attained high political importance. The fact is, that the true interest of Athens, as Callistratus knew, was peace with Sparta, and was consequently repugnant to the avowed object of the confederacy. Hence the confederacy was doomed either to fall asunder, or to become the tool of other designs of Athens as soon as Sparta had been taught a lesson, and the more abiding interest of Athens could safely assert itself again over the temporary expedient of an unnatural alliance with Thebes. It was a moment at which the chief Greek states were setting their houses in order. Thebes was making herself ready for a new career, Sparta was remodelling her league, and Athens her finances. A property tax, such as had been introduced in the third year of the Peloponnesian War, was revived, and a new assessment of property was made. 1/5 of the actual capital of each citizen was inscribed in the register, and the tax, probably about 1%, was imposed on this fraction, not on the whole capital. The revenue from this impost seems to have amounted annually to about 60 talents. For the purposes of levying the tax, the whole body of burghers was divided into 20 simmaries, and the richest citizens in each simmary were responsible to the treasury for the total sum due on the properties of all the citizens who belonged to it. By this means the state relieved itself from the friction which is generally caused by the collection of direct imposts, and the revenue accruing from the tax was realized more promptly and easily than if the government had to deal immediately with the individual burghers. Thus Athens tried the novel experiment of a system of joint responsibility, such as in later days was to be introduced and established in an empire of which Athens was only an insignificant town. At Thebes the attention of the government was chiefly bestowed on military affairs. A ditch was dug and a rampart raised round part of the Theban territory as a defence against the inevitable Lacedaemonian invasions. But this precaution was of small moment in comparison with the creation of a new troop of 300 hoplites, all chosen young men of the noblest families, who had proved their eminent strength and endurance in a long training in the wrestling school. Each man had his best friend beside him, so that the sacred band, as it was called, consisted of 150 pairs of comrades, prepared to fight and fall together. In battle it was to stand in front of the other hoplites. At the same time, we may be sure, much was done to improve the army in other points. Opportunely for Thebes there had arisen, to guide her to success when her chance came, a man of rare ability, in whom nature seemed to have united the best features of Greek character and discarded the defects. This was Epaminondas, the friend of Pelopidas. He was a modest, unambitious man, who in other circumstances would probably have remained in obscurity, unobtrusively fulfilling the duties of a citizen and soldier. But the Revolution stimulated his patriotism and lured him into the field of public affairs, where his eminent capacity, gradually revealing itself, made him, before 8 years had passed, the most influential man in his city. He had devoted as much time to music as to gymnastic training; unlike most of his countrymen, he could play the lyre as well as the Theban flute, and he had a genuine interest in philosophical speculation. A Tarentine friend, who had been much in his company, assevered that he had never met a man who knew more and talked less than Epaminondas. But the Theban statesman could speak when he chose, or when the need demanded, and his eloquence was extremely impressive. Exceptional in his indifference to the prizes of ambition, he was also less exceptional in his indifference to money, and he died poor. Not less remarkable was his lack of that party spirit which led to so many crimes and revenge, and we have already seen that his repugnance to domestic bloodshed kept him from taking a part in the fortunate conspiracy of Pelopidas. Section 4. The Battle of Naxos and the Peace of Callias. The following 8 years are marked by a successful defensive war of Thebes against Spartan invasions, by a decrease of Spartan prestige, by the extension of the Theban supremacy over the rest of Boeotia. At the same time, Athens prosecutes a naval war against the Lacedaemonian confederacy, and gains considerable successes, but the strain on her resources which this war entails, and a growing jealousy of Thebes, combine to induce her to come to terms with Sparta. 2 invasions of Boeotia, conducted by Agesilaus himself, in successive summers, achieved nothing, and the Thebans had the satisfaction of slaying Phobetus, who had won his fame by the capture of their Acropolis. The other king, Cleombrotus, did even less than Agesilaus, for he found the passes of Kithaeron held by the foes, and could not enter Boeotia. After this, the Thebans had time to attack the Boeotian cities, and drive out the Spartan garrisons, so that by the end of 4 years the Boeotian confederacy once more extended over all Boeotia, the local governments being overthrown and the foreign harmosts expelled. Only in the extreme west, in Orchomenus and Chaeronea, were the Lacedaemonians able to hold their ground. In the course of this resuscitation of the Boeotian League, one notable exploit was wrought by Philopaedas and the Sacred Band. At Tegera, on the road from Orchomenus to Locris, in a narrow pass, the Thebans routed twice as many Lacedaemonian troops, and slew both the Spartan generals. As in the case of all Spartan defeats, the moral effect was of far greater import than the actual loss in the field. Perhaps it was about this time that Athens won back Oropus, which had been lost to her in the year of the 400. In the meantime there had been war too on the seas. When the invasions of Boeotia fell out so badly, Sparta had bethought herself of equipping a naval armament to cut off the corn ships which bore grain to Attica from the Euxine. The ships reached Gerestus, the south point of Euboea, but a fleet of 60 galleys under the Spartan Pullus hindered them from rounding the Cape of Sinium, and Athens was menaced with famine. 80 triremes were speedily fitted out and sent forth from the Piraeus, under the command of Chabrias, to recover the mastery of the sea. Chabrias sailed to Naxos, which had seized this moment to desert the Athenian confederacy, and beleaguered the city. Pullus hurried to the rescue, and a battle was fought in the Sound between Paros and Naxos. The Athenians gained a complete victory, and only 11 of the Lacedaemonian vessels escaped. Even these would have been disabled, had not Chabrias desisted from the action, for the purpose of saving some of his own men who were overboard or in disabled ships. The lesson which the Athenian people taught its generals after the battle of Argacinae had not been forgotten. Though the battle of Naxos had not the important consequence of the battle of Cnidus, it was more gratifying to Athens. The Cnidian victory had been won indeed under the command of an Athenian, but by Persian men and ships. The victory gained by Chabrias was entirely Athenian. It led immediately to an enlargement of the confederacy. The triumphant fleet sailed round the Aegean, enrolled 17 new cities, and collected a large sum of money. Athens had also to reassert her authority at Delos. For the inhabitants of the island, who chafed at the administration of their temple by the Athenian Amphictyons, as the sacred overseers were entitled, had attempted, doubtless with Lacedaemonian help, to recover the control of the sanctuary. An interesting entry in the Delian accounts of these years, preserved on a stone, tells how 7 ringleaders of the movement were punished by fines and perpetual banishment, for having led the Amphictyons forth from the temple and beaten them. Next year, the fleet was sent to sail round the Peloponnesus under the command of Timotheus, son of Conon. This circumnavigation of the Peloponnesus was an assertion by Athens that her naval power was once more dominant. It was intended to frighten Sparta, to extend Athenian influence in western Greece, and to act in the Corinthian Gulf, in case the Spartans tried to throw an army into Boeotia by the port of Croesus. The islands of Corcyra and Cephallenia, the king of the Molossi, some of the Acarnanians, were won over to the Athenian alliance by the discreet policy of Timotheus, who also gained a trifling victory over some hostile ships. But there was a darker side to this triumphant expedition. The cost of the war was proving to be greater than Athens could well bear, and Timotheus failed to obtain from home the money requisite to pay his seamen. In this strait, he was obliged to ask each trierarch to advance 7 minae for the payment of his crew, and Athens herself sent a request to Thebes for some contribution towards the expense of the naval operations, on the ground that the enterprise of Timotheus had been undertaken partly at Theban instigation. The refusal of this demand, along with a growing jealousy of Theban success, and the somewhat grave financial difficulties of the moment, combined to dispose Athens towards peace with Sparta, and this was in fact her wisest policy. Negotiations were opened and carried to a successful issue, but the peace was no sooner made than it was broken. For Timotheus, who was ordered to return home from Corcyra and reluctantly obeyed, halted at Zacynthus on his way, landed some Zacynthine exiles who were with him, and fortified a post for them on the island. The Zacynthines straightway complained to Sparta. Sparta demanded satisfaction from Athens, and when this was refused, the incident was treated as a breach of contract, and the war was resumed. The first object of Sparta was to regain her power in the west, and undo the work of Timotheus. The best of the winnings of that general had been Corcyra, and Corcyra once more became the scene of a Peloponnesian war. With the help of their confederates, including Corinth, the Lacedaemonians launched an armament of 60 ships, conveying 1,500 mercenary hoplites, to gain possession of the island, and at the same time a message was dispatched to Dionysius of Syracuse requesting his aid, on the ground that Sicily had her interests in Corcyraean politics. The armament was commanded by the Spartan Mnassippus. He drove the Corcyraean fleet into the harbour, which he blocked with his own ships, and he invested the city by land, so that the supplies of the inhabitants were cut off. The island was a rich prize for the soldiers to whose depredations it was now given over. The tillage was goodly, the crofts and farmhouses exceedingly fair, and so plentiful was the wine that the troopers would drink none that was not of the finest sort. Urgent messages were sent to Athens by the Corcyraeans, who soon began to feel the pinch of famine. So great was the misery that slaves were cast out of the gates; even some citizens deserted, but were whipped back to the walls by the Lacedaemonian commander. But he, deeming that he had the city in his hands, grew careless in his confidence, and from the watch towers on their walls the besieged could observe that the watch was sometimes relaxed. An opportune moment was seized for a sally, which resulted in a completer success than they looked for. The professional soldiers, who had not been paid and detested their general, showed no zeal in withstanding the hot onslaught of the desperate men who poured forth from the gates. Mnassippus was slain, and the besiegers fell back to their camp. The beleaguerment was thus broken up, and the Corcyraeans were safe until the coming of the expected help from Athens. But they were delivered from all constraint even before that tardy help came, for the Lacedaemonians evacuated the island almost immediately after the defeat. Then at last the Athenian fleet sailed into the roads of Corcyra. It was from no want of goodwill on the part of the Athenian people that help had not come in time to save Corcyra much of the misery which she had suffered. A tale hangs by the delay of the fleet. On the first appeal, it was resolved to send 60 ships at once, and 600 peltasts were sent in advance and successfully introduced into the city. It was befitting that Timotheus should return to the scene of his former achievements, and the command of the fleet was entrusted to him. He found himself in an awkward position, owing to one of the gravest defects in the machinery of Athenian administration. The people had voted a certain measure, appointing him to carry it out, but had omitted to vote or consider the necessary ways and means. It consequently devolved on Timotheus to find the men and the money. For this purpose he cruised with some of his ships in the North Aegean, visiting Thessaly, Macedonia, and Thrace, while the main part of the fleet awaited his return at the island of Caluria. But meanwhile the need of Corcyra was sore, and more pressing messengers were arriving in Athens. The long tarrying of the general excited public indignation; his appointment was annulled, and Iphicratus, in conjunction with Chabrias and Callistratus, was charged to sail at once to Corcyra. Callistratus was the most eloquent orator of the day. Chabrias, a tried soldier who had served under Cypriot and Egyptian kings, we have already met as the victor of Naxos. Iphicratus, who had come to the front by his boldness and success in the Corinthian war, had for the last 15 years served as a captain of peltasts under the princes of Thrace, and had married a daughter of King Cotys. A comic poet gives a picturesque description of his barbaric wedding. In the market-place a plentiful feast is set out for a throng of wild-haired Thracians. There are immense brazen cauldrons of broth, and the king, girding himself up, serves it with his own hands in a golden basin. Then the wine and water are tempered in the mixing bowls, and the king goes round tasting each bowl, until he is the first drunk. But an adventurous life among the butter-eating barbarians does not seem to have wholly satisfied Iphicrates. He served the king of Persia and Egypt, and then returned to Athens, and this expedition to Corcyra seems to have been his first service after his return. It was well and capably performed. The people in their excitement gave him a freer hand than they had given to Timotheus. He was able to put hard pressure on the trierarchs; he was allowed to impress seamen, and to make use of the galleys which guarded the Attic coast, and even the 2 sacred vessels, the Salaminia and Parellis. By these unusual efforts a fleet of 70 triremes was put together, but before it was quite ready to sail, Timotheus returned. His cruise had been successful in raising money and men, and adding new members to the confederacy, but it was thought that neither necessity nor success could excuse the singular inopportuneness of the delay. Ill luck seemed to wait upon Timotheus. The funds which he brought back proved insufficient to meet the obligations which they ought to have defrayed, and a fraud was suspected. Iphicratus and Callistratus, his political rivals, lodged an indictment against him, but as they had to sail immediately to the west, the trial was postponed till the autumn. On his way out, Iphicratus learned the news of the deliverance of Corcyra, so that he was able to send back those ships whose true duty was the defence of Attica. But there was still work to be done. The appeal which the Lacedaemonians sent to the tyrant Dionysius had not been in vain, and 10 Syracusan triremes were even then approaching Corcyra. They stopped at a point in the north of the island, that the crews might rest after the long voyage, and there Iphicrates, whose scouts had watched for their approach, captured them, all but one vessel. This prize raised the welcome sum of 60 talents, but it was not long before Iphicrates, even as Timotheus, found himself embarrassed for want of money. Callistratus went back to Athens, promising to persuade the people either to keep the fleet regularly paid or to make peace. Meanwhile the crews of Iphicrates obtained subsistence by labour on the Corcyraean farms. If Corcyra had fallen, there can be little question that Timotheus would have been sacrificed to the displeasure of the Athenian people; but the good tidings from the west restored the public good humour, and this was fortunate for the discredited general. His trial came in towards the end of the year. His military treasurer was tried at the same time, found guilty of malversion, and condemned to death. But Timotheus himself was acquitted. He had indeed unusually powerful support. 2 foreign monarchs had condescended to come to Athens to bear testimony in his favour, the Epiriote king Alcetus, and Jason the despot of Thessalian Pherae. It was through Timotheus that these potentates had joined the Athenian League, and it was through them that he had been able to transport across Thessaly and Epirus the 600 peltasts who had been sent in advance to Corcyra. The interest of Jason, of whom more will have to be said presently, was particularly effective. Timotheus entertained these distinguished guests in his house in Piraeus, but he was obliged to borrow bedding, 2 silver bowls, and other things, from his rich neighbour, the banker Pasion, in order to lodge them suitably. Though acquitted, Timotheus was discredited in public opinion, and he soon left Athens to take service in Egypt under the great king. Sparta had lost heart at the decisive check which she had received in Corcyra, and the discouragement was increased by a series of terrible earthquakes, in which Poseidon seemed to declare his wrath. She was therefore disposed to peace, and she thought to bring peace about, as before, through the mediation of Persia. And Talcidas was once more sent up to the Persian court. But this intervention from without was not really needed. Athens, uneasy under the burdens of the war, and feeling rather jealousy of Thebes than bitterness against Sparta, was also well inclined to peace, and the influential orator Callistratus made it the object of his policy. The recent aggression of Thebes against the Phocians, who were old allies of Athens, tended to estrange the two cities, and to this was added the treatment of that unfortunate little mountain burg, Plataea, by her Theban enemies. Restored Plataea had perforce been enrolled in the Boeotian confederacy, but she was secretly scheming for annexation to Attica. Suspecting these plots, Thebes determined to forestall them, and a small Theban force, surprising the town one day when the men were in the fields, took possession of it, and drove all the Plataeans forth from the Plataean soil. Many of the people, thus bereft of land and city, found a refuge at Athens, where the publicist Isocrates took up their cause, and wrote his Plataic Discourse, a denunciation of Thebes. This incident definitely, though not formally, loosened the bonds between the two northern powers. The overtures came from Athens and her confederacy. When the Lacedaemonian allies met at Sparta in spring, 3 Athenian envoys appeared at the congress. One of these, the chief spokesman, was Callistratus, and one of his associates was Callias, torchbearer of the Eleusinian mysteries, who had also worked to bring about the abortive peace 3 years before. Thebes likewise sent ambassadors, one of whom was Epaminondas. The basis of the peace which was now concluded was the principle which had been affirmed by the king's peace, the principle of the autonomy of every Hellenic city. The Athenian and Lacedaemonian confederacies were thus both rendered invalid. No compulsion could be exercised on any city to fulfil engagements as member of a league. Cities might cooperate with each other freely so far as they chose, but no obligation could be contracted or enforced. Yet while Athens and Sparta resigned empire, they mutually agreed to recognize each other's predominance, that of Athens by sea, that of Sparta on land, a predominance which must never be asserted by aggression and must always be consistent with the universal autonomy. The question immediately arose, whether the Boeotian League was condemned by this doctrine of universal autonomy. Sparta and Athens, of course, intended to condemn it. But it might be pleaded that the confederacy of Boeotian cities under the presidency of Thebes was not on the same footing as the confederacies which had been formed, for temporary political purposes, without any historical or geographical basis of union, under the presidencies of Athens and Sparta. It might be contended that Boeotia was a geographical unity, like Attica and Laconia, and had a title to political unity too, especially as the League was an ancient institution. The question came to the issue when it was the turn of Thebes to take the oath. Her representative, Epaminondas, claimed to take it on behalf of the Boeotian cities, and Thebes, represented by him, was not so easily cowed as when she made the same claim at the conclusion of the king's peace. He seems to have developed the view that Boeotia was to be compared to Laconia, not to the Lacedaemonian confederacy, and when Agesilaus asked him, curtly and angrily, "Will you leave each of the Boeotian towns independent?" he retorted, "Will you leave each of the Laconian towns independent?" The name of Thebes was thereupon struck out of the treaty. There was an argument as well as a sting in this retort of Epaminondas. The argument was, Sparta has no more right to interfere in the internal affairs of Boeotia than we have to interfere in the domestic administration of Laconia. Laconia, Boeotia, Attica, each represents a distinct kind of constitution, and each constitution is justified. The union of Boeotia in a federation is as natural as the union of Attica in a single city, as legitimate as the union of Laconia in its subjection to the Spartan oligarchy. The union of Boeotia, like the union of Laconia, could not have been realized and could not be maintained without the perpetration of outrages upon the free will of some communities. Yet it is hardly legitimate for one state to say to another, "We have committed certain acts of violence, but you must not interfere, for at a remote period of history which none of us remember, your ancestors used even more high-handed methods for similar purposes, and now you maintain what they established." But the tyrannical method by which Laconia was governed was certainly a weak point in the Spartan armour, and the reply of Epaminondas may well have set Greece thinking over a question of political science. Setting aside the arguments of diplomacy, the point of the situation was this: Thebes could never become a strong power, the rival of Sparta or Athens, except at the head of a united Boeotia, and it was the interest of Athens and Sparta to hinder her from becoming such a power. So far as the two chief contracting parties were concerned, this bargain, which is often called the Peace of Callias, put an end to a war which was contrary to the best interests of both. They were both partly to blame, but Sparta was far more to blame than her old rival. Her witless policy in overlooking the raid of Sphodrius had caused the war, for it left Athens no alternative but hostility. At the end of 4 years, they seemed to have come to their senses; they made peace, but they were still stupid enough to allow the incident of Zacynthus to annul the bargain. 3 more years of fighting were required to restore their wits. But although Athens was financially exhausted by her military efforts, the war brought its compensations to her. The victory of Naxos, the circumnavigation of the Peloponnesus, and revival of her influence in western Greece, were achievements which indisputably proved that Athens was once more a first-rate Hellenic power, the peer of Sparta, and this fact was fully acknowledged in the Peace of Callias. But the true policy of Athens, from which the raid of Sphodrius had forced her, was that of a watchful spectator, and this policy she now resumes, though only for a brief space, leaving Sparta and Thebes in the arena. As for Sparta, she had lost as much as Athens had gained. The defeat of Naxos, the defeat of Tegera, the failure at Corcyra, had dimmed her prestige. After the king's peace, she had begun her second attempt to dominate Greece. Her failure is confessed by the Peace of Callias. If a third attempt was to be successful, it was obvious that it must begin by the subjugation of Thebes. End of chapter 13, parts 3 and 4. Chapter 13, Part 5 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 13. The revival of Athens and her Second League. Part V. Athens under the restored democracy. When Pericles declared that Athens was the school of Greece, this was rather his ideal of what she should be than a statement of a reality. It would have surprised him to learn that, when imperial Athens fell from her throne, his ideal would be fulfilled. This was what actually happened. It was not until Athens lost her empire that she began to exert a great decisive influence on Greek thought and civilization. This influence was partly exerted by the establishment of schools in the strict sense: the literary school of Isocrates and the philosophical school of Plato, which attracted to Athens men from all quarters of the Hellenic world. But the increase in the intellectual influence of Athens was largely owing to the fact that she was becoming herself more receptive of influence from without. She was becoming Hellenic as well as Athenian; she was beginning to become even something more than Hellenic. This tendency towards cosmopolitanism had been promoted by philosophical speculation, which rises above national distinction, and it is manifested variously in the Pan-Hellenism of Isocrates, in the attitude of such different men as Plato and Xenophon towards Athens, in the increasing number of foreign religious worships established at Athens or Piraeus, in a general decline of local patriotism, and in many other ways. There was perhaps no institution which had wider influence in educating Greek thought in the 4th century than the theatre. Its importance in city life was recognized by practical statesmen. It was therefore a matter of the utmost moment that the old Athenian comedy, turning mainly on local politics, ceased to be written, and a new school of comic poets arose who dwelt with subjects of general human interest. Here Athens had a most effectual instrument for spreading ideas. And the tragedies of the 4th century, though as literature they were of less note and consequence than the comedies, were not less significant of the spirit of the time. They were all dominated by the influence of Euripides, the great teacher of rationalism, and the daring critic of all established institutions and beliefs. And the comic poets were also under his spell. It can easily be seen that the cultivation of these wider sympathies was connected with the growth of what is commonly called individualism. By this is meant that the individual citizen no longer looks at the outside world through the medium of his city, but regards it directly, as it were, with his own eyes and in its bearings on him individually. He is no longer content to express his religious feelings, simply as one member of the state, in the common usages of the state religion, but seeks to enter into an immediate personal relation with the supernatural world. And since his own life has become for him something independent of the city, his attitude to the city itself is transformed. The citizen of Athens has become a citizen of the world. His duty to his country may conflict with his duty to himself as a man, and thus patriotism ceases to be unconditionally the highest virtue. Again, men begin to put to themselves, more or less explicitly, the question whether the state is not made for the individual, and not the individual for the state, a complete reversal of the old unquestioning submission to the authority of the social organism. It followed that greater demands were made upon the state by the citizen for his own private welfare, and that the citizen, feeling himself tied by no indissoluble bond to his country, was readier than formerly to seek his fortune elsewhere. Thus we find, in the single field of military science, Athenian officers acting independently of their country, in the pay of foreign powers, whenever it suited them: Conon, Xenophon, Iphicrates, Chabrias, and others. A vivid, exaggerated description of this spirit has been drawn by Plato in one of his famous contributions to political science, the Republic. "The horses and asses," he says, "have a way of marching along with all the rights and dignities of free men, and they will run at anybody whom they meet in the street if he does not leave the road clear for them, and all things are just ready to burst with liberty." When he describes the excessive freedom of democracy, he is dealing with the growth of individualism as a result of freedom in its constitutional sense, but his argument that individualism is the fatal fruit of a democratic constitution rests largely on the double sense of the word freedom. The notable thing is that no man did more to promote the tendencies which are here deplored by Plato than Plato himself and his fellow philosophers. If any single man could be held responsible for the inevitable growth of individualism, it would be perhaps Euripides, but assuredly, next to Euripides, it would be Plato's revered master, Socrates, the son of Sophroniscus. When the history of Greece was being directed by Pericles and Cleon, Nicias and Lysander, men little dreamed, either at Athens or elsewhere, that the interests of the world were far more deeply concerned in the doings of one eccentric Athenian who held aloof from public affairs. The work of Pericles and Lysander affected a few generations in a small portion of the globe, but the spirit of that eccentric Athenian was to lay an impress, indelible for ever, upon the thought of mankind. The ideas which we owe to Socrates are now so organically a part of the mind of civilized men, so familiar and commonplace, that it is hard to appreciate the intellectual power which was required to originate them. Socrates was the first champion of the supremacy of the intellect as a court from which there is no appeal. He was the first to insist, without modification or compromise, that a man must order his life by the guidance of his own intellect, without any regard for mandates of external authority or for the impulses of emotion, unless his intellect approves. Socrates was thus a rebel against authority as such, and he shrank from no consequences. He did not hesitate to show his companions that an old man has no title to respect because he is old, unless he is also wise, or that an ignorant parent has no claim to obedience on the mere account of parental relation. Knowledge and veracity, the absolute sovereign of the understanding, regardless of consequences, regardless of all prejudices, connected with family or city, this was the ideal of Socrates, consistently and uncompromisingly followed. But men using their intellects often come to different conclusions. The command issued by an authority which Socrates may reject has been, directly or ultimately, the result of some mental process. It is manifest that we require a standard of truth and an explanation of the causes of error. The solution of Socrates is, briefly, this. When we make a judgment, we compare two ideas, and in order to do so correctly it is obvious that these ideas must be clear and distinct. Error arises from comparing ideas that are undefined and vague. Definition was thus the essential point, and it was an essential novelty, in the Socratic method for arriving at truth. Its necessity is a commonplace now, and we have rather to guard against its dangers. The application of this method to ethics was the chief occupation of Socrates, for the interest of human life and its perplexities entirely absorbed him. In the history of ethics his position is supreme; he was the founder of utilitarianism. He arrived at the doctrine by analyzing the notion of good. The result of his analysis was, the good is the useful. Closely connected was the principle that virtue is happiness, and this was the basis of the famous Socratic paradox, that no man willingly does wrong, but only through ignorance, for there is no man who would not will his own happiness. It is easy to point out the errors of this startling statement; it is perhaps easier to forget how much wrong-doing is due to the confused thinking of clouded brains and the ignorance of untrained minds. The man who had no respect for authority was not likely to accept the gods from the range of his criticism, and the popular religion could not sustain examination. Socrates was as little orthodox as Anaxagoras and other impious philosophers, but he made no new departure in the field of theology. He doubtless believed in the existence of a god, but as to the nature of the divine principle he was probably what we call an agnostic, as he certainly was in regard to the immortality of the soul. Socrates, then, was the originator of a new logical method, the founder of utilitarianism, and above all the unsparing critic of all things in heaven and earth, or rather on earth only, for he disdained things in heaven as uninteresting or irrelevant, a fearless critic, undeterred by any feeling of piety or prejudice. He never wrote anything, he only conversed. But he conversed with the ablest young men of the day, who were destined afterwards to become immortal themselves as thinkers. He communicated to them, to Plato, to Aristippus, to Euclides, his own spirit of skepticism and criticism. He imbued them with intellectual courage and intellectual freedom. He never preached, he only discussed. That was the Socratic method, dialectic or the conversational method. He did not teach, for he professed to have no knowledge; he would only confess that he was exceptional in knowing that he knew nothing. This was the Socratic irony. He went about showing that most popular notions, as soon as they are tested, prove to be inconsistent and untenable. He wished to convince every man he met that his convictions would not stand examination. We can easily conceive how stimulating this was to young men, and how extremely irritating to the old. Haunting the market-places and the gymnasia, Socrates was always ready to entrap men of all ages and ranks into argument, and many a grudge was owed him by revered and conceited seniors, whose foggy minds he exposed to ridicule by means of his prudent interrogations. Though no man ever taught more effectually than Socrates, he was not a teacher; he had no course of lectures to give, and therefore he took no fee. Herein lay his distinction from the sophists, to whom by his speculation, his scepticism, his mastery of argument, his influence over young men, he naturally belongs, and with whom he was generally classed. He soon became a notorious figure in the streets of Athens; nature had marked him out among other men by his grotesque satyr-like face. Though he was the child of democracy, born to a heritage of freedom in a city where the right of free discussion was unrestrained, the sacred name of democracy was not more sheltered than anything else from the criticism of Socrates. He railed, for instance, at the system of choosing magistrates by lot, one of the protections of democracy at Athens. He was unpopular with the mass, for he was an enemy of shams and ignorance and superstition. Honest democrats of the type of Thrasybulus and Anytus, who did their duty but had no desire to probe its foundations, regarded him as a dangerous free thinker who spent his life in diffusing ideas subversive of the social order. They might point to the ablest of the young men who had kept company with him and say, "Behold the fruits of his conversation! Look at Alcibiades, his favourite companion, who has done more than any other man to ruin the country. Look at Critias, who, next to Alcibiades, has wrought the deepest harm to Athens, who, brought up in the Socratic circle, first wrote a book against democracy, then visited Thessaly and stirred up the serfs against their masters, and finally, returning here, inaugurated the reign of terror. Look, on the other hand, at Plato, an able young man, whom the taste for idle speculation, infused by Socrates, has seduced from the service of his country. Or look at Xenophon, who, instead of serving Athens, has gone to serve her enemies. Truly Socrates and his propaganda have done little good to the Athenian state." However unjust any particular instance might seem, it is easy to understand how considerations of this kind would lead many practical unspeculative men to look upon Socrates and his ways with little favour. And from their point of view they were perfectly right. His spirit, and the ideas that he made current, were an insidious menace to the cohesion of the social fabric, in which there was not a stone or joint he did not question. In other words, he was the same active apostle of individualism, which led in its further development to the subversion of that local patriotism which had inspired the cities of Greece in her days of greatness. And this thinker, whose talk was shaking the Greek world in its foundations, though none guessed it, was singled out by the Delphic priesthood for a distinguished mark of approbation. In the truest oracle that was ever uttered from the Pythian tripod, it was declared that no one in the world was wiser than Socrates. We know not at what period of the philosopher's career this answer was given, but if it was seriously meant, it showed a strange insight which we should hardly have looked for at the shrine of Delphi. The Delphic priesthood were skilful enough in adjusting their policy to the changing course of events, but they cannot be suspected of brooding over the mysteries of things to come, or feeling the deeper pulsations of the thoughts of men. The motive of the oracle concerning the wisdom of Socrates is an unsolved problem. If it were an attempt to enlist his support, in days when religion was threatened by such men as Anaxagoras, it shows an unexpected perception of his importance, united with a by no means surprising blindness to the significance of his work. Socrates died 5 years after the fall of the Athenian Empire, and the manner of his death set a seal upon his life. Anytus, the honest democratic politician who had been prominent in the restoration of the democracy, came forward, with some others, as a champion of the state religion, and accused Socrates of impiety. The accusation ran, "Socrates is guilty of crime, because he does not believe in the gods recognized by the city, but introduces strange supernatural beings. He is also guilty because he corrupts the youth." The penalty proposed was death, but the charge was lodged in the archon's office. Socrates would leave Attica, and no one would have hindered him from doing so. But Socrates was full of days; he had reached the age of 70, and life spent otherwise than in conversing in the streets of Athens would have been worthless to him. He surprised the city by remaining to answer the charge. The trial was heard in a court of 501 judges, the king archon presiding, and the old philosopher was found guilty by a majority of 60. It was a small majority, considering that the general truth of the accusation was undeniable. According to the practice of Athenian law, it was open to a defendant when he was condemned to propose a lighter punishment than that fixed by the accuser, and the judges were required to choose one of the two sentences. Socrates might have saved his life if he had proposed an adequate penalty, but he offered only a small fine, and was consequently condemned, by a much larger majority, to death. He drank the cup of doom a month later, discoursing with his disciples as eagerly as ever till his last hour. The actual reply of Socrates at his trial has not been preserved, but we know its tone and spirit and much of its tenor, for it supplied his companion Plato, who was present, with the material of a work which stands absolutely alone in literature. In the Apology of Socrates, Plato has succeeded in catching the personality of the master and conveying its stimulus to his readers. There can be no question that this work reproduces the general outline of the actual defence, which is here wrought into an artistic form. And we see how utterly impossible it was for Socrates to answer the accusation. He enters into an explanation of his life and motives, and has no difficulty in showing that many things popularly alleged against him are false. But with the actual charge of holding and diffusing heterodox views he deals briefly and unsatisfactorily. He was not condemned unjustly, according to the law. And that is the intensity of the tragedy. There have been no better men than Socrates, and yet his accusers were perfectly right. It is not clear why their manifesto for orthodoxy was made at that particular time, but it is probable that 20 years later such an action would have been a failure. Perhaps the facts of the trial justify us in the rough conclusion that 2 out of every 5 Athenian citizens were then religiously indifferent. In any case, the event had a wider than a merely religious significance. The execution of Socrates was the protest of the spirit of the old order against the growth of individualism. Seldom in the course of history have violent blows of this kind failed to recoil upon the striker and serve the cause they were meant to harm. Socrates was remembered at Athens with pride and regret. His spirit began to exercise an influence which the tragedy of his death enhanced. His companions never forgave the democracy for putting their master to death. He lived and grew in the study of their imaginations, and they spent their lives in carrying on his work. They carried forward his work, but they knew not what they were doing. They had no suspicion that in pursuing these speculations to which they were stimulated by the Socratic method, they were sapping the roots of Greek city life as it was known to the men who fought at Marathon. Plato was a true child of Socrates, and yet he was vehement in condemning that individualism which it had been the life work of Socrates to foster. Few sights are stranger than Plato and Xenophon turning their eyes away from their own free country to regard with admiration the constitution of Sparta, where their beloved master would not have been suffered so much as to open his mouth. It was a distinct triumph for the Lacedaemonians when their constitution, which the Athenians of the age of Pericles regarded as old-fashioned machinery, was selected by the greatest thinker of Athens as the nearest existing approach to the ideal. Indeed, the Spartan organization, at the very time when Sparta was making herself detested throughout Greece, seems to have attracted general admiration from political thinkers. It attracted them because the old order survived there, the citizen absolutely submissive to the authority of the state, and not looking beyond it. Elsewhere they were troubled by the problem of reconciling the authority of the state with the liberty of the individual citizen. At Sparta there was no such trouble, for the state was absolute. Accordingly, they saw in Sparta the image of what a state should be, just because it was relatively free from that individualism which they were themselves actively promoting by their speculations in political philosophy. How freely such speculations ranged at this time is illustrated by the fact that the fundamental institution of ancient society, slavery, was called in question. It had indeed been called in question by Euripides, and the heterodox modern views of Euripides were coming into fashion. One thinker expounded the doctrine that slavery was unnatural. Speculation even went so far as to stir the question of the political subjection of women. The Parliament of Women, a comedy of Aristophanes, ridiculed women's rights, and in Plato's ideal republic women are on a political equality with men. Socialistic theories were also rife, and were a mark for the mockery of Aristophanes in the same play. Plato seized upon the notion of communism and made it one of the principles of his ideal state. But his object was not that of the ordinary collectivist, to promote the material well-being of all, but rather to make his citizens better, by defending them against poverty and ambition. Before he died, Plato had come to the conviction that communism was impracticable, and in the state which he adumbrated in his old age he recognized private property, though he vested the ownership not in the individual but in the family. In this period, during the 50 years after the battle of Aegospotami, the art of writing prose was brought to perfection at Athens, and this is closely connected with the characteristic tendency which has engaged our attention. While Socrates and others had been bringing about a revolution in thought, the Sicilian Gorgias and other professors of rhetoric or style had been preparing an efficient vehicle for diffusing ideas. Prose is the natural instrument of criticism and argument; it is a necessary weapon for intellectual persuasion, and therefore the 4th century is an age of prose. The circumstance that the great Athenian poets of the 5th century had no successors in the 4th does not prove any decline in brains or in imagination. If Plato had been born half a century earlier, he would have been a rival of Aeschylus and Sophocles. If Aeschylus and Sophocles had been born 2 or 3 generations later, they would have expressed their genius in prose. Euripides, who has come under the influence of the critical spirit, seems sometimes like a man belated. He used the old vehicle to convey thoughts for which it was hardly suited. It must always be remembered that the great dramatic poets of the 5th century bore an unalienable religious character, and as soon as the day came when the men of the highest literary faculty were no longer in touch with the received religion, drama of the old kind ceased to be written. That is why the 4th century is an age of prose; tragic poetry owes its death to Euripides and the Socratic spirit. The eager individualism of the age found its natural expression in prose, whose rhythmical periods demanded almost as much care and art as poetry, and the plastic nature of the Greek language rendered it a most facile instrument for the purposes of free thought and criticism. Thus Athens became really a school for Greece, as soon as that individualism prevailed which Pericles had unwittingly foreshadowed in the very same breath. I say that Athens is the school of Hellas, and that the individual Athenian in his own person seems to have the power of adapting himself to the most varied forms of action with the utmost versatility and grace. It must never be forgotten that it is to the democratic Athenian law courts that the perfecting of Attic prose was mainly due. This institution had, as we saw, called into being a class of professional speech writers. But there were many who were not content with learning off, and reciting in court, speeches which a speech writer like Lysias wrote for them, but wished to learn themselves in the art of speaking. For those who aspired to make their mark in debates in the assembly this was a necessity. The most illustrious instructor in oratory at this period was Isocrates. But the school of Isocrates had a far wider scope and higher aim than to teach the constitution of sentences or the arrangement of topics in a speech. It was a general school of culture, a discipline intended to fit men for public life. Questions of political science were studied, and Isocrates likes to describe his course of studies as philosophy. But it was to Plato's school in the academy that youths of the day went to study philosophy in the stricter sense. The discipline of these 2 rival schools, for there was rivalry between them, though their aims were different, was what corresponded at Athens to our university education. And the pupils of Isocrates, as well as those of Plato, had to work hard. For thoroughness of method was one of the distinctive characteristics of Isocrates. His school attained a Pan-Hellenic reputation; pupils came to him from all quarters of the world. "Our city," he says, "is regarded as the established teacher of all who speak or teach others to speak." And naturally so, since men see that our city offers the greatest prizes to those who possess this faculty, provides the most numerous and various schools for those who, having resolved to enter the real contest, desire a preparatory discipline, and further affords to all men that experience which is the main secret of success in speaking. The tone of the teaching of Isocrates harmonized with the national position which he held. He took a large view of all things; there was nothing narrow or local in his opinions. And not less important than the width of his horizon was the high moral tone in which his thoughts were constantly pitched. Isocrates discharged not only the duties which are in modern times discharged by university teachers, but also the functions of a journalist of the best kind. Naturally nervous and endowed with a poor voice, he did not speak in the assembly, but when any great question moved him he would issue a pamphlet in the form of a speech, for the purpose of influencing public opinion. We may suspect that the Athenians appreciated these publications more for their inimitable excellence of style than for their political wisdom. A highly remarkable passage of Isocrates expresses and applauds the wide-minded cosmopolitanism which was beginning to prevail in Greece. He says that Athens has so distanced the rest of the world in power of thought and speech, that her disciples have become the teachers of all other men. She has brought it to pass that the name of Greek should be thought no longer a matter of race, but a matter of intelligence, and should be given to the participators in our culture rather than to the sharers of our common origin. 30 or 40 years earlier, no one, perhaps, except Euripides, would have been bold enough to speak like that. But Isocrates did not see that this enlightenment, which he admires, was closely connected with the decay of public spirit, which he elsewhere deplores. It is curious to find the man who approves of citizenship of the world looking back with regret to the days of Solon, and proposing to revive the old powers of censorship which the court of the Areopagus possessed over the lives of Athenian citizens. The form and features of an age are wont to be mirrored in its art, and one effective means of winning a concrete notion of the spirit of the 4th century is to study the works of Praxiteles and compare them with the sculptures which issued from the workshop of Phidias. Just as the citizen was beginning to assert his own individuality as more than a mere item in the state, so the plastic artist was emancipating his art from its intimate connection with the temples of the gods, and its subordination to architecture. For in the 5th century, apart from a few colossal statues like those which Phidias wrought for Athens and Olympia, the finest works of the sculptor's chisel were to decorate frieze or pediment. In the 4th century the architect indeed still required the sculptor's service. Scopas, for instance, was called upon in his youth to decorate the temple of Athena Alia at Tegea, in his later years to make a frieze for the tomb of a Carian prince, but in general the sculptor developed his art more independently of architecture, and all the great works of Praxiteles were complete in themselves and independent. And, as sculpture was emancipating itself from the old subordination to architecture, so it also emancipated itself from the religious ideal. In the age of Phidias, the artist who fashioned a god sought to express in human shape the majesty and immutability of a divine being, and this ideal had been perfectly achieved. In the 4th century the deities lose their majesty and changelessness. They are conceived as physically perfect men and women, with human feelings though without human sorrows. They are invested with human personalities. The contrast may be seen by looking at the group of gods in the frieze of the Parthenon, and then at some of the works of Praxiteles, the Hermes, which was set up in the temple of Hera at Olympia and is preserved there, the Aphrodite of Cnidus, a woman shrinking from revealing her beauty as she enters the bath, or the Satyr, with the shape of a man and the mind of a beast. Thus sculpture is marked by individualism in a double sense. Each artist is freer to work out an individual path of his own, and the tendency of all artists is to portray the individual man or woman rather than the type, and even the individual phase of emotion rather than the character. The general spirit of the Athenians in their political life corresponds to this change. Men came, more and more, as a means for administering to the needs of the individual. We might also say that they conceived of it as a cooperative society for making profits to be divided among the members. This at least was the tendency of public opinion. They were consequently more disinclined to enter upon foreign undertakings which were not either necessary for the protection and promotion of their commerce or likely to fill their purses. The 4th century was therefore for Athens an age of less ambition and glory, but of greater happiness and freedom than the 5th. The decisive circumstance for Athens was that, when she lost her empire, she did not lose her commerce. This was a cruel blow to Corinth, since it was to destroy the Athenian trade that Corinth had brought about the war. The fact shows on how firm foundations Athenian commerce rested. The only rival Athens had to fear was Rhodes, which was becoming a centre of traffic in the southeastern Mediterranean, but was not yet destined to interfere seriously with Athenian trade for a long time yet. The population of Attica had declined; plague and war reduced the number of adult male citizens from at least 35,000 to 21,000. But that was not unfortunate, for there were no longer out settlements to receive the surplus of the population, and even with the diminished numbers there was a surplus which sought employment in foreign mercenary service. The mercantile development of Athens is shown by the increase of the Piraeus at the expense of the city, in which many plots of ground now became deserted, and by the growth of private banks. It had long been a practice to deposit money in temples, and the priesthoods used to lend money on interest. This suggested to money changers the idea of doing likewise, and Paetion founded a famous house at Athens, which operated with a capital of 50 talents, and had credit at all Greek centres of commerce. Thus business could be transacted by exchanging letters of credit instead of paying in coin, and the introduction of this system, even on such a small scale, shows the growth of mercantile activity. Money was now much more plentiful, and prices far higher than before. This was due to the large amount of the precious metals, chiefly gold, which had been brought into circulation in the Greek world in the last quarter of the 5th century. The continuous war led to the coinage of the treasures which had been accumulating for many years in temples, and the banking system circulated the money which would otherwise have been hoarded in private houses. But although the precious metals became plentiful, the rate of interest did not fall; men could still get 12% for a loan of their money. This fact is highly significant; it shows clearly that industries were more thriving, and trade more active, and consequently capital in greater demand. The high rate of interest must always be remembered when we read of a Greek described as wealthy with a capital which would nowadays seem small. Thus a fortune of 50 talents, little more than 10,000 English pounds, would yield an income of nearly 1,500, and that sum had an enormously greater purchasing power than the equivalent weight of gold today. Such incomes were extremely rare. Communistic ideas were a consequence, perhaps inevitable, of the growth of individualism and the growth of capital. The poorer burghers became more and more acutely alive to the inconsistency between the political equality of all citizens and the social and economical advantages enjoyed by the rich. Political equality seemed to point to social equality as a logical sequel. In fact, full and equal political equality could not be secured without social equality also, since the advantages of wealth necessarily involved superiorities in political influence. Thus, just as in modern Europe, so in ancient Greece, capital and democracy produced socialists, who pleaded for a levelling of classes by means of a distribution of property by the state. Aristophanes mocked these speculations in his Parliament of Women and his Wealth. The idea of communism which Plato develops on lines of his own in the Republic was not an original notion of the philosopher's brain, but was suggested by the current communistic theories of the day. It is well worthy of consideration that the Athenians did not take the step from political to social democracy, and this discretion may have been partly due to the policy of those statesmen who, doubtless conscious of the danger, regarded the Theoric Fund as an indispensable institution. The changed attitude of the individual to the state is shown by the introduction of a fixed remuneration for half a drachma to the Athenian citizens for attending the meetings of the assembly, and the rise in prices is illustrated by the subsequent increase of this remuneration. For the regular sessions, in which the proceedings were unattractive, the pay was raised to a drachma and a half; for the other meetings, which were more exciting, it was fixed at a drachma. The remuneration for serving in the law courts was not increased; it was found that half a drachma was sufficient to draw applicants for the judge's ticket. Payment for the discharge of political duties was part of the necessary machinery of the democracy, but the distribution of spectacle money to the poor citizens was a luxury which involved an entirely different principle. It is uncertain when the practice of giving the price of his theatre ticket to the poor Athenian was first introduced. It has been attributed to Pericles, but it is possible that it was not introduced till Athens began to recover after the fall of her empire. In any case, the principle became established in the 4th century of distributing Theoric moneys, which were supposed to be spent on religious festivals. The citizens came to look forward to subsequent and large distributions; the surplus revenue of the state, instead of being saved for emergencies, was placed in the Theoric Fund, and this Theoric Fund became so important that it ultimately required a special Minister of Finance to manage it. Those statesmen under whose guidance the Theoric doles were most liberal had naturally the greatest influence with the mass of citizens, and consequently finance acquired a new importance, and financial ability was developed in a very high degree. The state thus assumed the character of a commercial society; dividends were a political necessity, and in order to meet it, heavier taxation was demanded. We have seen how, when war broke out with Sparta, in the year in which the Second Athenian Confederacy was formed, a property tax was imposed, and the properties of the citizens were assessed anew for this purpose. Thus the state provided for the comfort of its poorer burghers at the expense of their wealthier fellows. It is, as it were, publicly recognized as a principle of political science that the end of the state is the comfort and pleasure of its individual members, and everything has to be made subordinate to this principle, which is outwardly embodied in the Theoric Fund. This principle affected the foreign policy of Athens, as we have already observed. When she took the step of sending out settlers to Samos and elsewhere, in defiance of the public opinion of Greece, her chief motive was doubtless pecuniary profit. Constitutionally, the restored Athenian democracy was a remarkable success. The difficulties which the democratic statesmen encountered after the overthrow of the 30 had been treated with a wisdom and moderation which are in striking contrast with the violence and vengefulness shown in other Greek states at similar crises. Most democratic men of means had been robbed of property under the tyranny of the oligarchs, and the property had been sold. Were the purchasers to be compelled to restore it without compensation? Were all the acts of the 30 to be declared illegal? Such a measure would have created a bitter, discontented party in the state. Some of the chief democratic leaders voluntarily resigned all claim to compensation for the property they had lost, and this example promoted a general inclination on both sides to concession and compromise. The wisdom and tact displayed in this matter were not the least of the services which Thrasybulus and his fellows rendered to their country. No oligarchical conspiracy endangered the domestic peace of Athens again; no citizen, if it were not a philosophical speculator, called the democracy in question. At this epoch the laws were revised, and the register of burghers was revised, but the constitution was left practically unaltered. A change indeed was made in the presidency of the assembly, which had hitherto belonged to the Prytanis, or Board of 10, selected every 7 days from the presiding tribe in the council. The close organic relations between the council and assembly rendered it needful that members of the council should preside in the assembly, but the presidency of the assembly was now divorced from the presidency of the council, and invested in a body of 9, selected one from each of the 9 tribes which were not presiding. This change was obviously designed to form a check on the administration. The presiding tribe in the council could no longer deal directly with the assembly, but was obliged to present its measures to the people through an intermediate body, which belonged indeed to the council, but not to its own part of the council. The year in which these new reforms were probably made witnessed also the introduction of a new alphabet as the official script of the state. The old Attic alphabet, with its hard-worked vowels doing duty for more than one sound, was discontinued, and henceforward the stones which record the public acts of the Athenian people are inscribed in the Ionic alphabet, with separate signs for the long and short e and o, and distinct symbols for the double consonants. It is plain that Athens needed, at this period, not men of genius or enthusiasm, but simply men of ability, for the conduct of her affairs. She had no great aims to achieve, no grave dangers to escape, which demanded a Pericles or a Themistocles. A man of genius would have found no scope in the politics of Athens for 2 generations after the fall of her empire. Men of great ability she had, men who were thoroughly adequate to the comparatively unambitious role which she had wisely imposed upon herself: Agearchus, Callistratus, and afterwards Eubolus. To us they are all shadowy figures. Agearchus inaugurated the profit system which afterwards resulted in the institution of the Theoric Fund, and it was he who opposed and discredited the extreme anti-Spartan policy of the heroes of Phyle. His nephew, Callistratus, enjoyed a longer career and played a greater part in the affairs of Greece, conspicuous as the founder of the Second Confederacy, as the negotiator of the peace of Callias, and then as the opponent of Epaminondas. His policy throughout was consistent and reasonable. He aimed at rendering Athens powerful enough to be independent of Sparta; he desired that Sparta and Athens should stand side by side as the two leading states in Greece; and he recognized that the neighbourhood of Attica to Boeotia necessarily laid upon Athens the policy of opposing the aggrandizement of Thebes. Aegireus and Callistratus might once and again fill the office of strategos, but, like Cleon and Hyperbolus, they exercised their influence as recognized, practically official, advisers of the assembly. The art of war became every year more and more an art, and little could be accomplished except by generals who devoted their life to the military profession. Such were Timotheus, the hero of Lucus Chabrias, the victor of Naxos, and above all Epicrates, whom we have met so many places and in so many guises. Timotheus was a rich man; his father Conon had left him a fortune, and he could afford to serve his country, and his country only. But Chabrias and Iphicrates enriched themselves by taking temporary service under foreign masters; Iphicrates even went so far as to support the Thracian king, whose daughter he had wedded, against Athens. All these military men preferred to dwell elsewhere than at Athens. Abroad they could live in luxury and ostentation, while at Athens men lived simply and moderately, and public opinion was unfavourable to sumptuous establishments. The attitude of the generals to the city became much more independent when the citizens themselves ceased to serve abroad regularly, and hired mercenaries instead. The hiring of the troops and their organization devolved upon the general, and he was often expected to provide the means for paying them too. Here we touch on a vice in the constitutional machine, which was the cause of frequent failures in the foreign enterprise of Athens during this period. No systematic provision was made that, when the people voted that a certain thing should be done, the adequate moneys at the same time should be voted. Any one might propose a decree, without responsibility for its execution, and at the next meeting of the assembly the people might refuse to allow the necessary supplies, or no one might be ready to move the grant. In the same way, supplies might be cut off in the middle of a campaign. This defect had not made itself seriously felt in the 5th century, when the leading generals were always statesmen too, with influence in the assembly, but it became serious when the generals were professional soldiers whom the statesmen employed. During the 10 years after the peace of Callias, Athens was actively engaged in a multitude of enterprises of foreign aggrandizement, but she achieved little, and the reason is that her armaments were hardly ever adequate. The difficulties of her financiers, who had always to keep a theoric reserve, must be taken into consideration. End of chapter 13, section 5.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 13, The Hegemony of Thebes. Part 1. Jason of Pherae, The Battle of Leuctra. The balance of power in Greece had been swayed for 100 years by the two rivals, Sparta and Athens, and now the peace of Callias had formally adjusted an equilibrium between them. But this dual system was threatened from the very outset by formidable dangers. It was clear that new forces had arisen within the last few years, which would dispute the leadership of Hellas with the two older states. There had been a development of military power in the north, and two cities had come into dangerous prominence, Thebes and Pherae. Of the rise of Pherae we know less than of the rise of Thebes. At the time of the Peace of Callias, we make the sudden discovery that the Thessalian cities, which were usually in a state of feud, have been united, and that Thessaly has consequently become one of the great powers of Greece. This was the doing of one man. There had arisen at Pherae a despot, who was not merely vigorous and warlike, but whose ambition ranged beyond the domestic politics of Thessaly, and sought to play a great part on the wider stage of Hellas. Jason had established his dominion by means of a well-trained body of 6,000 mercenaries, and also doubtless by able diplomacy. The most influential citizen of Pharsalus exposed at Sparta the ambitious and menacing views of Jason, and urged the importance of checking his career before he became too powerful. But Sparta, pressed by other more importunate claims, declined to interfere. Then Pharsalus yielded to the solicitations of Jason, and helped to install him as Tagus of an united Thessaly. The power of the despot extended on one side into Epirus, where Alcetus, prince of the Molossi, became his vassal, and on the other side to Macedonia. A monarch endowed with uncommon political and military ability at the head of all Thessaly, with the best cavalry in Greece at his command, seemed likely to change the whole course of Hellenic affairs. That he aimed at becoming the first power in Hellas, at attaining the hegemony or leadership as it was called, there can be no question, nor, considering the weakness and jealousies of the southern Grecian states, would this object, with his resources, be difficult of achievement. But if his ambition was not bounded by Thessaly, neither was it confined to Hellas. His dream was to lead Hellas against Persia and overthrow the power of the great king. How serious he was in his great projects is shown by the fact that he set about building a navy. Thessaly was again to become a sea power, as in the days of legendary story, when the Argo ventured forth from the landlocked bay of Iolcus. The power of Sparta had evidently declined, but she was still regarded as holding the highest position in Greece, and it was the first object of Jason to weaken her still further and dethrone her from that place. His second immediate object was to gain control of the key of southern Greece, the pass of Thermopylae, and as this was commanded by the Spartan forces of Heraclea, these two objects were intimately connected. His obvious policy was to ally himself with Sparta's enemy, Thebes, and Thebes, in her isolated position, leapt at his alliance. The treaty between the Boeotian and Thessalian federations was probably concluded not long before the peace of Callias. According to the terms of that peace, all parties were to recall their armaments from foreign countries, and their garrisons from foreign towns. Athens promptly recalled Iphicrates from Corcyra, but Sparta on her side failed to fulfill the contract. King Cleombrotus had, shortly before, led an army to Phocis, and now, instead of disbanding it, he was ordered to march against Thebes and compel that state to set free the Boeotian cities. One voice, perhaps, in the Spartan assembly was raised against this violation of the recent oaths, a violation which was also unfair to the allies who served in the Lacedaemonian army. But in this hour Sparta was led on, as one of her admirers said, by a fatal impulse inspired by the gods. The feeling of hatred against Thebes, diligently fostered by Agesilaus, swept away all thoughts of policy or justice, and the voice which was raised for justice and policy was scornfully cried down. The duel between Thebes and Sparta was inevitable, and all Greece, confident in Spartan superiority, looked to see Thebes broken up into villages or wiped out from among the cities of Hellas. Even Thebes herself had hardly hoped for success, but Sparta would have done well to disband the army of Cleombrotus and organize a new force with the help of those allies who were willing to support her. The object of Cleombrotus, who was posted near Chaeronea, in the gate between Phocis and Boeotia, was to reach Thebes. And as we have seen in the case of former military operations in this country, his direct road lay along the western and southern banks of Lake Copaeus, by Chaeronea and Haliartus. The aim of the Thebans was to prevent him from reaching his objective, and they posted their forces nigh to Chaeronea, where, nearly a quarter of a century before, a Confederate army had waylaid Agesilaus. But Cleombrotus disappointed his enemy. He marched southward by a difficult road round Mount Helicon to Thisbe, and thence pounced on the port of Creusus, which he captured along with 12 Theban ships in the harbour, and by this swift stroke, having secured his rear, he advanced northward along the road to Thebes. When he reached the height of Leuctra, he found that the way was barred by the Theban army. Leuctra lies on the hills which form the south limit of a small plain, somewhat more than half a mile broad, traversed by the brook of the upper Asopus. The road from the coast to Thebes crosses it, and ascends the hills on the northern side, where the Boeotarchs and their army were now drawn up. The round top of one of these low hills, just east of the road, was levelled and enlarged to form a smooth platform. Here the Theban hoplites of the left wing were posted, and the artificial mound marks their place to this day. The numbers of the two hosts are uncertain. The Lacedaemonians, in any case considerably superior, may have been about 11, the Theban about 6,000 strong. But the military genius of one of the Boeotarchs, now for the first time fully revealed, made up for the deficiency in strength. Instead of drawing out the usual long and shallow line, Epaminondas made his left wing deep. This wedge, 50 shields deep, of irresistible weight, with the sacred band under the captaincy of Pelopidas in front, was opposed to the Spartans who, with Cleombrotus himself, were drawn up on the right of the hostile army. It was on his left wing that Epaminondas relied for victory. The shock between the Spartans and Thebans would decide the battle. It mattered little about the Boeotians on the centre and left, whom he could not entirely trust. The Thespians, who were present by constraint, were at the last moment permitted to depart, but their retreat was cut off, and they were driven back to the camp by the Phocians and other of the Lacedaemonian allies, who, by detaching themselves for this purpose, weakened their own army without effecting a useful result. The battle began with an engagement of the cavalry. In this arm the Lacedaemonians were notoriously weak, and now their horsemen, easily driven back, carried disorder into the line of foot. Cleombrotus, who was confident of victory, then led his right wing down the slopes, the centre and left being probably impeded in their advance by the cavalry. And on his side, Epaminondas with the Theban left moved down from their hill, deliberately keeping back the rest of the line. The novel tactics of Epaminondas decided the battle. The Spartans, 12 deep, though they fought ever so bravely, could not resist the impact of the Theban wedge led by Pelopidas. King Cleombrotus fell, and after a great carnage on both sides, the Thebans drove their enemies up the slopes back to their camp. In other parts of the field there seems to have been little fighting or slaughter. The Lacedaemonian allies, when they saw the right wing worsted, retired without more ado. 1,000 Lacedaemonians had fallen, including 400 Spartans, and the survivors acknowledged their defeat by demanding the customary truce to take up the dead. It might be thought that they would have immediately retreated to Creusus, the place of safety which the dead king had prudently provided in their rear. It is not likely that the enemy, whom they still considerably outnumbered, would have attempted to stop their way, or even to harass them seriously from behind. The Thebans could hardly realize the victory which they had never expected. It was more than enough to have defeated the Lacedaemonians in the open field, to have slain their king, and to have compelled them to evacuate Boeotia. But the Lacedaemonian army remained in its entrenchments on the hill of Leuctra, in the expectation of being reinforced by a new army from Sparta and retrieving the misfortune. A messenger was sent home with the inglorious tidings, and the shock was borne there with that studied self-repression which only the discipline of Sparta could inculcate in her citizens. The remaining forces of the city were hastily got together, and placed under the command of Archidamus, son of Agesilaus. Some of the allied states sent aid, and the troops were transported by ship from Corinth to Creusus. But all this took time, and meanwhile Thebes had not been idle. 2 messengers were sent with the good news, to Athens and to Thessaly. At Athens the wreathed messenger was received with an ominous silence. The Theban victory was distinctly unwelcome there. It opened up an indefinite prospect of warfare and seemed likely to undo the recent pacification, while the Athenians were far less jealous of Sparta than of Thebes. At Pherae the tidings had a very different reception. Jason marched forthwith to the scene of action, at the head of his cavalry and mercenaries, flying so rapidly through Phocis that the Phocians, his irreconcilable enemies, did not realize his presence until he had passed. He cannot have reached Leuctra until the 6th or 7th day after the battle. The Thebans thought that with the help of his forces they might storm the Lacedaemonian entrenchments, dangerous though the task would be. But for the policy of Jason, the humiliation already inflicted on Sparta was enough. The annihilation of the enemy or any further enhancement of the Theban success would have been too much. He dissuaded the Thebans from the enterprise, and induced them to grant a truce to the Lacedaemonians, with leave to retire unharmed. This the Lacedaemonians were now forced to accept, notwithstanding the approach of reinforcements, for their position was totally altered through the presence of the seasoned troops of Jason, and it was clear that the foe would not wait to attack them till the expected reinforcements arrived. The retreat was carried out at night, for for the leaders suspected the good faith of their opponents. On the coast the defeated troops met the army of Archidamus, which had come in vain, and all the forces were disbanded. Such were the circumstances of the Lacedaemonian evacuation of Boeotia after the battle of Leuctra, according to the historian whose authority we are naturally inclined to prefer. But the memory of Xenophon might have misled him in regard to some of the details, and there was another account from which it might be inferred that the events moved more rapidly. There is something to be said for the view that the army of Archidamus was not dispatched as a relief force after the battle of Leuctra, but was already on its way before the battle was fought, that Cleombrotus had the alternative of waiting for Archidamus before he ventured on an action, and that his visit to Creusus was, in fact, connected with the expected arrival of reinforcements, that Jason, too, was hastening to support the Thebans, and that the messenger who bore the news of victory met him on his southward march. On this view, the truce might have been concluded on the morrow of the battle, and we avoid the difficulty of supposing that the defeated army decided to remain for a week on the hill of Leuctra, when the road to Creusus was open behind them. The question is of little moment, save insofar as it concerns the movements of the Tagus of Thessaly. The significance of the sequel of the battle lies in the prominent part which he played as a mediator, and we should like well to know whether his original purpose was to fight side by side with his Theban allies. We also hear darkly of his avowed intention to bring help by sea, and we are tempted to speculate at what point the new Thessalian navy would have acted at this crisis. Jason returned to his northern home, but on his way he dealt another blow at Sparta on his own account, by dismantling Heraclea, the fort which controlled the pass of Thermopylae. He thus compassed an object of great importance for his further designs. These designs he soon began to unfold. He fixed on the next celebration of the Pythian festival as a time to display his greatness and his power to the eyes of assembled Hellas. He sent mandates around to the Thessalian cities to prepare oxen, sheep, and goats for the sacrifice at Delphi, offering a gold crown as a prize for the fairest ox, and he issued commands that the armed host of the Thessalians should be ready to march with him to keep the feast. He proposed to usurp the rights of the Amphictyonic board and preside himself over the games. A rumor was set afloat that he intended to seize the treasures of the temple, but it is hard to believe that an aspirant to the hegemony of Greece would have perpetrated an act so manifestly impolitic. Apollo told the Delphians, who were fluttered by the report, that he would himself guard his treasure. But the priests were soon to breathe freely. The Phocians were to be spared the mortification of seeing the hated Thessalian in their land. One day Jason held a review of his cavalry, and afterwards sat to hear petitions. 7 young men, to all appearance wrangling hotly, drew near to lay their dispute before him, and slew him where he sat. The death of Jason was the knell of all his plans. The unity of Thessaly, the high position which it had attained among the Grecian powers, depended entirely on him. The brothers who succeeded to his place were slight, insignificant men, without the ability, even if they had possessed the will, to carry out his far-reaching designs. It is the bare truth to say that the blades of the 7 young men changed the course of history. Jason was well on his way to attain in eastern Greece the supreme position which his great fellow-despot Dionysius held in the west. Nor is it extravagant to suppose that under him Thessaly might have accomplished part of the work which was reserved for Macedonia. Politically, indeed, his work is to be condemned. He had not laid the foundations of a national unity in Thessaly. The unity which he had compassed was held by military force only and his own genius. We cannot congratulate a statesman on a result of which the stability hangs on the chances of his own life. In this respect Jason stands in the same rank with Epaminondas. The death of the Thessalian potentate decided that, of the 2 northern states which had recently risen into prominence, Boeotia, not Thessaly, should take the torch from Sparta. The significance of the Battle of Leuctra is perhaps most clearly revealed in the fact that, during the wars between Sparta and Thebes which followed it, the parts hitherto played by the 2 states are reversed. Thebes now becomes the invader of the Peloponnese, as Sparta before had been the invader of Boeotia. Thebes is now the aggressor. It is as much as Sparta can do to defend her own land. The significance of Leuctra is also displayed in the effect which it produced upon the policy of Athens. and in its stimulating influence on the lesser Peloponnesian states, especially Arcadia, which was wakened up into new life. The supremacy of Thebes was the result of no overmastering imperial instinct, and was inspired by no large idea, but it brought about some beneficial results. Sparta had grievously abused the dominion which had fallen into her hands, and the period of Theban greatness represents the reaction against the period of Lacedaemonian oppression. The two objects of Theban policy are to hinder Sparta from regaining her old position in the Peloponnesus, and to prevent the revival of Jason's power in Thessaly. Although no express record has been handed down as to constitutional changes, there is some evidence which has suggested the belief that the Thebans drew tighter the bond which united the Boeotian communities by transforming the federation into a national state. Thebes, seemingly, became in Boeotia what Athens was in Attica. The other cities, Coronia, Thespiae, Haliartus, and the rest, were uncitied and became as Marathon and Eleusis. Their citizens exercised their political rights in an assembly at Thebes. If this be so, we may suspect that Epaminondas played the part of legendary Theseus, but the new constitution had no elements of stability, and it endured but for a few years. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Recording by Phil Surrett, Ottawa, Ontario.
Chapter 14, Part 2, of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Section 2. Policy of Thebes in southern Greece, Arcadia, and Messenia. The defeat of a Lacedaemonian army in the open field by an enemy inferior in numbers was a thrilling shock to the Greeks, who deemed it part of the order of nature that the Spartan hoplites should be invincible except in front of an overwhelmingly larger force. The event was made more impressive by the death of King Cleombrotus. A Spartan king had never fallen in battle since Leonidas laid down his life at the gates of Greece. The news agitated every state in the Peloponnesus. The Harmosts, whom Sparta had undertaken to withdraw 3 weeks before, when she signed the peace, were now expelled from the cities. There was a universal reaction against the local oligarchies which had been supported by Sparta and had excited universal discontent, and these democratic revolutions flooded the land with troops of dangerous exiles. The contagion spread even to Argos, though Sparta had no influence there, and broke out with such violence that many citizens were cudgelled to death by the infuriated people. But it was in Arcadia that the most weighty political results followed. A general feeling, which had perhaps been growing for some years back, now took definite shape, that the cities of Arcadia must combine together to oppose a united front to the Lacedaemonian pretensions. The only way in which each city could hope to preserve her independence against the power of Sparta was by voluntarily surrendering a portion of that independence to a federal union of her sister cities. The most zealous advocates of the Pan-Arcadian idea was the Mantinean Lycomedes, a native of the district which had been more cruelly used than all others by the high-handed policy of Lacedaemon. The fall of Sparta was the signal for the Mantineans to rebuild their walls, desert their villages, and resume the dignity and pleasures of city life. The old king Agesilaus had the insolence to remonstrate. He requested them at least to ask the gracious permission of Sparta, but he had no power to enforce his request. The Mantineans resolved that their city should not again be captured, as King Agesipolis had captured it, by means of its own river. They dug a new bed, so that the Ophis, when it approached the southeastern wall, parted into 2 channels, and having described a great loop, reunited its waters on the northwestern side. In this loop the city of Mantinea rose again, and by this means the river, which had proved itself a danger, was forced to become a fortification, entirely encompassing the walls. The stone foundations of the wall enable us to trace the circuit of the city, but they were only the base for a superstructure which, like the buildings of the town, was of brick. The 10 gates were curiously constructed, no two alike, yet all elaborations of a principle which was adopted by the builders of the fortress of Tiryns, the principle of exposing the undefended right side of an approaching enemy to the defenders who manned the walls and flanking towers. The general design may be best grasped by conceiving the wall not as a continuous circle, but as composed of 10 separate pieces, which did not join but overlapped, while the gates connected the overlapping ends. Mantinea, arisen from her ruins, and the other towns of Arcadia, with the important exceptions of Tegea, Orchomenus, and Herea, now agreed to form a pan-Arcadian union and constitute a federal state. Several reasons made it expedient to establish a new seat as the federal capital of the country. The Arcadian cities were too small for the purpose. The selection of one of them would have excited the jealousies of the others, and it was intended that there should be no Thebes in the Arcadian state. The site chosen for the new city was in the western of the 2 large plains which defined the geographical character of central Arcadia. It lay, in a long, narrow, irregular shape, on both sides of the river Helicon. Not far off rose Lycaon, the mountain to which the Arcadian folk attached their most sacred associations, and in the centre of the market-place was built a shrine of Zeus, of that holy hill. The town was entitled to its name of Megalopolis, or Great City, by the large circuit of its double wall, a circuit of 5 miles and a half, a somewhat rough piece of work, built of stone in the lower courses and brick above, and furnished with towers at intervals. It must be kept in view that Megalopolis had a double character. It was to be the federal capital, but it was also to be one of the federal cities. Apart from its relation to all Arcadia, it had a special relation to its own plain. The change which had come to pass in the eastern plain, so long ago that no man could tell when, by the founding of Tegea and Mantinea, was now brought to pass in the western plain. The village communities of the surrounding districts were induced to exchange their separate existence for a joint life in the city. Lying close to the northwestern frontier of Laconia, Megalopolis would be a bulwark against Sparta on this side, corresponding to Tegea on the north. It is natural to compare it with Mantinea, which arose in its new shape at the same time. Both cities seem to have had a similar system of fortification, double walls of stone and brick, strengthened by towers. But Megalopolis, which was the larger, was also the stronger by nature. For Mantinea lay on a dead level; all its strength was due to art. Megalopolis lay on sloping, irregular ground, offering hills of which the architect could take advantage. The difference is illustrated by the fact that the little theatre in Mantinea rested on a stone substructure, while the huge theatre in Megalopolis is cut out of a hill. The federal constitution was modelled on the ordinary type of democratic constitutions. There was an assembly which met at stated periods to consider all important questions. Every citizen of the federal communities was a member of this assembly, of which the official title was the 10,000. The name indicates an approximate, not an exact number, like the 5,000 in the constitution of Theramenes at Athens. We have no information as to the working of this body, but from the analogy of other ancient federations it is probable that the votes were taken by cities, the vote of each city being determined by the majority of the votes of those of its citizens who were present. The 10,000 made war and peace, concluded alliances, and sat in judgment on offenders against the League. There was also a council, composed of 50 members from the various cities, and this body had doubtless the usual executive and deliberative functions which belong to the Greek conception of a council. On the south side of the river stood the Thessalion, the federal building in which meetings of the Arcadian League were held. The foundations of this spacious covered hall have been recently laid bare, and display an ingenious arrangement of the internal pillars, converging in lines whereby as few as possible of a crowded audience might be hindered from seeing and hearing. It is an attempt to apply the principle of the theatre to a covered building. The Thessalion stood close in front of the hill from which the theatre was hewn, and the place of political deliberation seemed part of the same structure as the place of dramatic spectacles. For the Doric portico, which adorned the southern side of the federal house, faced the audience. The orchestra in which the chorus danced and the actors sometimes played stretched from the circle of seats up to the steps of the portico. Such was the original arrangement, changed in later years, and it illustrates the fact that the stone theatres which began to spring up throughout Greece in the 4th century were intended as much for political assemblies as for theatrical representations. The river Helicon divides Megalopolis into two nearly equal parts, and it would seem that this division corresponded to the double character of the place. The city of Megalopolis, in the strict sense, was on the northern side. There was the market-place on the bank of the river. There was the hall in which the council of the megalopolitan state met together. But the southern half of Megalopolis was federal ground. Here was the federal hall of assembly. Here was the theatre, which was in fact an open-air hall for federal meetings. Here, we may suppose, were the dwellings of the permanent armed force, 5,000 strong, which was maintained by the Federation. Here were the lodgings for the 10,000, when they assembled to vote on the affairs of the Arcadian state. Tegea had hitherto been a sort of Laconian outpost, and a revolution was necessary to bring about its adhesion to the new federation. With the help of a Mantinean band, the Philo-Laconian party was overthrown, and 800 exiles sought refuge at Sparta. This blow stung Sparta to action. She might brook the resuscitation of Mantinea. She might look on patiently at the measures taken by the presumptuous Arcadians for managing their own affairs, but it was too much to see Tegea, her steadfast ally, the strong warder of her northern frontier, pass over to the camp of the rebels. Agesilaus led an army into Arcadia, and displayed the resentment of Sparta by ravaging the fields of Mantinea. Neither he nor the federal forces risked a conflict. In view of this Spartan invasion, which came to so little, the Arcadians had sought the help of foreign powers. To Athens their first appeal was made. The tidings of Leuctra had excited in the city mixed feelings of pleasure and jealousy. The humiliation of Sparta opened up a prospect of regaining empire, notwithstanding the undertakings of the recent peace, but the triumph of Thebes was unwelcome and dangerous. These hopes and fears spurred Athens to new activity. Shortly after the battle of Leuctra she showed her appreciation of the changed condition of Hellas by inviting delegates from the Peloponnesian cities to pledge themselves anew to the king's peace, which, it must always be remembered, was the basis of the peace of Callias, and to pledge themselves to one another for mutual help in case of hostile attack. Elis, refusing to recognize the autonomy of some of her subjects, was forced to hold aloof, but most of the other states swore to the alliance. It was a contract between Athens and her allies on one side, and the former allies of Sparta on the other. By virtue of this act of alliance, Athens was bound to help Mantinea and the Arcadian cities whenever they were threatened by an invasion. But it appeared that, though ready to usurp the place of Sparta, she was not ready to renew the war with her old rival. Perhaps a change of feeling had been wrought in the course of the 9 or 10 months which had run since the congress at Athens. The violence of the democratic movements in the Peloponnese may have caused disgust. Certain it is that Athens refused the Arcadian appeal. She seems to have contemplated a policy of neutrality. The rebuff at Athens drove Arcadia into the arms of Thebes. The battle which had been fought to secure the unity of Boeotia had been the means of promoting the unity of Arcadia, and there was a certain fitness in the northern state coming to the aid of its younger fellow. But it was not mere sympathy with federal institutions that induced Thebes to send a Boeotian army into the Peloponnesus. To keep Sparta down and prevent her from recovering her influence was the concern of Thebes, and an united Arcadia was the best instrument that could be devised for the purpose. At this juncture, the situation in northern Greece permitted Thebes to comply with the Arcadian request. The Phocians and Ozolian Locrians, the Locrians of Opus, the Malians, had sought her alliance after Leuctra, and even the Euboeans had deserted her, so that all central Greece, as far as Cithaeron, was under the Boeotian influence. But if the request had come some months sooner it would have been impossible to grant it, for Jason of Pherae was then alive, preparing to march to Delphi, and the Boeotian forces could not have left Boeotia. It was already winter when the Theban army, led by Epaminondas, accompanied by his fellow Boeotarchs, arrived in Arcadia to find that Agesilaus had withdrawn from the field. But although the purpose of the expedition was thus accomplished, the Arcadians persuaded Epaminondas not to return home without striking a blow at the enemy. To invade Laconia and attack Sparta herself was the daring proposal, daring in idea at least, for within the memory of history no foeman had ever violated Laconian soil. The unwalled city had never repelled an assault. There was little danger with an army of such size as that which was now assembled, and a march to the gates of Sparta would drive home the lesson of Leuctra. The invaders advanced in 4 divisions by 4 roads, converging on Sellasia, and met no serious attempt to block their way. Some Neodamodes and Tegeat exiles were annihilated by the Arcadians. Sellasia was burnt, and the united army descended into the plain on the left bank of the Eurotas. The river which separated them from Sparta was swollen with winter rains, and this probably saved the city, for the bridge was too strongly guarded to be safely attacked. Epaminondas marched southwards a few miles further, as far as Amyclae, where he crossed the stream by a ford, but Sparta was now saved. On the first alarm of the coming invasion, messages had flown to the Peloponnesian cities which were still friendly, and these, Corinth, Sicyon, Phlius, Pellene, and the towns of the Argolic coast, had promptly sent auxiliary forces. The northern roads being barred by the enemy, these forces were obliged to land on the eastern shore of Laconia and make their way across Mount Parnon. They reached the Eurotas bridge after the invaders had moved to Amyclae, and their coming added such strength to the defence of Sparta that Epaminondas did not attack it, but contented himself with marching up defiantly to its outskirts. It was indeed a sufficient revenge even for Theban hatred to have wounded Sparta as none had wounded her before, to have violated the precinct of the Laconian land. The consternation of the Spartans at a calamity which, owing to the immunity of ages, they had never even conceived as possible, can hardly be imagined. The women, disciplined though they were in repressing their feelings when sons or husbands perished in battle, now fell into fits of distress and despair. For unlike the women of so many other Greek cities, they had never looked upon the face of an enemy before. Old Agesilaus, who loathed the Theban above all other names, was charged with the defence, and his task was the harder, since he had to watch not only the foe, but the disaffected. Freedom had been promised to 6,000 helots who came forward to serve, but this aid was a new danger. It is needless to say that the loss of a few hundred soldiers on the field of Leuctra had nothing to do with the impotence displayed by Sparta at this crisis, and if Leuctra had been won by superior generalship, it was not inferior generalship that exposed Laconia. The disease lay far deeper. The vigour of Sparta was decaying from the mere want of men. It has been calculated that at this time there were not more than 1,500 with full citizenship. Not merely constant warfare, but far more economical conditions, brought about this dispeopling. Since money had begun to flow into Laconia, and since a new law permitted citizens to alienate their holdings, the inevitable result ensued. The small lots which meagerly supported each Spartan were gathered into large estates, and with the lots the citizens disappeared. This disease which was sapping the energies of his enemy cannot have escaped the view of Epaminondas, and his next step is significant. Having ravaged southern Laconia, from the banks of the Eurotas to the foot of Taygetus as far as Githaion, where they failed, we know not why, to take the arsenal, the allies returned to Arcadia. But though it was midwinter, their work was not over yet. A far greater blow was still to be inflicted on Sparta. Epaminondas led them now into another part of the Spartan territory, the ancient Messenia. The serfs, who belonged to the old Messenian race, arose at their coming, and on the slopes of Mount Ithome the foundations of a new Messene were laid by Epaminondas. The ancient heroes and heroines of the race were invited to return to the restored nation. The ample circuit of the town was marked out, and the first stones placed, to the sound of flutes. Ithome was the citadel, and formed one side of the town, whose walls of well-wrought masonry descended the slopes and met in the plain below. The Messenian exiles who had been wandering over the Greek world had now a home once more. Messene, like Megalopolis, was founded by Sinoicizing the districts round about, but its political position was entirely different from that of Megalopolis. Messene was not a federal capital, it was the Messenian state, a city with the whole country for its territory. Coroni and Methone were not cities like Mantinea and Clitor, they were places like Braon and Marathon. Their inhabitants possessed the citizenship of Messene, but it was only under Mount Ithome that they could exercise their burgher rights. The relation of Messene to Messenia was that of Athens to Attica, not that of Megalopolis to Arcadia. Thus not only a new stronghold but a new enemy was erected against Sparta in Sparta's own domain. All western Laconia, all the land between Ithome and the sea, except Asine and Cyparissa, were subtracted from the Spartan dominion. All the Perioeci and Helots became the freemen of a hostile state. Under the auspices of Thebes an old act of injustice was undone, and the principle of autonomy was strikingly affirmed. But besides the glory which Thebes won by so popular an act, besides the direct injury inflicted on Sparta and the establishment of a hostile fort, the policy of Epaminondas was calculated to produce a result of greater importance. The loss of Messenia would accelerate that process of decline in the Spartan state which had already advanced so far. The fewer the lots, the fewer the citizens, according to the indissoluble connection between land and burgher rights on the Lycurgian system. It was high time for Sparta to reform her constitution. The Arcadians celebrated this memorable invasion of Laconia by dedicating with part of the spoil a group of statues to the Delphian god. The verses of dedication signify that the indigenous people from sacred Arcadia, having laid Lacedaemon waste, set up the monument as a witness to future generations. The statues are gone, but the verses on their stone have come to light in our own day. In the meantime, Sparta had begged aid from Athens, and Athens had decided to depart from her position of neutrality. A vote was passed, strongly supported by the orator Callistratus, to send the entire force of the city under Iphicrates to assist Sparta. This was evidently the most politic course for Athens to adopt. Sparta was a necessary makeweight against Thebes. Nor is it doubtful that, notwithstanding all their rivalries, no such antipathy parted Athens from Sparta as that which existed between the two states and Thebes. Iphicrates marched to the Isthmus and occupied Corinth and Censorai, thus commanding the line of Mount Oneon. His object, it must be clearly understood, was not to prevent the enemy from leaving the Peloponnesus, but to protect the rear of his own army marching into a hostile country. He advanced into Arcadia, but found that the Thebans and their allies had left Laconia, and Sparta was no longer a danger. He therefore drew back to Corinth, and harassed the Boeotian army on its return march, without attempting to bar its passage. For the object of the Athenian expedition was simply to rescue Sparta, not, except so far as Sparta's peril might demand, to fight with the Thebans. But the hasty vote to march to the rescue was soon followed by a deliberate treaty of alliance, and Athens definitely ranged herself with Sparta against Boeotia and Arcadia. She was already meditating schemes of expanding her empire. She was nourishing the hope of recovering the most precious of all her former imperial possessions, the Thracian Amphipolis. With such designs it was impossible to remain neutral, and as we shall see, there was some danger of a collision with Thebes in Macedonia. Fighting went on in the Peloponnese between the Arcadians and the allies of Sparta, and a few months later Epaminondas, who had been re-elected Boeotarch in his absence at the beginning of the year, appeared again at the head of the Boeotian army. The Spartans and Athenians had occupied the line of Mount Oneon. This time the object was to keep out the Thebans. But Epaminondas broke through their lines, joined his allies, won over Sicyon and Pellene, and failed to win Phlius. A new succour for Sparta arrived at this moment from overseas. 20 ships bearing 2,000 Celtic and Iberian mercenaries came from her old ally, the tyrant of Syracuse, to whom she had once sent aid in her hour of peril, and who had more than once sent succour to her. Their coming seems to have decided Epaminondas to return home, though he had accomplished but little, and his political opponent Meneclidas took advantage of the general disappointment to indict him for treason. The result was that Epaminondas was not re-elected Boeotarch for the following year. To establish her supremacy, Thebes was adopting the same policy as Sparta. She placed a harmust in Sicyon, as the Boeotian cities had formerly been garrisoned by Sparta, the Peloponnesian cities were now to be garrisoned by Thebes. Messenia and Arcadia were to be autonomous, but the Thebans desired to be regarded as both the authors and preservers of that autonomy. As a mistress, distant Thebes might be more tolerable than neighbouring Lacedaemon, but the free federation of Arcadia determined to be free in very deed. Sparta was now sunk so low that the Arcadians, with friendly Messene on one side and friendly Argos on the other, could hope to maintain their liberty with their own swords, without foreign aid. Their leading spirit, Lycomedes, animated them to this resolve of independence and self-reliance. "You are the only indigenous natives of the Peloponnesus, and you are the most numerous and hardiest nation in Greece. Your valour is proved by the fact that you have been always in the greatest request as allies. Give up following the lead of others. You made Sparta by following her lead, and now if you follow the lead of Thebes, without yourselves leading in turn, she will prove perhaps a second Sparta." In this mood the Arcadians displayed a surprising activity and achieved a series of successes. The two important cities, Herea in the west and Orchomenus in the north, which had hitherto stood aloof, were forced to join the league, which now became in the fullest sense pan-Arcadian. Some of the northern villages of Laconia were annexed, and the Triphylian towns sought in the league a support against the hated domination of Elis. The federal forces were active in the opposite quarters of Argolis and Messenia. Against all this activity Sparta felt herself helpless. But a second armament of auxiliaries arrived from her friend, the tyrant of Syracuse, and thus reinforced she ventured to take the field, and marched into the plain of Megalopolis. But the expedition was suddenly interrupted. Time had been wasted, and the Syracusan force, in accordance with its orders, was obliged to return to Sicily. Its way lay through Laconia, in order to take ship at Githæon, and the enemy tried to cut it off in the mountain defiles. The Spartan commander Archidamus, who was in the rear, hastened to the rescue, and dispersed the Arcadians with great loss. Not a single Lacedaemonian was killed, and the victory was called the Tearless Battle. The joy displayed in Sparta over this slight success showed how low Sparta had fallen. It may be thought that Dionysius might have kept his troops at home, if they were charged to return before they had well time to begin to fight. But the truth is, that these troops were for some months inactive in Greece, while an attempt was being made to bring about a general peace. The initiative came from Ariobarzanes, the Persian satrap of Phrygia, who sent to Greece an agent well furnished with money, and this move on the part of Persia was probably suggested by Athens. The Syracusan sovereigns also intervened in the interests of peace, and the stone remains on which the Athenians thanked Dionysius and his sons for being good men in regard to the people of the Athenians and their allies, and helping the king's peace. Thus the king's peace was the basis of the negotiations of the congress which met at Delphi. Both Athens, which was doubtless the prime mover, and Sparta were most anxious for peace, but each had an ultimate condition from which she would not retreat. Sparta's very life seemed to demand the recovery of Messenia, and Athens had set her heart on Amphipolis. But neither condition would be admitted by Thebes, and consequently the negotiations fell through. They led, however, to independent negotiations of various states with Persia, each seeking to win from the king a recognition of its own claims. Pelopidas went up to Susa on behalf of Thebes to obtain a royal confirmation of the independence of Messenia. The Athenians sent envoys to convince the king of their rights to Amphipolis. Arcadia, Elis, and Argos were also represented. Pelopidas was entirely successful. The king issued an order to Greece, embodying the wishes of Thebes, Messenia, and Amphipolis to be independent, the Athenians to recall their warships. The question of Triphylia, whether it was to be dependent on Elis or a part of Arcadia, was decided in favour of Elis. This decision in a matter of absolute indifference to Persia was clearly due to Pelopidas, and indicates strained relations between Thebes and Arcadia. Pelopidas returned with the royal letter, but it found no acceptance in Greece, either at the Congress of Allies which was convoked at Thebes, or when the document was afterwards sent round to the cities. Arcadia would not abandon Triphylia, and Lycomedes formally protested against the headship of Thebes. The answer of Thebes to this defiance of her will was an invasion of the Peloponnesus. The line of Mount Oenaeon was still defended, but negligently, and Epaminondas passed it with Argive help. His object was not to depress Sparta further, for Sparta was now too feeble to be formidable, but to check the pretensions of Arcadia, and this could only be done through strengthening Theban influence in the Peloponnesus by winning new allies. Accordingly, Epaminondas advanced to Achaea, and easily gained the adhesion of the Achaean cities. But the gain of Achaea was soon followed by its loss. Counter to the moderate policy of Epaminondas, the Thebans had insisted in overthrowing the oligarchical constitutions and banishing the oligarchical leaders. These exiles from the various cities banded together, and recovered each city successively, overthrowing the democracies and expelling the Harmosts. Henceforward Achaea was an ardent partisan of Sparta. The unsettled state of the Peloponnesus was conspicuously shown by the events which happened at Sicyon. When the Theban Harmost was installed in the Acropolis, the oligarchy had been spared. But soon afterwards one of the chief citizens, named Euphron, brought about the establishment of a democracy, and then, procuring his own election as general, organizing a mercenary force, and surrounding himself with a bodyguard, the usual and notorious steps of a despot's progress, made himself master of the city and harbour. The Arcadians had helped Euphron in his first designs, but the intrigues of his opponents were so skilful that Arcadia again intervened and restored to Sicyon the exiles whom the tyrant had driven out. Euphron fled from the city to the harbour, which he surrendered to the Lacedaemonians, but the Lacedaemonians failed to hold it. Sicyon, however, was not yet delivered from her tyrant. He was restored by the help of Athenian mercenaries. Afterwards, seeing that he could not maintain himself without the support of Boeotia, he visited Thebes and was slain on the Cadmea in front of the Hall of Council, by 2 Sicyonian exiles who had dogged him. His assassins were tried and acquitted at Thebes, but at Sicyon his memory was cherished and he was worshipped as a second founder of the city. The fact shows that under the rule of Euphron the masses of the people were happier than under the political opponents whom he had so mercilessly treated. His son succeeded to his power. The expedition of Epaminondas was attended with results which were in the end injurious to Thebes. The relations with Arcadia became more and more strained. But in the same year Oropus was wrested from Athens and occupied by a Theban force. The Athenians were unable to cope alone with Thebes. They called on their allies, but none moved to their aid. The moment was seized by Arcadia. Lycomedes visited Athens and induced the Athenians, smarting with resentment against their allies, to conclude an alliance with the League. Thus Athens was now in a position of being an ally of both Arcadia and Sparta, which were at war with each other, and Arcadia was the ally of Athens and Thebes, which were also at war with each other. The visit of Lycomedes incidentally led to a disaster for Arcadia which outweighed the benefit of alliance. The ambassador on his way back was slain by some exiles into whose hands he fell, and the League lost its ablest statesman. This change in the mutual relations among the Greek states, brought about by the seizure of Oropus, was followed by another change, brought about by an Athenian plot to seize Corinth. The object was to secure permanent control over the passage into the Peloponnesus, but the plot was discovered and foiled by the Corinthians, who then politely dismissed the Athenian soldiers stationed at various posts in the Corinthian territory. But by herself Corinth would have been unable to resist the combined pressure of Thebes on one side and Argos on the other, and as Sparta could not help her, she was driven to make peace with Thebes. She was joined by her neighbour Phlius and by the cities of the Argolic coast. All these states formally recognized the independence of Messene, but did not enter into any alliance with Thebes or give any pledge to obey her leadership. They became, in fact, neutral. It was a blow to Sparta, who still refused to accept a peace on any terms save the restoration of Messenia. The Messenian question gave political speculators at Athens a subject for meditation. Was the demand of Sparta just? The publicist Isocrates argued the case for Sparta in a speech which he put in the mouth of King Archidamus. Another orator, Alcidamus, vindicated in reply the liberty of the Messenians and declared a principle which was far in advance of his time. God has left all men free. Nature has made no man a slave. If we survey the political relations of southern Hellas at this epoch, we see Thebes, supported by Argos, still at war with Sparta, who is supported by Athens, Achaea actively siding with Sparta, Elis hostile to Arcadia, the Arcadian League at war with Sparta, in alliance with Athens, in alliance with, but cool towards, Thebes, and already, having lost its leader Lycomedes, beginning to fall into disunion with itself. The peace with Corinth and others of the belligerent states marks the time at which Peloponnesian affairs cease to occupy the chief place in the councils of Thebes, and her most anxious attention turns to a different quarter. For Sparta is disabled, and the mistress of Boeotia recognises that it is with Athens that the strife for headship will now be. While events were progressing in the Peloponnesus, as we have seen, Athens was busily engaged in other parts of the world with a view to restoring her maritime empire, and we have now to see how she succeeded, and how Thebes likewise was pushing her own supremacy in the north. End of chapter 14, part 2.
Chapter 14, Part 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Durrett. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 14, Part 3. Policy and Action of Thebes in Northern Greece. The same year which saw the death of Jason of Pherae saw the death of another potentate in the north, his neighbor and ally Amyntas of Macedonia. We have seen how Amyntas had to fight for his kingdom with the Chalcidian League, how he was driven out of his land and restored, and how the League was crushed by the power of Sparta. Both Jason and Amyntas were succeeded by Alexander. At Pherae, the power first passed to Jason's brothers, of whom one murdered the other, and was in turn murdered by his victim's son, Alexander, whose reign was worthy of its sanguinary inauguration. The Thessalian cities refused to bow down to the supremacy of Pherae. Now that Pherae had no man who was worthy to be obeyed, and to resist Alexander of Pherae, they invoked the aid of Alexander of Macedonia. The aid was given, and Larissa, Crenon, and other cities passed under Macedonian sway. But this was not the purpose of the Thessalonians, to exchange a native for a foreign ruler, and accordingly they invoked the help of Thebes against both Alexanders alike. It was sound policy on the part of Thebes to accede to the request. It was impossible to discern yet what manner of man the successor of Jason might prove to be, and it was important from the Boeotian point of view to hinder the reunion of Thessaly under a monarch. The conduct of an expedition was entrusted to Pelopidas, who brought Larissa and other towns in the northern part of Thessaly under a Theban protectorate. At the same time, the Thessalonians sought to strengthen their position by a federal union, a political experiment which had been tried in Thessaly before. The little we know of the league which was established about this time suggests rather the revival of an old system than a new creation. The country was divided into 4 political divisions, corresponding to the old geographical districts. At the head of each was a polemarch, who had officers of horse and foot under him, and at the head of the league was an archon, elected, if not for life, at least for longer than a year. Thus the organization was military, but there are indications that it grew out of an old amphictyonic association. There is no reason to think that Lelopidus had more to do with the establishment of the Thessalian federation than Epaminondas with that of the Pan-Arcadian League. The part of Thebes in either case was simply to support and confirm. Macedonia offered no obstacles to the operations of Pelopidas in Thessaly, for it was involved in a domestic struggle. One of the nobles, Ptolemy of Valoris, rebelled against the king, and was supported by the king's unnatural mother, Eurydice. The two parties called upon Pelopidas to educate between them, and he patched up a temporary arrangement and concluded a Theban alliance with Macedonia. Hardly had he turned his back when Ptolemy murdered Alexander and married Eurydice. But it seems as if the paramours would not be permitted to reap the profits of their crime. Another pretender to the throne had gathered an army of mercenaries and occupied all the land along the Chalcidian frontier. Help, however, was at hand. An Athenian fleet was cruising in the Thermaic Gulf under the command of Iphicrates. The queen visited the admiral on the coast, accompanied by her two sons, Perdiccas and Philip, the brothers of Iphicrates, since he had been adopted as a son by Amyntas, and persuaded him to help her in her need. By his exertions the pretender was expelled, and the succession of Perdiccas was secured under the regency of Ptolemy. The interests of Athens on the Chalcidian and the adjacent coasts had forced that state to keep an ever watchful eye on political events in Macedonia, and to seek influence at the court of Agean. The intervention of Iphicrates was not the first case in which Athenian power had settled a dynastic question. His settlement was more abiding than that of Pelopidas. We may conjecture that the opportune appearance of the Athenian fleet was due to the circumstance that Thebes had interfered. But Thebes was resolved to continue her interference and oust the Athenian influence. Pelopidas again dispatched to the north, compelled the regent, Ptolemy, to enter into alliance with Thebes, and assure his fidelity by furnishing a number of hostages. Among the young Macedonian nobles who were sent as pledges to Thebes was the boy Philip, who was destined to be the maker of Macedonia, and was now to be trained for the work in the military school of Boeotia under the eye of Epaminondas himself. Having thus brought Macedonia within the circle of the Theban supremacy, Pelopidas on his way home visited the camp of the despot of Pherae, but he did not know that Alexander had become the ally of Athens, an inevitable combination, since it was the interest of both to oppose Theban expansions in the north. Supported by Athens, the despot could defy Thebes, and he detained his visitor Pelopidas as a hostage. A Boeotian army marched to rescue the captive, but an armament of 1,000 men arrived by sea from Athens, and the invaders, who were commanded by incompetent generals, were outmaneuvered and forced to retreat. Epaminondas was serving as a common hoplite in the ranks, and but for his presence the army would have been lost. The soldiers unanimously invited him to take the command, and he skilfully extricated them from a dangerous position and managed their safe retreat. This exploit secured the re-election of Epaminondas as Boeotarch, and he immediately returned to Thessaly at the head of another army to deliver his friend. It was necessary to apply a compulsion severe enough to frighten the tyrant, but not so violent as to transport him with fury, which might be fatal to his prisoner. This was achieved by dexterous military operations, and Pelopidas was released in return for a month's truce. It seems probable that at the same time Epaminondas freed Pharsalus from the rule of Pherae, but it was not the interest of Thebes to overthrow the tyrant or even limit his authority to his own city. It was well that he should be there as a threat to the rest of Thessaly. It was well that Thessaly should be unable to dispense with Theban protection. The power of Alexander extended over Phythotis and Magnesia, and along the shores of the Pacassian Bay, and to neighbouring towns like Scotussa. His tyranny and brutality seem to have been extreme, though the anecdotes of his cruelty cannot be implicitly trusted. We read that he buried men alive, or sewed them up in the hides of wild beasts for his hounds to tear. We read that he massacred the inhabitants of 2 friendly cities. We read that he worshipped as a divine being the dagger with which he had slain his uncle, and gave it the name of Sir Luck, an anecdote indicating a strain of madness which often attends the taste for cruelty. Excellently invented, if not true, is the story that, having seen with dry eyes a performance of Troiades of Euripides, a drama unutterably sad, the tyrant sent an apology to the actor, explaining that his apparent want of emotion was due to no defect in the acting, but to a feeling of shame that tears for the sorrows of Hecuba should fall from the eyes of one who had shown no pity for so many victims. It has been said that the chief desire of Athens at this time was to regain the finest jewel of her first empire, Amphipolis. The fleet under Iphicrates was cruising and watching with this purpose in view, but the hopes of success, which depended much on the goodwill of Macedonia, were lessened by the ties which Ptolemy had contracted with Thebes, and, besides losing Macedonian support, Athens was impeded by the cities of the Chalcidian League, who now broke away from the Athenian alliance and made a treaty with Amphipolis. Meanwhile, Athens began to act in the eastern Aegean. The opportunity was furnished by the revolt of her friend Ariobarzanes, a satrap of Phrygia. It was the policy of Athens to help the satrap without breaking with the great king, from whom she still hoped to obtain a recognition of her claim to Amphipolis. A fleet of 30 galleys and 8,000 troops was sent under her other experienced general Timotheus, and he accomplished more in the east than Iphicrates had accomplished in the north. He laid siege to Samos, on which Persia had hands, contrary to the king's peace, and took it at the end of 10 months. At the same time he lent assistance to Ariobarzanes, who had to maintain himself against the satraps of Lydia and Caria, and as a reward for these services Athens obtained the cession of 2 cities in the Thracian Chersonese, Sestos and Crithote. Of these acquisitions, Sestos was of special value from its position on the Hellespont, securing to Athens control at this point over southern extremity. Thus Athens began to revive her old empire, but in Samos she revealed her designs even more clearly. This island was not treated as a subject ally, but was appropriated as Athenian territory. Out-settlers were sent from Athens to occupy Samos, and thus the system of clericies, which had been the most unpopular feature of the first confederacy, and had been expressly guarded against at the formation of the second confederacy, was renewed. It did not indeed violate the letter of the constitution of the League, which only bound Athens not to force out-settlers upon members of the League, but it was distinctly a violation in spirit. The treatment of Samos showed Greece that Athens was bent on rising again to her old imperial position, while the second confederacy was based on the principle that she had renounced such pretensions forever. Delighted with the achievements of Timotheus, the Athenians appointed him to command the fleet which had been operating for years on the Macedonian coast under Iphicrates, whose failure was strikingly contrasted with the success of Timotheus. It must be remembered that while Iphicrates was hindered by the hostility of the regent of Macedon, Timotheus was helped by the friendship of the satrap of Phrygia. But Timotheus possessed a diplomatic dexterity which Iphicrates never displayed, and now fortune favored the diplomatist. Shortly before his new appointment, the regent Ptolemy was assassinated by the young king Perdiccas, who thus avenged his brother Alexander. The change in the holders of power led to a change in policy. Macedonia freed itself from the influence of Thebes, and the young king sought the support of Athens. And so Timotheus, not only untrammeled by Macedonian opposition, but even aided by Macedonian auxiliaries, set about the reduction of towns around the Thermaic Gulf. He compelled Methone and Pydnia to join the Athenian confederacy, and in the Chalcidic peninsula he made himself master of Potidaea and Torone. The acquisition of these Chalcidic towns was valuable in itself, and Potidaea was occupied by Athenian out-settlers, but the main purpose of the general was to weaken the resources of Olynthus, which, at the head of the Chalcidian states, gave powerful support to its ally Amphipolis, the supreme object covered by Athens, whose rights to it had been recently recognized by the Persian king. A famous mercenary captain named Charidemus, who had previously served under Iphicrates, was now secured again by Timotheus. But 2 efforts to capture Amphipolis were repelled. the work of Brasidas was not destined to be undone. It was high time for Thebes to interfere. If the successes of Timotheus were allowed to continue, Athens would soon recover Euboea, and the adhesion of that island was, from its geographical position, of the highest importance to Boeotia. But in order to check the advance of her neighbour, it would be necessary for Thebes to grapple with her own element. By the advice of Epaminondas, in spite of the advice of Meneclatus, it was resolved to create a navy and enter upon the career of a sea power. This was a momentous decision, which demanded a careful consideration of ways and means. Given the problem to break the power of Athens, there can be no question that Epaminondas advised the only possible method of solving it. But it might be well to consider whether its solution was a necessity for Thebes. The history of Boeotia had marked it out as a continental power, and it would have been wiser to consolidate its efforts, which could not be sustained by any but a great commercial state, and the cities of Boeotia had no trade. It was the natural antipathy of the two neighbours far more than any mature consideration of her interests that drove Boeotia to take this indiscreet step. Yet the step had immediate success. 100 triremes were built and manned and sent to the Propontis under the Bogotarch Epaminondas. The sailing of this fleet was a blow to Athens, not from any victory that it gained, there was no battle, but from the support and encouragement which gave to those members of the confederacy which were eager to break their bonds. The establishment of the cleriches of Samos had created great discontent and apprehension among the Athenian allies, and they wanted only the support of a power like Thebes to throw off the federal yoke. Byzantium openly rebelled. Rhodes and Chios negotiated with Epaminondas, and even Chios, close to Attica itself, defied Athens. When the Theban fleet returned home, Chabrias recalled Chios to its allegiance, and a new act of treaty was drawn up. But a second rebellion had to be put down at Julis before the island acquiesced in Athenian sway. The expedition of Epaminondas also served to support the enemies of Athens, who opposed her advance in the Chersonese, namely, the free city of Cardia, and the Thracian kings Cotys, who was aided by his son-in-law Iphicrates. This general, superseded by Timotheus, had not ventured to return to Athens, and now sided with her enemies. While the young Theban navy sent forth to oppose Athens in the Propontis, a Theban army had marched against the ally of Athens, Alexander of Pherae, whose hand, strengthened by a mercenary force, had been heavy against the Thessalians. Once more, but for the last time, Pelopidas entered Thessaly at the head of an army to assist the federation. Before he left Thebes, the sun suffered an eclipse, and this celestial event, interpreted by the prophets as a sign of coming evil, cast a gloom over his departure. At Pharsalus he was joined by forces of the Thessalian League, and immediately advanced against Pherae itself. Alexander came forth to meet him with a large force, and it was a matter of great importance, for the purpose of barring the Theban advance, to occupy the heights known as Dogs' Heads, on the road from Pharsalus to Pherae. The armies reached a critical spot nearly at the same time, and there was a rush for the crests. The Theban cavalry beat off the cavalry of the foe, but lost time in pursuing it, and in the meantime the infantry of Alexander seized the hills. In the battle which followed, the object of the Thebans was to drive the enemy from this position. Having been repeatedly repelled, Pelopidas, by a combined assault of horse and foot, at length won the summit and forced the enemy to give way. But in a moment of victory the impetuous general espied the hated despot in whose dungeon he had languished, and yielding to an irresistible fit of passion, aggravated by the excitement of battle, he forgot the duties of a general and rushed against his enemy. Alexander withdrew into the midst of his guards, and Pelopidas, plunging desperately after him, was overwhelmed by numbers. It was even so that Cyrus threw away his victory at Cunaxa. The death of Pelopidas was not fatal to his followers, who routed the enemy with heavy loss, but it was a sore blow both to his own Thebes, of which he had been the deliverer and strong pillar, and to Thessaly, of which he had been the protector. In the following year an army was sent against Pherae, and avenged his death. Alexander was obliged to relinquish all his possessions, except his own city, and submit to the headship of Thebes. It was about this time that Thebes shocked the Hellenic world by the destruction of her venerable rival, the Minyan Orchomenus. Some Theban cities induced the horsemen of Orchomenus to join them in a plot to subvert the constitution, but the hearts of the principal conspirators failing them before the day of action came, they informed the Botarchs, the horsemen, who were promptly seized and condemned to death, and the assembly passed a resolution to raise Orchomenus and enslave its people. The Thebans rejoiced at a fair pretext to wreak hatred of ages upon their unhappy neighbor. They marched forth and executed the doom. The men were slain because they resisted; the rest of the folk were enslaved. It was a deed on which Greece cried shame, and if the moderate and humane Boeotarch, who was then in the Hellespontine regions, had been present to control the councils of his country, it would possibly never have been committed. End of chapter 14, part 3. Recording by Dick Durrett, Manchester, New Hampshire.
Chapter 14, Part 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 14, Part 4. Section 4. The Battle of Mantinea. While Thebes was intent on opposing Athens, now her only serious rival, she had kept aloof from the Peloponnesus. But the course of affairs there was soon to demand a new intervention. The interest now centres on the relations of Elis with Arcadia, and the decisive element in this situation is the rift in the Arcadian League, perceptibly widening every month. Her rights over Triphylia were the chief question of political importance for Elis. They had been recognized in the Persian rescript, but Arcadia refused to admit them, and Thebes did not interfere. Thus Elis found herself in the same plight as Sparta in regard to the Arcadian League. It had always been a principle of Lacedaemonian policy to preserve against Elis the independence of her two southern neighbours, the Pisatans and the Triphylians. But now Sparta was only too ready to renounce this party and recognise the Elean claim, for the sake of winning an ally. It was in the nature of things that the two states should combine to recover Messenia and Tryphaelia. Thus there came to pass a change for the better in the prospect of Sparta. Enemies had risen up against Arcadia on the north and on the west, and Thebes held aloof. The Spartans had recently gained a welcome success in the recovery of Cilicia, with the help of a force which had been sent to their aid by the second Dionysius of Syracuse. Besides Tryphaelia, there were certain places on the mountainous frontier between Elis and Arcadia to which Elis professed to have claims. One of these was Lacion, in the high plateau of Pholoe, north-east of Olympia. The Eleans occupied the district, but were speedily driven out by the Pan-Arcadian Eparitoi, who were always ready for such emergencies. The plains of Elis were far more assailable than the highlands of Arcadia, and the Arcadians were able to carry the war to the very heart of their foe. The Olympian festival would fall next year, and they were resolved that it should not be celebrated under the time-honoured presidency of Elis. They marched to Olympia, and occupied and fortified the hill of Cronus, which looked down upon the Altis. Then they made an attack on the unwalled city of Elis in concert with the democratic faction. But the attempt at a revolution failed, and the Arcadians were repulsed. In the following year a second invasion reduced the Eleans to such distress that they implored Sparta to make a diversion and draw off the Arcadian forces. In answer to this prayer, Archidamus occupied Cromnon, a fort which commands the road from Megalopolis to Messenia with a garrison of 200 men. The importance of this step is shown by the fact that not only did the Arcadians promptly leave Elis, but they were also joined by allies, Argives as well as Messenians, to besiege Cromnon. A Spartan post there cut off the communication between the Arcadian and the Messenian capitals, and was a threat to both. Archidamus at first tried to create a second diversion by ravaging northern Laconia, which was now politically part of Arcadia. When this failed, he made an attempt to relieve Cromnon, but was driven back with some loss. A second attempt at rescue would have been successful if it had been concerted, but it led to the capture of almost the whole garrison, an event which 10 years before would have sent a shock through the Hellenic world, but now seemed an ordinary occurrence. The Arcadians were again free to continue their designs in Elis. The time of the Olympian games was approaching, and the people of Pisa, the ancient possessors of the sanctuary, who had by no means forgotten the rights which Elis had usurped in the days long gone by, were installed as presidents of the festival. It was fully expected that the feast would not pass without battle and bloodshed. The hill of Cronus had been occupied for a year by the Arcadian garrison, but now the whole army of the federation, as well as 2,000 spearmen from Argos and 400 cavalry from Athens, arrived to protect the solemn celebration. The day came round and the games began. The horse race was run and won. The next contest was the pentathlon, which demanded excellence in 5 different kinds of athletic prowess, in running, wrestling, hurling the javelin, throwing the disc, and leaping. The first event, the race, was over when the company became aware that the men of Elis were marching up to the bank of the Cladius, which bounded the western side of the Altis. The soldiers took up their position on the opposite bank, but the games went on. Those competitors who had not failed in the race proceeded to the wrestling. As the spectators, when the alarm was given, moved from the racecourse into the Altis, to be nearer the scene of action, the wrestling match was held in the open space between the racecourse and the great altar, under the terrace of the treasure houses. The Eleans, who were supported by an Achaean force, performed a sacrifice, and then, charging across the stream with unexpected boldness, drove back the Arcadian and Argive line into the Altis. A battle ensued in the southern part of the holy precinct, between the hall of council and the great temple of Zeus, but the colonnades of these and other adjacent buildings gave shelter and points of vantage to the defenders, and the Eleans, when their captain fell, retired across the stream to their camp. The Arcadians improvised a fortification on the western side of the Altis, using for this purpose the tents of the spectators, and the men of Elis, seeing that it would be useless to repeat their attack, returned home, obliged to content themselves with declaring the festival to be null and void, and marking the year in their register as an Olympiad. The religious sentiment of Greece was outraged by these violent scenes at a sanctuary which belonged to all Greece rather than to any single state, and there can be no question that the general sympathy, independently of all political considerations, was on the side of Elis, whose presidency was regarded in Hellas as part of the order of nature, and was strongly adverse to the Arcadian intruders supporting with arms the antiquated rites of Pisa. But it was far worse when the Arcadians began to make free use of the sacred treasures of Olympia for the purpose of paying the federal army. This was an act of sacrilegious spoliation which could not be defended, and it was disastrous to the Arcadian federation. It was inevitable that, when the first impulse of enthusiasm which drove the Arcadian cities to unite together had spent itself, the old jealousies would emerge again and imperil the pan-Arcadian idea. So it was that the two neighbours, Mantinea and Tegea, whose common action had been the chief cause of the federal union, began to resume something of their traditional enmity. The scandal of Olympia gave Mantinea, who was jealous of Megalopolis also, a fair opportunity to secede from the league, which had put itself so signally in the wrong. This step necessarily involved the consequence that Mantinea would definitely range herself with the other camp in the Peloponnesus, with Sparta, Elis, and Achaea, and thus the traditional policies of Mantinea and Tegea were reversed. Tegea, the support of Sparta, had become the life and soul of the anti-Spartan movement. Mantinea, the state which Sparta had uncitied, was now Sparta's support. Though the Arcadian assembly resented and tried to punish the protest of Mantinea, the pressure of public opinion induced it to forbid any further plundering of the Olympian sanctuaries. When this resolution was taken, the weakness of the Arcadian League was exhibited. There was no money in the federal treasury to pay the standing army, and without this army it would be impossible for Arcadia to maintain herself against enemies on three sides, not to speak of disaffected Mantinea, without the protection of Thebes. But there was a strong feeling throughout the country against a Theban protectorate, and a large number of wealthy Arcadians, who shared this feeling, proposed to solve the difficulty by enrolling themselves in the corps of Eparitoi and serving without pay. Occupying this position, they would be able to dictate the policy of the League. There was little doubt that the predominance of this party would soon bring Arcadia into alliance with Sparta, which was no longer dangerous to Arcadian liberty. But such a political revolution would be fatal to Theban influence, which rested on the antagonism between Arcadia and Sparta. It might even imperil the independence of Messenia. To meet this danger of an alliance between Sparta and Arcadia, Thebes was constrained to send a fourth expedition into the Peloponnese. It was imperative to support the Theban army in Arcadia. Both parties alike were probably satisfied with the resolution of the assembly to make peace with Elis and acknowledge her rights at Olympia. Each city swore to the peace. At Tegea, the solemnity of the oath led to an incident. Arcadians from other places had gathered together for the occasion, which they celebrated by feast and merriment. The commander of the Boeotian garrison ordered the gates to be shut and arrested the leaders of the anti-Theban party. Most of the Mantineans present had left the town at an early hour, but there were a few among the prisoners, and the energetic protests of Mantinea frightened the faint-hearted Harmos into releasing all his prisoners and excusing his act by a false explanation. The coup had doubtless been planned long beforehand, and consent obtained from the highest quarter. Epaminondas, when complaint was made at Thebes, approved the act of arrest and condemned the act of release. At the same time he declared to the Arcadian League that it had no right to make peace with Elis without consulting Thebes. "We will march into Arcadia," he said, "and assist our friends." The threat was seriously meant, and the friends and enemies of Thebes prepared for war. Athens, an ally of both Sparta and Arcadia, could now fulfil without difficulty the double obligation by supporting those Arcadians who were on Sparta's side. The common dread of Thebes was reflected in the quintuple alliance which Athens, with her allies Mantinea, Elis, Achaea, and Phylas, formed for the sake of mutual protection. Part of the text of this treaty is preserved to us on fragments of one of the original marble copies. It is worthy of remark that the Mantineans, who seem to have been the only Arcadian community that entirely dissociated itself from the government at Megalopolis, appear in the treaty as the Arcadians, thus claiming to be the true representatives of their country. The Boeotian force in its full strength, accompanied by all the allies of central Greece who were pledged to follow Thebes into the field, went forth under Epaminondas to bring back the unruly Peloponnesians under Boeotian control. The Phocians alone refused to go. The terms of the alliance which bound them to Boeotia obliged them to bear aid only if Boeotia were itself attacked. When he reached Nemea, Epaminondas halted his army with the hope of intercepting the forces which Athens prepared to send to her allies. But the Athenian forces came not, and he advanced to Tegea, the chief centre of Theban influence in the peninsula, which he had appointed as the meeting place for all his allies, Arcadian, Argive, and Messenian. His enemies were also gathering to the rival city at Mantinea. A Spartan army under old Agesilaus was expected there. Epaminondas marched to attack them before the Spartans and Athenians arrived, but found their position too strong and returned to his camp in Tegea. Learning that Agesilaus had already set out, he determined to strike a second blow at Sparta. He would have found the place as unprotected as a nest of young birds, if his plan had not been thwarted by a Cretan runner who carried the news to Agesilaus. The king immediately returned on his steps, and when Epaminondas after a night's march reached Sparta, he found it prepared and defended. Baffled in this project by an incalculable chance, Epaminondas promptly resolved to attempt another surprise. He foresaw that the army at Mantinea would immediately march to the west of Sparta, and that Mantinea would consequently be inadequately guarded. His camp at Tegea commanded the direct road from Mantinea to Sparta, so that the enemy would be obliged to march by the longer western road. Moving rapidly, he reached Tegea, where he rested his hoplites, but he sent on his cavalry to surprise Mantinea. The army had departed, as he calculated, and the people were out in the fields, busy with the harvest. But in the same hour in which the Theban horse approached from the south, a body of Athenian cavalry had reached the city. They had not yet eaten or drunk, but they rode forth and drove the assailants back. The conflict between the two weary troops of horsemen was sharp, and was marked by the death of Gryllus, the son of Xenophon the historian. The allied army, learning that Sparta was no longer in danger, soon returned from its fruitless excursion to its former post, now reinforced by both the Spartan and the Athenian contingents. Foiled in his two projects of surprise, Epaminondas was obliged to attack the united enemy at Mantinea. The difficulty of supplying his army with provisions, and the anxiety of his allies to return home as soon as possible, rendered it imperative to bring the campaign to a swift decision. The enemy occupied the narrow part of the plain, south of Mantinea, where ridges of the opposite mountains approach each other. The object of Epaminondas was to sweep them out of his way and take the city. But instead of marching straight for the gap, he adopted a strategical movement which puzzled his antagonists. He led his army north-westwards to a point in the hills near the modern Tripolitza, and then moved a short distance along the skirts of the mountain so as to approach the right wing of the foe. He then halted and formed in battle array. The enemy were deceived by the indirect advance. Seeing him march obliquely towards the hills, they concluded that he would not attack that day, and even when he changed his direction and advanced towards them, persisted in their false opinion. Epaminondas adopted the same tactics by which he had won at Leuctra. On the left he placed the Boeotian hoplites, under his own immediate command, in a deep column, destined to break through the right wing of the enemy before the rest of the armies could come to blows. The oblique advance, besides its chief purpose of deceiving the foe, had the further advantage of assisting the peculiar tactics of the general, for, when he formed his line, there was obviously a far greater distance between his right and the hostile left than that which divided his left from the hostile right. The Mantineans, since it was their territory, had the place of honour on the extremity of the enemy's right wing, and the Lacedaemonians were next them. The Athenians were on the farthest left, and both wings were protected by a squadron of horse. Epaminondas placed his own cavalry in deep column in front of the deep column of infantry. But there was one danger against which he had to guard. When the Boeotian column charged, the Athenian left might wheel round and attack it on the unshielded side, a movement which could be executed owing to the distance dividing them from his own right. To meet this danger, he sent a body of horse and foot to occupy a rising ground out in the plain, considerably in advance of his line. This body could attack the Athenians in the rear if they tried such a movement. With an extraordinary lack of perception, the Lacedaemonians and their allies witnessed these manoeuvres without understanding their drift, and it was not until Epaminondas began to advance in full march against them that they realized his meaning and rushed tumultuously to arms. All fell out as he designed. His cavalry routed their cavalry, and the force of his wedge of hoplites, led by himself, broke through the opposing array and put the Lacedaemonians to flight. It is remarkable indeed how the tactical lesson of Leuctra seems to have been lost on the Spartans. The men of Achaia and Elis and the rest, when they saw the flight of the right wing, wavered before they came into collision with their own opponents. It is not quite clear what happened, but here again Mantinea seemed to repeat Leuctra. The charge of the Theban left undecided the battle. With the exception of cavalry engagements, there was but little and desultory fighting along the rest of the line. It was a great Theban victory, and yet a chance determined that the victory should be the death blow to the supremacy of Thebes. As he pursued the retreating foe, at the head of his Thebans, Epaminondas received a mortal thrust from a spear. When the news spread through the field, the pursuit was stayed, and the effect of victory was undone. The troops fell back like beaten men. So striking a proof has hardly ever been rendered on the part of soldiers towards their general, of devoted and absorbing sentiment. All the hopes of this army, composed of such diverse elements, were centred on Epaminondas. All their confidence of success, all their security against defeat, were derived from the idea of acting under his orders. All their power, even of striking down a defeated enemy, appeared to vanish when those orders were withdrawn, and there was no one to take his place. In his dying moments, before the point of the fatal spear was extracted, Epaminondas asked for Iolaus and Daiphantus, whom he destined as his successors. He was told that they were slain. "Then," he said, "make peace with the enemy." Peace was made on condition that things should remain as they were. Megalopolis and Messenia were recognized, the abiding results of Theban policy. In this peace Sparta would not acquiesce. She still persisted in refusing to recognize the independence of Messenia, but her allies would not listen to her protests. The military genius of Epaminondas, the qualities of mind and character which distinguished him among his countrymen, and the actual work which he accomplished in the deliverance of Messenia and the support of Arcadia, must not be suffered to obscure the fact that his political faculty was mediocre. What could be done by the energy and ability of a general, or by the discretion of a magistrate, that he did. But he failed to solve the fundamental problems which demanded solution at the hands of a statesman who aimed at making his country great. It was necessary to create an efficient machinery, acting on definite principles, for conducting the foreign affairs of Boeotia, like the machinery which existed at Sparta. This was the only possible substitute for brains, which were not plentiful in Boeotia. Epaminondas could not hope to communicate any part of his own virtue to his successors. It was necessary to decide whether it was possible or desirable for Boeotia to enter into competition with Athens as a maritime power. If the decision were affirmative, it was of capital importance to organize the navy on a sound financial foundation. There is no sign that Epaminondas grappled with the problems of government and finance. His voyage to the Propontis was an experiment which had no results. Nor does he seem to have taken steps to secure Boeotia on the side of her dangerous Phocian neighbours, though he had the insight to organize anew the Amphictyonic League and make it an instrument of Theban policy. Above all, he did not succeed in accomplishing the first thing needful, the welding together of Boeotia into a real national unity. He aspired to expand Boeotia into an empire. The worst of it was that no one had come before him to make it into a nation. That which mythical Lycurgus and Theseus had done for Sparta and Athens had never been done for Thebes by any of her numerous heroes. Epaminondas seems to have attempted to unify Boeotia. If he had known how to build such a unity on solid foundations, he might have bestowed on Thebes a future of glory which he would not have lived to see. But his ambition, for his country, not for himself, was too impatient and imaginative. The ardour of his patriotism impelled him to enter upon paths of policy which his countrymen felt no restless impulse to pursue. The successes of Thebes were achieved by his brains, not by her force. He bore his country aloft on the wings of his genius, but did not impart to her frame the principle of that soaring motion, so that when the shaft pierced the heart of her sustainer, she sank to the earth, never to rise again. Epaminondas was a great general. He was not a great statesman. Section 6. The last expedition of Agesilaus. To no one in Greece can the supremacy of Thebes have come as a sorer trial than to the Spartan king Agesilaus. He who had once dreamt of conquering Persia had lived to see his own inviolable land twice trodden by an invader, his own city quake twice before an enemy at her doors. But he had at least the consolation of outliving the triumph of the Theban, and seeing the brief supremacy pass away. The death of Epaminondas, of which he could not mistake the significance, did not restore Messenia or give Sparta any immediate power. But, Epaminondas dead and Arcadia spent, Sparta had now a prospect of regaining something of her old influence. With her own diminished population she could do little. It would be necessary to follow the general example and take mercenary forces into her pay. But to do this a well-filled treasury was needful. Accordingly we find Sparta, as well as Athens, busy beyond the sea, taking part in the troubles which in these years agitated the western portion of the Persian kingdom, and lending help to the satraps and dynasts who were rebelling against the great king. The object of Athens was territory, the object of Sparta was money. When Timotheus had been engaged in winning Samos, Agesilaus had visited Asia Minor and done his utmost in support of Ariobarzanes, for the sake of gold, and after the battle of Mantinea he again went forth in a guise which differed little from that of a mercenary in foreign service. The borders of western Asia, from the Hellespont to the Nile, were in revolt against the great king. The expedition of Cyrus was only the first of a series of rebellions which troubled the reign of Artaxerxes. We have seen how Cyprus rebelled and was subjugated, but Egypt still defied the Persian power, and its success set a bad example to the satraps of the adjoining countries. The Athenian general Chabrias had helped the Egyptians to strengthen their country by a scientific system of defences, but he was recalled to Athens after the king's peace. And the Athenian whom we next find in Egypt is fighting on the other side, the freelance Iphicrates, giving sound military advice to the Persian commander, which the Persian commander does not follow. Soon after this the satraps of Asia began to rebel, first in Cappadocia, then in Phrygia, then successively in Ionia, Caria, and Lydia, and the insurrection extended to Phoenicia and Syria. A scheme of co-operation was formed between the satraps and the Egyptian king Tachos, who had recently come to the throne, and Sparta decided to support this coalition. Athens held aloof, but Chabrias went once more to Egypt as a volunteer. At the head of 1,000 men, and accompanied by 30 Spartans as advisers, Agesilaus set sail for the Nile. It is said that the small figure, the lame leg, and the plain dress of the experienced old soldier made a bad impression in Egypt. In any case he was not given the supreme command of the army as he expected. When a sufficient force was gathered, Tachos, accompanied by Agesilaus and Chabrias, made an expedition to Phoenicia to act there against the Persian troops, but they were obliged to return almost immediately in consequence of a revolt against Tachos, headed by his cousin Nectanebos. The Spartan king, who considered that he had been slighted by Tachos, supported the rival, and Tachos fled to Susa and made his peace with the Persian monarch. Another competitor then arose, but was defeated by the effective support which Agesilaus gave to Nectanebos. In consequence of these struggles for the Egyptian throne nothing was done against Persia, and the great coalition signally failed. Ariobarzanes of Phrygia, the friend of Timotheus, was betrayed and crucified. Another satrap was murdered. The rest made their submission to their king. Within a year western Asia was entirely subject to Artaxerxes. But Sparta had won from the futile project what she really wanted. She might shelter her dignity under the pretext that she had gone forth to punish the Persian king for recognizing the independence of Messenia, but every one knew that her motive was to replenish her treasury. Nectanebos presented her with 230 talents in return for the support of Agesilaus. It was the last service that the old king was destined to perform for his country. Death carried him off. He was 84 years old,
at the harbour of Menelaus on the way to Cyrene, and his embalmed body was sent home to Sparta. Though not in any sense a great man, though not in the same rank as Lysander, Agesilaus had been for 40 years a prominent figure in Greece. There is something melancholy about his career. He could remember the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War. He had seen the triumph of Sparta, and conducted her policy during a great part of 30 years of supremacy, and then, as an old man, he shared in her humiliation. He had begun by dreaming of the conquest of Persia. He had been forced to abandon such dreams, and he had translated his ardour into a bitter hatred against an Hellenic city. It is tragic to see him, at the age of 83, going forth against Persia once more, not now for conquest or glory, but to earn by any and every means the money needed by his indigent country. End of chapter 14, parts 4 and 5.
Chapter 15, Part 1, of A History of Greece, to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Sutton. A History of Greece, to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 2, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15. The Syracusan Empire and the Struggle with Carthage. We have seen how the war in Greece, in its last stage, after the collapse of the Sicilian expedition, ceased to be a mere domestic struggle among Greek states and became a part of the greater struggle between Greek and barbarian. We have now to see how the strife of Greek and barbarian was renewed at the same moment in the West. It is indeed remarkable how these two episodes in the great conflict between Asia and Europe run parallel though separate courses in the 5th century. The victory of Himera, which beat back the Carthaginian invader from the shores of Sicily, was won in the same year which saw the repulsion of the Persian invader from the shores of Attica. After these triumphs of Hellas, both Persia and Carthage had long lain quiescent and left the Greek cities of east and west to live undisturbed, at war, or in peace among themselves. It was not till the mightiest city of eastern and the mightiest city of western Hellas came to blows and wore one another out in the conflict that the barbarian foes, discerning the propitious hour, once more made their voices heard in the Grecian world. Sicily, with an exhausted Syracuse, the Agean, with an exhausted Athens, invited Carthage and Persia alike to make an attempt to enlarge their borders at the expense of the Greek. Section 1. Carthaginian destruction of Selinus and Himera. After she had achieved the repulse and utter confusion of Athens, it might have seemed likely that Syracuse would succeed in founding a Sicilian empire. Her first task would be to reduce Catane and Naxos, and when this was done, the other cities, including luxurious Acragas, would hardly be able to resist. This prospect was disappointed by the intervention of a foreign enemy. But though the victory of Syracuse over Athens did not lead to a Syracusan empire, as the victory of Athens over Persia had led to an Athenian empire, it was followed, as in the case of Athens, by a further advance in the development of democracy. Had Hermocrates remained in Syracuse, in possession of his old influence, a change in this direction would hardly have come to pass. But he was appointed to command the auxiliary fleet, which Syracuse sent to Sparta's help in the Aegean, and when he had gone, the democratic mood of the citizens, excited by their recent efforts, vented itself in a decree pronouncing the deposition and banishment of Hermocrates. This was the work of his political opponent Diocles, who was thoroughgoing democrat. Diocles bore the same name as a far earlier lawgiver, belonging to the same class and age as Charondas and Zaleucus, who had drawn up the laws on which the Syracusan constitution rested. The accidental identity of name led in subsequent ages to a confusion, and we later find writers ascribing to the democratic reformer who rose into prominence now the legislation of his ancient namesake. In his popular innovations, Diocles borrowed ideas from the enemy, whom his country had just overthrown. The Athenian use of lot in the appointment of magistrates was adopted. Hitherto, the generals were also the presidents of the sovereign assembly, and had the unrestricted power of dismissing it at discretion. Diocles seems to have taken away this political function from the generals, and assigned the presidency of the assembly to the new magistrates, but with much smaller powers. The presidents, as we shall presently see, were able only to fine a speaker who was out of order. They could not silence him or break up the assembly. Such was the position of the greatest Sicilian city, a full-blown democracy, but without her chief citizen, to whom above all others she owed the deliverance from her danger, when the island was exposed for the second time to a Carthaginian invasion. The occasion of the war was the same which had brought about the Athenian invasion, the feud between Selinus and Segesta concerning some fields on their common frontier. In both cases, the dispute of these towns was a pretext, not the deeper cause. As Athens thought that the time had come for extending her commerce in the west, so Carthage deemed that the day had dawned for asserting anew her power in Sicily. And there were those who had not let fade the memory of the humiliation endured at Himera 70 years before, and longed to take a late revenge. Segesta, with no Athens to protect her now, ceded the disputed lands, but Selinus went on to exact further cessions, and the Elymian city appealed to Carthage. One of the two shafts, or judges in that republic, was Hannibal, the grandson of Hamilcar, who had been slain at Himera. The desire of vengeance, long deferred, dominated Hannibal, now almost an old man, and his influence persuaded the Senate to accept Segesta's offer to become a Carthaginian dependency in return for Carthaginian help. A grand expedition was fitted out, and Hannibal was named commander. 60 warships were got ready, 1,500 transports, 100,000 foot, 4,000 horse. The fleet was not intended to take part in the offensive warfare. It was stationed at Moetia to be a protection for the Phoenician Sicily, and a security in case of discomfiture. The army landed at Lilybaeum and marched straight to Selinus. The city had never been besieged before within the memory of its folk. Immunity had made it secure. The fortifications had been neglected. The Selinitines were engaged in building a temple of vast proportions to Apollo, or perhaps Olympian Zeus, when they were brought face to face with a sudden danger from Carthage. The house of the god was never completed. Of the pillars of the giants which were to support the massive roof, some stand in their places on the eastern hill, but the great drums and the capitals of others must be looked for some miles away in the quarries from which they were hewn, left there when the Carthaginian destroyer came. There was no time to repair adequately the walls of the Acropolis on the central hill. Hannibal surrounded it, and a breach was soon made. But the place was not in the foe's hands for 9 days, owing to the stubborn resistance which the inhabitants were able to offer in the narrow streets. The Siciliot sister cities were not prompt in aid. Syracuse promised to come to the rescue, and sent a force under Diocles, which arrived too late. Selinus was the first Siciliot city which was stormed and sacked by the barbarian. She was not to be the last. The people were slaughtered without mercy. Only some women and children who took refuge in the temples were spared, not from any respect of the holy places, and carried into bondage. Those who escaped from the sack fled to Acragas. Thus Selinus fell, after a brief life of 2 centuries and a half. Hannibal had now done the work which Carthage had given him to do, but he had still to do the work which he had imposed upon himself. His real motive in undertaking the public duty of the Selinitine War was to carry out the private duty of ancestral vengeance. Against Selinus he had no personal grudge, and there he did not carry the work of destruction further than military considerations required. The buildings on the western hill, where he had pitched his camp, suffered much, but the injuries sustained by the temples on the Acropolis and on the eastern hill are due not to Hannibal's army, but to the earthquakes of later ages. It was to be a different case in the city which he now turned to attack. At Selinus, Hannibal was merely the general of Carthage. At Himera, he was the grandson of Hamilcar. Hannibal designed to capture Himera by his land force alone, and in this absence of a Carthaginian fleet, Hannibal's siege of Himera differs from Hamilcar's. The Greeks of Sicily were now bestirring themselves. The terrible fate of one of their chief cities had aroused them to a sense of their peril. The naval power which was supporting Sparta in the Aegean had been long ago recalled, and a force of 5,000, including 3,000 Syracusans under Diocles, came to the relief of Himera. This city had time to prepare for the danger, which she must have foreseen. But the besiegers, by means of mines, opened a breach in the wall, and although they were repelled and the defenders made a successful sally, the prospects of Himera looked black, when the fleet of 25 ships which had returned from the Aegean appeared in front of the city. Hannibal saved the situation by a stratagem. He spread abroad a report that he intended to march on Syracuse and to take it unprepared. Diocles, thoroughly deceived, decided to return home and carry off the citizens of Himera, leaving the empty town to its fate. He induced half the population to embark in the ships. which as soon as they had set the passengers in safety at Messana were to return for the rest. Diocles and his army departed in haste, not even waiting to ask Hannibal for the dead bodies of those who had fallen in the fight outside the walls. And for this neglect he was greatly blamed. When Hannibal saw that half his prey had escaped him, he pressed the siege more vehemently, determined to force an early entry before the ships returned. The fate of thousands, the vengeance of Hannibal, might turn on the event of a few minutes. On the third day the vessels of safety hove in sight of the straining eyes of the Himmerans. It seemed that Hannibal was to be balked of his revenge. But the gods of Canaan prevailed in that hour of suspense. Before the ships of rescue could reach the harbor, the Spanish troops of Hannibal burst through the breach, and the town was in the hands of the Avenger. On the spot where Hamilcar, according to story, had offered up his life to the gods of his country, a solemn rite was held. 3,000 men who had survived the first indiscriminate slaughter were sacrificed with torture to appease his shade. Himera, the offending city, was swept utterly out of the world, and its place knew it no more. Having thus accomplished his duty to his country and his gods, Hannibal returned triumphant to Africa. The position which Carthage won in Sicily by this year's work, and her new policy of activity there, are reflected in the coinage of Segesta and Panormus. The transformation of Segesta into a Carthaginian dependency was displayed by the fact that she had ceased to coin her own money. But Carthage also showed that she intended to keep a firmer hand on her Phoenician dependencies. These cities had hitherto paid homage to Hellenic influences by adopting a coinage of Hellenic character. With Hellenic inscriptions, the coinage now comes to an end at Panormus, and is replaced by a coinage of Greek type indeed, but with a Phoenician legend. The word Ziz. The change seems to have been made just before the invasion, and it was significant of an anti-Greek movement. But the curious thing is that Himera, the city, which was to be one of the first victims of the new policy, heralded in this numismatic reform, abandoned her old coinage with the cock, and struck a new coinage with a seahorse on the Punic model of Panormus. Are we to suppose that Himera, aware of the peril which menaced her, thought to avert it by a timely approach of friendship to her Phoenician neighbor, and that this coinage was part of a policy of Punicism intended to be only temporary? Syracuse, although she had sought to do something for Silenus, and had done something for Himera, felt no call to come forward as a champion against the new aggressive policy of Carthage. It was reserved for one of her citizens to attempt, on his private responsibility, the warfare which she declined to undertake against the Phoenician foe. The exile Hermocrates returned to Sicily, enriched by the gifts of the satrap Pharnabazus. His own city refused to withdraw the sentence of banishment, for a man of his views and abilities seemed dangerous to the democratic constitution. Hermocrates then resolved to earn his recall by performing conspicuous services to the Hellenic cause in Sicily, by winning back the Greek territory which the Phoenician had taken, by carrying Greek arms into Phoenician territory itself. He had built 5 triremes, he had hired 1,000 mercenaries, and he was joined by 1,000 Himeran fugitives. With these he marched to the spot where Silenus had once been, and made the place a center for a crusade against the Phoenician. He repaired the fortifications of the Acropolis on the central hill, and the remains of the well-built wall betray, by the capitals of columns used in the building, the circumstances of his erection. The adventure prospered. The band of Hermocrates soon increased to 6,000, and he was able to devastate the lands of Moecha and Panormus, and to drive back the forces which came out to meet him. In the same way he ravaged the territory of Solus, and the new Carthaginian Segesta. These successes of Hermocrates were of no greater significance than the actual injury dealt to the enemy. He had done what had not been done before, since the days of Dorius. He had broken into the precincts of Phoenician Sicily, and set an example to many subsequent leaders. Hermocrates was bent, above all things, on regaining his own country. Diocles and his political opponents were still powerful in the city, and able to hinder the revulsion of feeling which his successes caused from having any practical effect. Accordingly, he made another attempt to soften the hearts of his fellow citizens. It was a well-calculated move. He marched to the ruins of Himera, collected the unburied bones of the soldiers of Diocles, which Diocles had neglected, and sent them on wagons to Syracuse, himself remaining as an exile outside the Syracusan borders. He hoped to awaken the religious sentiment of the citizens in his own favor, and at the same time to turn it against his rival. The bones were received, and Diocles was banished, but Hermocrates was not recalled. Having failed to compass his restoration by persuasion, the exile resolved to compass it by force, and he was encouraged by his numerous partisans in Syracuse. He was admitted with a small band at the gate of Agrippina, and posted himself in the adjacent agora, awaiting for the rest of his forces to arrive. But they tarried too long. The people, learning that Hermocrates was in the city, rushed to the marketplace. The small band was soon overcome, and Hermocrates was slain. The Syracusans in these days were inspired with an instinctive rather than well-founded dread of tyranny, and this dread was stronger than admiration for Hermocrates. Their instinct was right. Tyranny was approaching, but he was not the man. They little guessed that their future master was an obscure follower of Hermocrates, who was wounded that day in the Agora and left for dead. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2. Carthaginian Conquest of Acragas. The private warfare of Hermocrates in western Sicily had naturally provoked the wrath of the Carthaginians. Embassies passed between Carthage and Syracuse, Carthage regarding Syracuse as answerable for the acts of a Syracusan. But diplomacy was merely a matter of form. The African Republic has resolved to make all Greek Sicily subject to her sway. She made ready another great expedition, as great as if not greater than that which had been sent against Selinus, and at the same time she took the novel step of founding a colony on Sicilian soil. If Hermocrates had lived, Himera might have been partially restored like Selinus, but the destroyers of Himera now founded a city in the neighborhood which was to take Himera's place, on the hill above the hot baths of the nymphs, whereof Pindar sings. The Carthaginian colonists built their town, but it was not destined to retain its Phoenician character. The Greek strangers who were admitted to dwell in it transformed it before long into a Greek city. The Thermae of Himera preserved the memories of Himera, and the people were known as Thermites or Himerians indifferently. Acragas, the city which faces Carthage, was the first object of attack to the invaders, who now came to conquer and enslave all Greek Sicily. Since the days of Theron, Acragas had held aloof from all struggles in the island, and was now at the height of her prosperity. But she was enervated by peace and luxury, and when the day of trial came, she was found wanting. How far her citizens were prepared to endure the hardships of military life may be inferred from the law, passed with a view to the present peril, that none of the men in the watchtowers should have more than a mattress, 2 pillows, and a quilt. Such were the austerities of the men of Acragas. But at least they paid homage to the different discipline of Sparta. They invited Dexippus, a Spartan, who was then at Gela, to undertake the conduct of the defense. A body of Campanian mercenaries was hired, and they could rely on the assistance of their old rivals the Syracusans, as well as of the other Greek cities, who were fully conscious that the peril of Acragas was their own, and Acragas herself behaved well. Notwithstanding her habits of ease, and her old practice of holding aloof, she refused the tempting offer of the invader that she should now purchase immunity by remaining neutral. She was true to her own race. She might remain indifferent when it was a struggle between Dorian and Ionian, but it was another case when the whole of Sicilian Hellas was threatened by the Phoenician. The army of Carthage was again under the command of Hannibal, who felt that he was too old for the work, and was assisted by his husband, Himilco. They pitched their main camp on the right bank of the river Hypsus, southwest of the city, and stationed some forces in another small camp on the eastern hill beyond the river Acragas, to act against Greek aids coming from the east. The point of attack was the part of the western wall close to the chief western gate. But the ground, though lower here, was still difficult for a besieger, and Hannibal determined to raise an immense causeway from which the wall could be more effectively attacked. The tombs of the neighboring necropolis supplied stones for the work, but as the tomb of Theron was being broken down, it was shaken by a thunderbolt, and the seers advised that it must be spared. Then a pestilence broke out in the Carthaginian camp, and carried off Hannibal himself. It seemed that the gods were wroth, and demanded a victim. Himilco lit the fires of Moloch, and sacrificed a boy. The causeway was then completed, but no further injury was done to the sepulchres. An army was already on its way to the relief of Acragas, 30,000 foot and 5,000 horse from Syracuse, Gela, and Camarina. When they approached the city, they were met by the forces which had been placed for this purpose on the eastern hill. A battle was fought, a victory gained, and the Greek army took possession of the lesser Carthaginian camp. Meanwhile, the routed barbarians fled for the refuge of the main camp, and their flight lay along the road beneath the southern wall of the city. There was a general cry to sally forth and cut them off, but the generals refused. The moment was lost, but presently the people, yielding to an impulse which the generals could not resist, went forth from the eastern gate to meet their victorious allies. A strange scene followed. The tumultuous assembly was held outside the walls. The Acragantine commanders were accused of failing in their duty, and when they essayed to defend themselves, the fury of the people burst out, and 4 generals were stoned to death. The direction of the defense seems now to have been shared by Dexippus within the city, and Daphnius, the commander of the Syracusan troops, without. Though the hostile camp was too strong to be attacked, the prospect looked favorable for Acragas. The Punic army, diminished though it had been by the plague, was sore bestead for lack of supplies, and it seemed certain that hunger and mutinous soldiers would soon force Hamilco to raise the siege. But he learned that the provision ships were coming from Syracuse to Acragas. He sent in haste for the Carthaginian vessels at Panormus and Moetia, put out to sea with 40 triremes, and intercepted the supplies. This not only saved his league, but even reversed the situation. The besieged city now began to suffer from scarcity of food, and as soon as supplies began to run short, the weak point in the position of the Acragatines was displayed. They had found it needful to rely on mercenaries, and hirelings were not likely to serve long when rations ran short. The campaign was easily induced to transfer their service from Acragas to Carthage, but this was not all. It was commonly believed that Dexippus, like most Spartans abroad, incapable of resisting a bribe, received 15 talents from Hamilco and induced the Italia and Sicilia allies to desert Acragas as a sinking ship. But whatever the conduct of Dexippus may have been, the discredit of this desertion cannot rest entirely with him. The defense which had been maintained for 8 months with foreign aid was now left to the men of Acragas alone. They showed at once that they were shaped of different stuff from the men of Selinus. Overcome with despair, they resolved to save their lives, and abandon their city and their gods. Such a resolution, taken by the people of a great city, is unique in Greek history. It did not befit the men who had rejected the overtures of Hannibal, but it was what we might expect from the men who murdered their generals. They marched forth at night, men, women, and children, without lot or hindrance from the foe. They were compelled to leave, for the barbarians to pillage, those things which made their lives happy. The old and sick could not be sent out on the long journey to Gela, the place of refuge, and were left behind. Some too remained, who chose to perish at Acragas, rather than live in another place. The army of Hamilco entered the city in the morning and sacked it, slaying all whom they found, and despoiling and burning the temples. The great house of Olympian Zeus, the largest Greek temple in Europe, was still unfinished, and the sack of Hamilco decided it should never be completed. But Acragas was not to be destroyed. Like Selinus, it was intended to be a Carthaginian city in a Carthaginian Sicily. Hamilco made the place his winter quarters. Gela would be the next object of his attack when spring came round. End of chapter 15, part 2. Recording by Paul Sutton.